Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm going to call to order the May 24th, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting for El Dorado County. We are going to start off our morning with an invocation by Rabbi Evan Yukar of the Temple Bat Yam, and we'll follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Supervisor Thomas.
Good morning.
Good morning,
morning.
Rabbi.
Thank you again, as always, for the honor of providing words of invocation this morning, and thank you for your efforts on behalf of the citizens of El Dorado County. At this time of year in the Jewish tradition, we are in the period of time called the counting of the Omer. This is a biblical charge to count the days from the Exodus from Egypt to the revelation at Sinai. In synagogues the world over, there is a ritual of announcing the number of the day in this period of counting every evening, and today marks the 38th day of the Omer. An 11th century sage, Rabbi Bachya ibn Pakuda, wrote, "Days are like scrolls. Write on them only what you want to be remembered. May each of us fill the scrolls of each of our days with worth. May this governing body ensure that each and every soul in our county is counted. And may the proclamations declared and decisions rendered today be inscribed for good. May the one who blessed our ancestors continue to bless us. May this presence of the divine, the source of creation, the mystery of the universe, whatever is our belief, encourage us to choose our words and our actions wisely, for they become the ink on our scrolls of each day. May each of us use the discernment to march on our own journey from the freedoms with which we are blessed to our own moments of learning and discovery symbolized by revelation at Sinai. We pray, Hamakom, may the one who is ever present grant each of us the ability to live up to our responsibilities and to ensure the ink we choose to write with on each day honors all those we serve. We could say together, Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi. Beautiful. All right, please stand with me in honoring our nation's flag. Hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we're going to move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Let's see, District 2, do you have any changes?
No changes.
District 3?
No changes. I'd just like to comment on item 11, and it is a pleasure to recognize Bill Roby for his years of service to our community, and I look forward to presenting this proclamation at the Arts and Culture event in June.
Very good. District 1?
No changes?
District 5?
No changes.
And I have no changes. Kim, you want to take public comment?
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390. Please unmute yourself.
Well, how about that? Good morning, board. Yeah, this is Ken Greenwood from the fabled newly revised IC, and we'll talk about that later. Triple Junction. I had quite a surprise when I got my ballot the other day. Anyway, yeah, this is about item 3. Haven't had a really good chance to review it, but I'm hoping that the Bass Lake Hills area is consistent with the Bass Lake Hills specific plan. Was a co-author on that many years ago, and I hope there is a good consistency of findings. Anyway, item 5. It is good to see an incredibly long document, took forever to download, but I was glad to see that we finally have a community wildfire protection plan and that we've identified all of these, particularly in the zone in Pleasant Valley where I'm affected and live, or Lower Sly Park or Upper Pleasant Valley, whatever you want to call it, Triple Junction, if you will. Anyway, it's good to see that we finally got around to implementing some of the stuff that I incorporated into the general plan text back in 1993. Remember? Anyway, it's refreshing, and it's good to see that. And it's sad to see that the Pleasant Valley section of it with the Lower Sly Park Road, which would include clearing of brush along the road, because as we discovered during the Caldor fire, Sly Park Road's rather vulnerable if it were on fire. If people were evacuating during that time last year, and the fire had already made it to Sly Park Road, there would have been a campfire sort of thing, if you will, and paradise would have been lost. So it is good to see that this is being done and being approached on a countywide basis. It's a lot of reading to be done. Of course, wasn't able to get it all done. Also, I'd like to I was wondering, I don't see a moratorium on wireless telecommunication facilities on the agenda, or did I miss it? Thank you very much, and greetings from the Triple Junction.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay. You want to make a motion to approve the agenda? I'll move.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, right.
I know, it's
We're a
like-
little slow.
I normally try to not do that, but that's okay. All right, with that, we're going to move on to our first department, our only department matter, item number 25.
Item number 25 comes from Planning and Building Department, Cemeteries Division, recommending the board provide direction to staff related to the proposed ballot measure to form a Western Slope Cemetery Zone of Benefit within County Service Area 9.
Okay, good morning, board.
Morning.
Chris Perry, Assistant Director of Planning and Building. Of course, I have Roger Runkle from County Council next to me, and our esteemed cemeteries team, Sherry Busby and Julianne Melchor. Mary's still in the office holding it down. Thank you for that. The purpose of the item before your board today is to seek direction on cemeteries parcel tax ballot measure that was recommended by the previous board to be placed on the November 2022 ballot. Just a brief history on this. In November of 2019, the board approved the formation of the Western Slope Zone of Benefit for cemeteries and recommended the parcel tax be pushed to November of 2022. It's coming fast upon us, of course. The recommendation is for a $9 per year parcel tax, resulting in $609,000 a year for cemetery maintenance, operations, capital improvements, et cetera. That was based on 67,000 plus parcels in the newly formed zone of benefit. At the time, it was established that there's much work that needed to be done on the coalition building side of things, and the timing wasn't correct to bring a tax to the voters, given the number of bonds and other competing taxes that would be on the 2020 ballot. Fast forward another year and a half, 2 years, we had a discussion with the Cemetery Advisory Committee in February of this year, so February of 22, and the CAC for short, had recommended that the board postpone the ballot, the parcel tax on the November 2022 ballot to a date in the future. Citing obviously the kind of challenging economic conditions that we're facing right now, high inflation, gas, number of other items that are, putting strains on families. So that recommendation was made. We're carrying that forward to your board for discussion today. I do want to state that one of the other items that came out of the November 2019 discussion was the board wanted to see a work plan from the cemeteries division. That was the work plan that we brought you in the fall of last year. We have gotten to work on that process. And in fact, Mary Trujillo, our new admin tech, has been hired and has been getting trained in some of the roles so we can start really checking off items within that work plan. So I just wanted to point that out as well, because it was kind of part of that wider action that the previous board took in 2019. So I'll go ahead and pause there because the point of this is the discussion on the parcel tax was related to the November 2022 ballot. So I'll go ahead and pause.
So any board questions, comments, discussion? I'm not seeing, but District
Yeah.
1 and
So-
Supervisor Heidel.
So do we know what the competing ballot measures would be in November? I mean, partially, the reason why we didn't do this in 2020 is there's just so many things on the ballot. We figured this one isn't going to rise to the level of getting recognition. But I haven't heard a lot about a number of ballot measures at this point. So from that perspective, this might be a better opportunity and recognizing, even though inflation's going wild and there are forms of compensation being discussed where people would receive checks, and we're talking about $9 a year per parcel. That's the part that's just, it boggles my mind why we can't, as a community, as a El Dorado County, come up with the ability to maintain our supervisor, our cemeteries rather, at $9 per parcel. It just seems like it's a relatively insignificant fee, and yet everything would be much improved in terms of the maintenance, the presentation, the respect that goes along with a properly maintained cemetery. So from that perspective, I think we should seriously consider moving this forward. And if it doesn't pass, then the voters have spoken, and we kind of understand that. But to kick it down the road 2 more years, I'm not sure it's going to be any more opportune in 2024 or something, beyond that. And if we just keep kicking the can, what have we accomplished?
So if everybody be okay with it, because I do sit on the CAC with the group and I was there for the conversation, but we actually do have the TOT ballot measures on for this year for road maintenance specifically.
Right.
The group talked about, we're very aware that every single, I believe, ballot measure over the last few years to increase property taxes or raise anything for fire districts or the snow removal, nothing has passed. And then with right now, the economy is so iffy. The cost of living is just so high. And the group felt that if you're going to go for a ballot measure, you really want to make sure that you have everything in order to make it successful, because you don't want to bring it back. You won't have an opportunity to bring it back again. And so that's kind of where the discussion went. I too really value our cemeteries and their historical value, but I'm also pretty aware of El Dorado County voters and residents just don't have an appetite for taxes and fees, and our ballot measures have not passed. So it just doesn't seem like this is going to be the right approach this year. And quite honestly, we want our TOT one to pass for the road maintenance. So, you're absolutely correct. This is tough. I would like to ask that we have a further discussion. I was asked not to do it today, but maybe set up a time to have that further discussion of other funding mechanisms or ways we want to provide maintenance for cemeteries. Because, and I do remember even in 2019, I actually kind of helped push to delay it because I was getting a lot of things input from residents, and they kept saying, why are we spending money on dead people? Which personally offended me, but because I do have that historical, love for our history and our ancestors in our county and all that. So I just think that we really do need to not pursue this at this moment, but that's just me, given where we are, where our voters have been. But I do want to pursue something. And CAO, is that not really the conversation for today? Just correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you're right. The discussion today is, do you want the ballot
Right.
measure? Because from a timing perspective, we need to know that soon to get the ballot measure, any ballot measures written before the November ballots go. I can't believe we're already talking about that, but that's where we are in the year.
So a big part of this is a campaigning that goes on. Obviously, the county can't do that per se, but is there a coalition of people assembled to campaign for this? Because one of the things that I guess I don't see this getting any better in the future. And if we're going to talk about using other county resources to help the cemetery situation in terms of maintenance and stuff, I'm open to that. But I almost believe that we should send it to the voters and let them decide. And if they say no, then we can look at, do we use fund balance monies, one-time monies, expenditures to try to do something in this next year to get an improvement over where we've been in the past, and then look at it on an annual basis. Maybe that's the method, but I prefer to get it in front of the voters and let them decide, because I don't think 2024, 2026, I don't think anything is going to get better for a long period. So, and the TOT tax is different, in my opinion, when people really understand that it's coming from the visitors for the most part that pay that. It's not the residents. I mean, if you go to Tahoe and stay overnight in a timeshare or hotel, yeah, you're going to pay the TOT tax like anyone else would. But for the most part, 90% of those TOT taxes or more are collected by people who are non-county residents. They're
Agreed.
outsiders. They're people who come to visit our county because they want to come here and be here. They enjoy the aesthetics, they enjoy the activities. And that, to me, when you compare it with other counties and cities and where their TOT taxes, it's almost, yeah, that makes sense. So I don't know. I'm kind of torn
I'm
across the
torn.
whole thing, but I think to continue to just kick the can doesn't make sense. So if we're going to decide not to put it on the ballot, then I think we, discontinue considering making it part of the cemetery zone of benefit and set that all aside and, basically parade at rest until we come up with another alternative. We can talk about that with end of the year funds if we want to, but.
Yeah, and we need an ongoing mechanism is the problem.
Yes,
So,
yes.
yeah, Supervisor Novacell, you had your,
Yeah, I recall the conversation we had in 2019 and a lot of it was, there's a lot of work to be done and it's across the western slope of the county. There are cemeteries that do not have the ability for whatever reason to be able to be taken care of. And we felt it was our responsibility to do so. Now, how you do that funding wise, not an easy. It's an ongoing, it's going to be costly. And so, over on the east slope, we have a cemetery. I think it's a parcel tax. I can't recall what we have over there. But, that's on in the Tahoe Basin and, it's a beautiful cemetery. People have been to it because it's well taken care of because it has that funding mechanism. And I think that's something that, we don't have on the west slope. But that being said, I understand the concerns and go either way with this, obviously, but I do think we have to set up a funding mechanism. And at the time in 2019, we weren't of the opinion that general funding would be the best way. We felt that was something that we have a responsibility as constituents, as our constituents and as leaders to be able to step up and say, we need to find a funding source that will work. And this seemed like the best one at the time. So just a little history on that.
yeah.
The other thing I'd like to
Supervisor
add,
Tr-
I guess, in reflection, I think the statistics were we're one of the only counties that does not have a cemetery finance district established to maintain their cemeteries. So similar to where we are with sheltering our homeless, we have been one of the very few counties that haven't followed suit with what other counties have done to provide, services, to provide maintenance, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know if we have to have a crisis declaration to get past this, but it almost seems like at some point, since the county is responsible from the state law to maintain the cemeteries, at some point, somebody could file a suit and then we're pursuing litigation to try to get it resolved. And then it's going to cost us a whole lot more money than it would be to start implementing, the funding to maintain the cemetery. So there is a risk in not doing anything, in my opinion.
Well, and you were here for that conversation. I
Yes.
mean, like you said, if it became a crisis and we had to close down cemeteries and potentially pave them over, which is not somewhere I want to go, but absolutely not. But if our residents don't feel that they're important, or we don't have the budget to do so, or, and that's why I think we need to have another conversation on this for other ways to fund that maintenance. I honestly wanted to try to connect it to TOT and build a historical tourism around it. But I think that that's going to need some kind of a program that should not fall on the cemeteries division. It needs to be outside of that. So those are some creative ideas that I think we need to have an opportunity to talk about. And I was asked not to do that today, but I want to. Can you tell? So right. And again, and remember too, you brought it up, Supervisor Heidel, our TOT ballot measure didn't pass the last time it was on the ballot. So there's a big disconnect there with,
I think a lot of that was misinformation, but yeah, that's just an
Sure.
opinion.
and again, I'm not sure. Yeah, anyway, if you don't have a champion out there rallying for it, it will not succeed. That's pretty clear. So anyway, Supervisor Turnbull.
You know, one of the biggest things, I don't think it's right for this time, especially increasing taxes to people, especially with the inflation costs that is going on. One of the things is, you know, we have our private cemetery, Frenchtown Cemetery, and we clean our own. And we have 4 meetings every year. And we got a association that board was formed in 1915. And that cemetery was bought for $10 in gold in 1908. So we maintain our own, we clean our own. In fact, we have a cleanup day this Saturday from 8 to 10, and we hold our meeting. There's other ways that we could do this. There's a lot of volunteer groups and stuff that we could reach out and stuff, and maybe they can help clean our cemeteries without the burden of cost to our you know, to all these people out there, because I just don't think this is the right time right now.
Supervisor Thomas.
I appreciate the discussion today, and I think I agree with all of you. Everyone has solid points. I had a question following Supervisor Heidal's comments. How do counties fund their cemetery maintenance? What is typical?
The vast majority of them have special districts formed for that they raise funds and provide maintenance and operations out of those funds.
Through a voter approved?
Yes.
That's what we have over on the east slope.
Okay.
It's a
And-
special
And
district.
we do have the Georgetown zone of benefit within our own county. So they have their own little universe, so to speak, where they can act with some autonomy with the funds that they have. For those three-
Kelsey is a special district.
And Kelsey
for
as
their
well. And then
cemetery.
Happy Homestead is the other.
That's
So,
that one.
Okay. Well, here's
Happy Valley.
where I'm landing right now. I agree that there will never be a perfect time to do this. However, I agree that now is not the right time, given the economy and given our TOT ballot measure that has come first. A confused mind says no. And if there's too many asks, people will also be inclined just to say no. And we have to address our roads. That said, I think we also need, I am not in favor of just relying on a annual conversation about our general fund every year to fund our cemeteries. That we need to have a more consistent plan. Our staff, they need to have guaranteed funding, not the whims of the board or the economy. So we need to have a sustainable source for our cemeteries because they are a valuable part of our history and our communities. I do very much think we ought to have a discussion because I think we also need some flexibility in how we maintain our cemeteries. If you think about it, it's seasonal work. There's probably a lot of effort in the spring that's needed, some in the fall, but not as much the rest of the year. And so we need to figure out what that looks like in order to have the tools to maintain them appropriately and effectively. So that's kind of where I'm landing.
Okay. Public comment, correct?
Yep.
I'm like, okay, let's go. Owen can just, I chose the wrong moment to do public comment. We'll talk for one more minute. So Dawn is the CEO. When do you think we should have this conversation and creative thinking session?
I think it depends on the timing. If the decision today is not to move forward with a ballot measure in November, we have a little more time and we can have it this fall. If the decision is you want to have that conversation before, if you want to have that conversation and then consider putting a ballot measure on, we need to probably do it next month, would be my guess. And I don't know if staff have time and capacity to throw that on, but we will do the best we can to meet your desires.
Okay. And then while we have a moment, I have another question. Is there opportunity for, and I've brought it up before, but out at Chili Bar, we had a cleanup day where I threw it out in my newsletter. Staff was there and we all brought our rakes, tools and stuff. And we had a really good cleanup day. I know we have 17 though county-owned cemeteries, so that's a lot. But some of them like Georgetown have their own board and all that. So, and maybe we could prioritize, but can we do something like that? Can we have cleanup days with the public and advertise them? And is that something that can be done?
I don't see why not. It's getting the people interested to come out and do it,
Sure.
you know, and
It's also preservation of
Yeah.
the. Exactly. The burial rite and the tombstone, those kinds of things, because there have been
That's
conflicts.
separate. That's a separate issue. We're just
Understand.
talking maintenance though.
Well, when a cemetery, when a grave sinks in the ground, everything
right.
starts collapsing into it.
Yes, I agree.
That's a maintenance thing, right? So.
Yes and no. It's
No?
messy, you guys, with what you can and can't do with the cemeteries and
Understand.
headstones.
That
So
isn't maintenance?
yeah, well, that's why we need another conversation. Supervisor Thomas.
Okay.
Getting back to your idea of volunteerism, I do know that the city of Placerville had a cleanup day at the end of April, and several of their cemeteries were cleaned up through volunteer efforts. So, I mean, we can rally the troops in targeted areas, and I think that's, a great idea. For now, one more question, and you're on the Cemetery Advisory Committee. Do we have, we had a work plan last year where key projects were identified that were necessary. Do we have a funding request this year for what is, necessary and
I am not
and
aware of
needed right now?
one.
Sure. I'm referring to the FY 22-23 budget request.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, normal course of business for us, we make our recommendation in December, January, works through CAO, goes to your board. Our request was actually the same year on year as it has been, because I think we figured out the sweet spot of what maintenance should look like and what it should cost.
Okay.
I will say the only challenge with maintenance right now, I wouldn't say the only challenge, but one of the major challenges is the inability to secure a contract for several of the cemeteries. So
Right.
that
Need to reconcile that.
exactly. Yeah. So that factors in on the budget and what you see on the back end and budget actuals versus what we request, without getting too far in the weeds.
Got it. Okay.
But yes, what our request should adequately cover the needs that we have at the current time. There's always contingencies, trees drop on graves and markers. A 100+ year old oak tree is going to cost a lot of money to remove and cost $10,000+ if it comes down in a storm and does some damage to a cemetery. So there's always those types of contingencies that we try to build into the budget. And I think we've accounted for and done a pretty decent job over the years. Again, we're just running into a little bit of a challenge on the maintenance side when it comes to getting some contracts. So
Got it.
Okay, Supervisor Novosel.
Thank you.
Quick follow-up on that. Is it possible to create a special district without incurring costs, without having a parcel fee associated with it? Just so that we have that legal ability to go in and do the cleanup, if it be volunteerism or whatever.
Well, a special district requires funding in some fashion. So you've expressed the intention to form a district, defined it by boundary, et cetera, but without funding, the district actually doesn't come in.
So we could charge, but it could be a $1 fund,
It's
correct?
supposed to be adequate funding. So
That changes
That's a
everything.
kicker.
It does.
Operations and maintenance funds, yeah.
I was just trying to figure out, because I remember the conversation 2019 was, there was a lot of cemeteries out there where there was not a defined role of the county yet, and that
Right.
creating the special district would help in that role playing. So that was my concern. I mean, if we were to charge $1 and say this will at least set us up, but yeah, if we have to prove adequate, I don't think $1 would do it. Okay, all right, thank you.
Got it.
So ultimately, LAFCO would have to approve it, right? And they'd have to approve it based on there being funding.
Okay, yeah.
And then Roger, you were there for that 2019 conversation, right? With the board, were you there for when we talked about it last time, 2018?
Yeah, I was here when this was originally brought
Okay.
as well.
Do
Yeah.
you recall, because I think we asked the question too, with the other county, we're always comparing to other counties and their special districts. My recollection though, is that those special districts to pay for the maintenance had been set up decades, if not centuries ago. And so we're just in a different boat. Is
Some
that-
of them many decades ago.
Right, okay, that's.
And again, as Chris said, we have 3 very small cemetery districts, which were set up many years ago in Tahoe, in Georgetown, and in Kelsey.
Okay, so part
But
of it.
unfortunately, the
was-
vast majority of the Western Slope was never included. in that
Right,
district.
okay, for whatever reason back in the day, so,
That was
okay.
our big conversation was, how do we get everything
Yeah.
put together? That in itself would be great, but as our county council is saying, we have to have a funding mechanism to go along
Yeah.
with it, unfortunately.
Okay, cool. Kim, can we have public comment, please?
Now taking public comment on item number 25. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I'm dressed up in my fire safe stuff because of item 5. So good. You guys did a great job today. I think what we have is a problem recognizing that we have graveside services. That is a modern responsibility that we have to provide space. People buy space to have their loved ones, and usually it's a setting that is pleasing and taken care of. The other side of it is the preservation side. It's the historical pioneer cemeteries. Some are on private property now, just because of time going by. But you have both of those responsibilities, and because of facilities, you've placed them with your department that you feel is responsible. But in this case, preservation of historical pioneer type cemeteries is more museum. It's more of your county museum, your museum commission. And why you say, Chris, why? Is because you have a program where you had the railroad and you made it a program as part of the museum. And you made Mary Corey responsible as a manager of the county, and Vicki Sanders is also responsible in Parks and Trails, and so that fits. It fits really nicely. So the struggle comes down to, where do you want this? And Supervisor Heidel, you're right. There should be a point where the public has been giving us a chance to decide. But I worry about that aspect of the timeliness of it. And so I wouldn't agree, because there's a cost associated with putting it on the ballot. And why spend money when you don't need to? Also, you have agreement with the Community Foundation to do different things. They help you out, and certainly fundraising and donations and the place where money can go. This is an idea that you might consider, the Community Foundation. Talk to them, ask them how they may be able to participate in this. You have now what's called Buried in History and Save the Graves. We're already doing things, and I think we just need to do more of that template, use that template, but do it in a broader sense. Finally, I don't think there's a scenario where you do nothing. So the option of doing nothing, I think it's a big mistake, and I don't believe you're looking at the past. Remember, we're transitory ourselves. We live and die transitory.
Appreciate it. Mike, just so you know, you haven't been here in a long time. We have a timer, and I do cut everybody off at 3 minutes just for consistency.
Okay. Mike Roberts, I chair the Cemetery Advisory Committee. Thanks for all your service and everything you do. In my opinion, the zone of benefit will be resisted with great enthusiasm. I've been to the Taxpayers Association and presented to them, and they're good, sympathetic guys, but they're going to oppose it, and I think most everybody else will as well. It would require a strong coalition, outreach, budget, all that stuff that it takes to get controversial ballot measures passed. There is nothing. Okay. In fact, the Cemetery Advisory Committee is not allowed advocacy on the issue because we're an extension of the county. So that's the problem right there. And that's coalition building sadly is not our strength. It's a personal, I consider it a personal failure as the chair of the Cemetery Advisory Committee, and I have tried. There's good news though. There's a demographic shift underway in our county, and the new people love this stuff, and they're really curious, and they don't know anything about it. They just got here. That's where the coalition building needs to be centered, in my opinion. Previously, I thought the coalition building should be centered on the mainline families that are here. Haven't done real well. We're starting to make inroads, but it's tough. For one thing, the measure may be flawed. It's per parcel, and many of those old families own lots of parcels. So the really upset phone call I got from George Forney, who personally maintained El Dorado Cemetery for years, and he was just absolutely enraged that we would consider charging him $9 for all the little parcels of pasture land in the mountains and everything else that his family owns. I never thought of that, and I suspect the authors of the thing never did either. Before my time runs out, crisis declaration, great 2 words. I hereby declare a crisis. Memorial Day is this weekend. Hundreds of families will be out at Union and El Dorado cemeteries, which have received 0 maintenance this year. They're completely overgrown. So it's a crisis. I'm there every Memorial Day, most of the weekend, just greeting them, helping them find Uncle Joe, you know, all the rest of it. It's very, it's good stuff for me, and they seem to like it. But the union is blocking all new contracts. The cruel irony is we've got the mother of all cemetery maintenance people now owns Westwood Hills Cemetery.
Thank you,
He's right
Mike.
there and he's available.
And we did receive your email. All of us got your email. And we
Oh, good.
appreciate that. So, but 3 minutes is up. So
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Hey, good morning, board. Andy Nevis, Taxpayers Association, although we haven't taken a position on this potential measure. We obviously would take a look at it if you decide to proceed to the ballot, but I did want to clarify that we don't have a position on this. That said, my personal thoughts are, I think, in line with Supervisor Parland and Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor Thomas, and that it would be an extremely high bar to clear to get this passed. I would also remind everyone, I don't think it was mentioned earlier, but unless there's some provision I'm not aware of, I believe this would require a 2/3 vote of the electorate. So not only do you need to get 50, you need to get 2/3. And I just don't see a path to that anytime soon. That said, I do definitely recognize the need to take care of our cemeteries in our county and be respectful to our ancestors. And I do remember that presentation that Mike gave to taxpayers a few years ago. And I remember just being totally surprised at how many cemeteries we have all around the West Slope. There were several in my neighborhood that I didn't even know were there. And so I would definitely, be in favor of the idea of additional education and volunteer cleanup days. And that would actually have multiple benefits. That not only would you get some people out to clean up the cemeteries and get them in respectful conditions again, but if you show people where the cemeteries are and you have them involved with taking care of them, they're going to be more likely to want to support a solution in the future. So that said, I think it sounds like the board is probably going down the road of not having this on the ballot this fall, which I think is probably the right call, but definitely need to figure out some solution here. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Andy.
Now taking public comment from 390. Please unmute yourself.
Oh, there we are. Sorry about that. All these buttons, all this technology. Anyway, Ken Greenwood, District 5, it turns out, folks. But anyway, Triple Junction, I can see all three. Anyway, thank you for this discussion today. Snowball's chance in hell is pretty much what we're looking at. I'm glad it's a warm day so we can understand that. Sadly, there's a lot of history out there. I've always been fascinated every time I've gone to these places. Seeing the sinking sensation is a bit frightening, but it's just a matter that the coffin rotted, really, and stuff like that. Anyway, as wonderful as this sounds, I don't think you could get people to vote for it. I think that's a good analysis and good discussion that you're having there. To get people more involved is probably the easier way around it. But we do have to, this heritage, if you will, needs to be carried on. I used to bring my children out to the various cemeteries, sometimes on Memorial Day. Unless they were KIA, that's actually, it's not appropriate, but we still do it. Anyway, the money thing, here I am, the so-called fixed income. No, $9 makes a difference because there's going to be another $9 and then another $9. And then there's already, I should pull out my tax bill and look at it, all these other $18 fees and this and that and the other thing that we foolishly voted for along the way. And now my property taxes are about a third more than they could have, would have, should have been. So, and as that fixed income becomes more and more fixed, if you will, and its buying power, inflation is going to go up and down and up and down, but doing it during an inflationary cycle would also be akin to suicidal. So, not sure that the right way to do this is to vote, especially with a 2/3 test, if you will. It's kind of like the Senate and the filibuster and 60 votes. It does protect the minority, thankfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so bringing it back to the board, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, one of the things I want to bring up about our private cemetery and stuff, we have a lot of the volunteers and stuff are family members. And I know there's got to be family members in these other cemeteries and stuff, and they need to be more active and make sure that this happens and it can be cleaned up, because we do the same for ours. But one of the things funding in this thing, I think we could look towards our nonprofits and stuff and different organizations to be able to fund it without taxation, because I think right now it's not the proper time to do it. But if you guys want to see how we work, our cemetery works, you need to visit our cemetery. Our cemetery is a very beautiful cemetery, is what it is, up on the hill between Frenchtown and French Creek. It's up on the hill. So if you ever get a chance, come out and visit it. It's a beautiful cemetery and we've kept it up for generations. So.
Supervisor Hydall.
Yeah, the one thing I didn't hear is what is the cost to get it on the ballot? Can you give me just a ballpark of what we'd be talking about?
I'm sorry, Supervisor, I don't have that information today.
Okay.
We can get it and send it.
Based upon past history,
I can't give a number. It depends on the number of ballot measures that are on and who's paying for all those. So there's a fixed cost to run an election.
right?
And the more ballot measures that are on there from different organizations, they split those costs.
But is it fair to say in excess of $25,000?
Yes, if memory serves,
That's
it's
what I was
more
trying to
than-
get. Bare bones, you'd have to spend at least that. So
Nope.
that doesn't seem viable, given spending money, good money after bad. But I'm also gonna remind everybody, we were in the same position 2 years ago.
Totally right.
And we decided we were gonna do all this outreach and everything else, and it didn't happen. So we need to have that bigger conversation about how we transform the need to provide funding for our cemetery maintenance to some other path. So I'm all in favor of that. I'm going to back off on trying to get this on the ballot, but I think ultimately the voters should have a voice. But if you look at every 2 years, the economics may be good, so everybody's got stuff on the ballot, so you don't want to be on the ballot.
Right.
And then
Right.
2 years after that, the economics aren't good, so you don't want to be on the ballot. The answer is you always don't want to be on the ballot.
It's true.
So I think we need to significantly change our direction with this. And I've been down the path of getting volunteers to help and stuff, and it's a great idea. But when it comes to the reality of it really happening on a recurring basis, it's extremely difficult to do. So it takes a lot of staff time to try to coordinate that, to make sure that people are properly equipped, that they've signed waivers of liability, any kind of thing. You talked about the oak tree falling. Well, somebody's out there and the oak tree falls, right? So you just don't know what you're getting into with volunteer labor in that kind of a situation, because there are some risks involved. So that has to be weighed as well. But I concede it's not appropriate to put it on the ballot at this point, but we need to do something different than what we did 2 years ago.
Yeah. And when Chris was up here talking, Chris Payne, I had a deja vu, because I think I remember actually pointing out Historical Society should take the lead on this effort. And I believe we did do an agreement with the Community Foundation. I believe we set up an agreement and a funding mechanism and specifically said, hey, Historical Society, you could take the lead on helping us with the fundraising and blah, blah, blah. And so again, that hasn't happened either. So we had really good conversations, we had good intentions, and still yet here we are. So we do need to come up with something that's more sustainable, more realistic, I guess, and sustainable, and that can be done. And I do want to have that conversation. I really do.
Should be
Because
with your advisory commission then, right?
well, yes and no. The role of the advisory committee isn't quite that. Celia, can you help me out with, or maybe Chris could, because the advisory committee has roles and responsibilities and stuff. And then this fundraising and maintenance, in my mind, is not really part of their responsibility. Roger's nodding his head. So if you guys could clarify that, that would really help. And that's part of our frustration, actually.
You are correct. That is the act of coalition building is going to require an outside entity that is not the CAC.
Okay.
So, and just to note, we do have a perpetual agreement in place with the Community Foundation. So there is, not to borrow their word, but there is a foundation there. There's just no money has been raised in that at this point in time, but the mechanism is in place. So again, just needs a little more effort in TLC to get that going. But yeah, CAC has their role, their bylaws is approved by your board. That does not include a coalition aimed at, securing a ballot initiative.
Absolutely.
Well, but they have a responsibility to see that they are the oversight of the cemeteries. So in that role, they would have the responsibility, and I would hope the ability to have that conversation with outside funders and saying, this is what we need, we need your help, and allow those outside funders to come in and make presentations to the board on what they can and can't do. I think that's that next step that, if we're not going to do that,
I'm not really sure that in my mind is the CAC's role to do that specific, and that's where we're supposed to be updating our bylaws right now. So that's another issue.
I think they have, I think they're general oversight of the cemeteries. I think they have the ability not to make decisions on any of those issues, but to come to you with any of those issues with ideas and plans and concepts that you could then address. So
and that's the thing,
I think it is a general oversight.
The concepts, and then we have to address it, though, is my point, which is why I think we need to have another conversation of where we want to go with this. The CAC has brought it to our attention many times that we need to do something.
But Roger
so.
just said that you can have that conversation. I think it is the advisory commission's duty to be able to have that conversation about funding. Not that you're going to do the funding, but with the funders.
Bring forward
Have that
recommendations.
conversation. You have that ability already. You should, I would think, because that's your responsibility is to oversight, and that's an important part.
But we already kind of had that. We said the Historical Society should be working to
Bring them in.
fulfill that funding mechanism that we set up. And
Well, invite them to
there you go.
Invite them to your meetings every month and say, I want to find out what you're doing. Because
I think we're probably getting off the
Yeah,
topic of the
I
board
think we
item
need to
here.
be, we'll have to look at that, but in my mind, the bylaws don't say that the CSU should be out doing that, but we'll see. Anyway, we need to have another board conversation on this, no doubt. So do we need to, what do you want from us today after, based on all this conversation?
I think we just need some additional direction from your board to understand whether or not we're gonna, kind of pass the baton over to elections and try to get this on the ballot, or are we kind of pushing out to a date certain or uncertain, so we can do additional prep work? And obviously, secondary and closely related to that is, as Don had mentioned, depending on which of those options you choose, we'll come back to your board and have this wider discussion about.
Does this need to be
funding.
an emotion, Don?
I think we should have a motion to direct staff either to pursue a ballot measure or not. And then direct staff to return at the appropriate time with a further discussion regarding cemetery operations. That timeframe will be contingent on the first piece, but if I'm hearing the board members correctly, there's not a desire to put it on the November ballot. I think it should be more memorialized in a motion, though.
That's what I was wondering. And then also, do we need to say, do we want to drop this all together or just delay it again? Is that another thing you need direction on today?
I think you have three obvious options from my standpoint. One is, as was just said, to move it forward to the November ballot. Two is to completely drop it off of the radar, if you would, and rescind your intent to do that. And three would be to postpone it again. I think those are and it will take a motion in my mind to change what the previous board did.
So I'm going to move that option 2 is what we pursue, that we do not move forward with the ballot measure and we rescind for the time being the idea of forming the Western Slope Cemetery Zone of Benefit, and that we have a follow-on conversation where we can talk about alternatives in terms of finding the funding necessary to properly maintain the cemeteries, to be brought back in the fall or whenever staff has the ability to do that.
I'll second that.
And that means delay it and still keep the zone of benefit, or no? Just
No.
completely wipe it out.
Yeah.
Take
done.
away the idea that the zone,
Right.
because that, otherwise you're kicking the can
No, you
again.
just
I don't wanna
dangling
do
out
that.
there.
Let's-
No.
Let's look at another path.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that idea. Very good. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Madam,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kim, can you repeat that motion, please?
Yeah.
We don't.
Right.
Okay, a motion was made by
Good idea.
Supervisor Heidel, second by Supervisor Thomas, to not move forward with a November ballot measure, to rescind the Western Slope Zone of Benefit within County Service A, and to ask staff, to direct staff to return to the board with additional options for supporting our cemeteries.
Well
Excuse me, the
done.
county cemeteries.
Maybe just on the return to the board, we like timeframes by the fall.
Yeah, by the fall, if we
2022.
can, if that's consistent with staff's thinking that we can make that work.
We can make that work.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank
By
you,
the
Kim.
fall
That's
of
awesome.
2022. Yeah.
All 2022. Okay.
It's 3 months window or something. So yeah.
Yeah, and that's coming sooner than
No.
anyway. My
I know.
gosh, this year's flying. So, okay, with that motion, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. It was a very good conversation. Needed to have it. And we appreciate you guys for hanging in there with us. And we're going to get something. We're going to get it. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for being here. 5 minutes, our next item. Oh, and just so everybody knows, the 10 o'clock items.
Some of the things we worked on.
Oh, Supervisor Trimby, just so you know, we're going to take the 10 o'clock items in a different order. So because of some time constraints, so we're going to do item 28 first, and then we can follow with 26 and 27, just so everybody has a heads up on that. Okay?
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, everyone, it's 10 o'clock. And we are going to start off with item number 28.
Item number 28 comes from the Surveyor's Office, recommending the board receive a fee study report performed for the Surveyor's Office and provide direction on future fee increases.
Morning, Madam Chair and members of the board.
Good morning.
I'm Brian Frazier, your county surveyor. And I am here this morning to present the survey department fee study as requested by you all. I will now turn it over to the county's consultant, NBS, Nicole Kassam.
Good morning, County Board of Supervisors. Happy to be here today. My name is Nicole Kassam. I'm a Director of Financial Consulting with NBS. I do these types of fee studies all over the state for a long time. So I'm going to be talking to you a little bit this morning about cost recovery and setting fees for the Surveyor's Office. And before I kind of launch in, I don't usually make presentations of numbers with my glasses on, so so hopefully I'll get all the details correct. Do I just tell you when I want to advance a slide, or? Got it. Okay, great. This is just a really brief presentation, less than 10 slides, and then I'll turn it over to Jennifer. She's going to kind of embellish at the end there, okay? All right, so what I want to do this morning is just very high level go over what the common industry practices in fee setting methodology in California and how we approached the results or developed the results of the report for the surveyor. And then, of course, leave some time for questions. So the purpose of a fee study is to really understand what the full cost of providing services are for which a fee is charged. And then once we understand and we're all comfortable with the full cost of service results, which need to be based on the estimated and reasonable cost of providing services, then we're kind of at a policy discussion about how to set those fees according to local goals and policies. So fees in California are first and foremost governed by the California Constitution, Article 13C. Article 13C talks about the definition of a tax and when a charge is not a tax. There are 7 stated exceptions to the definition of a tax in California. And one of those definitions is exactly what types of fees we're evaluating for the surveyor, which are fees governing regulatory services and activities. And those fees cannot exceed the cost of providing services. And then from there, I can't even tell you how many government codes and mentions of fees shall not exceed the cost of providing services are all over the place. And one that pertains in particular to development services is Government Code 66014. It just further backs up the California Constitution's definition of a fee as not being able to exceed the cost of providing services for which the fee is charged. So our project approach with a fee study involves a data collection effort. We look at budgetary information, we look at workload information, we look at staffing information. And we also go through what's called a fee structure review, which is consultants like myself look at fees in cities and counties across the state, sometimes in other states. And so we go through the review of the fee structure to say, hey, are there fees on the fee schedule that we're not using anymore that we should remove? Are there services being provided where we need to add a fee? Are the fees tiered or structured appropriate to how the services are provided so that they're fair? And they also help with cost recovery for the agency we're working with. And then from there, we work with what we call a time study, which is we look at how does staff spend their time annually? So are there services that the surveyor is providing which we shouldn't recover in fees? Should they be carved out and recovered through a different funding source other than fees? And then how much of our costs should be recovered in fees for services? And for each individual service, for example, like a map review, we'll go through what is the process from start to finish and what is the level of service that we're providing for this individual service. And staff will develop a professional estimate used to establish the cost of providing service. So from there, once we I'll go through that a little bit more in a minute. Once we develop a report, we come before the board and we talk to you about the results and look at policy decisions. So the formula for establishing the cost of providing service is pretty simple. It's the analysis behind that in terms of determining what are estimated and reasonable costs, what types of costs should be excluded versus included, what are direct costs, what are indirect costs. I think that's really where a lot of the work goes in to make sure that the fees are reasonable. But really, I think with this formula here, we're looking at direct costs such as labor. We're looking at costs associated with labor, such as operating costs, pens, paper, pencils, building rent, those types of things. We're looking at allocated overhead costs. The county does an A87 plan every year for the state. Those are eligible costs, overhead costs, just like any business would have. And we're kind of summing that all up on an annual basis and then dividing by how many hours do we have available to provide the services that we're trying to recover in fees. That gives us a fully burdened hourly rate. And we multiply that again by how long on average does it take to provide the service. And that sets the maximum fee amount. So our report says, hey, here's the maximum. And then from there, we get into the board gets into a dialogue do we want to go with a maximum or something below? And staff also has some recommendations for that. So one of the last things I always like to point out before we open up for discussion is that we know what the full cost of service is, and we also know what we're currently collecting. And there's usually a gap there. So a common result of any fee study is that some fees need to go up, some fees need to come down, sometimes most of them need to go up. And that gap there, that red arrow, depending on how much of that we're closing through a policy decision, whatever we don't close has to be funded by something other than fees, even though it's a fee-related service. So there's a lot of philosophy that goes into that. And so just like to point that out. So just to summarize, these are cost recovery-based fees that we're looking at here. They can't exceed the full cost of providing services. The degree to which you recover the costs is a policy decision. And some of the things that are considered when setting fees at or below that ceiling are, how much private benefit is the person requesting the service receiving? Are there public safety concerns? Are we competitive? Is the jump too big from where we're at now to full cost recovery? And here is a summary of the results. So this is the annual picture of the results. So surveyor's office right now is recording about $106,000 per year in fee-related revenue. And the full cost of service came out at around $500,000. So the recovery rate in the surveyor for their services is at about 20%. So again, that red arrow is 80% between what we're recovering now and what's eligible for recovery. Here's an example of kind of that line by line or individual fee by fee results. So you can see, for example, the full cost of providing services for the first item on the list is $1,000. And the current fee or deposit is $500. And you can see recovery rates by type of fee. These are for maps. So there's one fee up here that's set by the state, so there is no opportunity to raise the fee, even though the cost might be higher. And then here's a table of results for road name and addressing fees. And you can see that most of the fees in the surveyor need to go up, but there are a couple here that say, hey, you're right at about 100% cost recovery, 102. Sometimes we'll have results that are, 150, 200. Sometimes fees need to come down. So from here, I'll turn it over to Jennifer to cover what staff's initial thoughts are on the results.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. Jennifer Franich, Chief Administrative Office. So staff have a few recommendations and then some requests for board direction based on the study and report prepared by NBS. First, we are hoping that we can get direction from the board on the implementation of the fees. There's countless options, really. You could leave fees as they are for 37% cost recovery, and that's just for surveyor fees, not including GIS. You could increase fees to achieve the full cost recovery as determined in the report. Or you could select an amount in between. And should the board wish to implement the fees as shown in the report to get 100% cost recovery, but avoid a drastic increase to fees, the board could also increase the fees over time. Okay, so we wanted to provide an illustration of just some of the potential options. So you can see there on the left, the current fee, we bring in about $100,000 in fee revenue. And again, this is just for surveyor related fees, not GIS. If we were to go to 100% cost recovery based on what's in the report, the revenue increase would be 166%. So we would be increasing fees by quite a lot. If you wanted to maybe do something in between, you could do something like 50% of implementation of this new fee, and that would be an 84% cost recovery rate, 124% revenue increase, and that would bring it to about $230,000. So there's lots of room in there to, pick a number for us and give us direction, but we just wanted to provide some potential options. And then there are a couple recommendations that staff has. First, we wanted to talk about the deposit amount. A lot of these fees are based on a deposit. So when a customer comes in, they pay the initial fee, and then they're charged after that on an hourly basis based on how long that project takes to complete. The report determined the initial deposit amount for each project type based on the average number of hours that it takes for a certain project type. That is a reasonable amount to go for. However, it's staff's opinion that, some projects do take a lot less time than the average. And if it's a smaller project that takes a lot less time, we don't want to overcharge. So one recommendation that staff wants to make is that the deposit amount be set at about half of the average amount. So you would still be fully recovering your costs if you went for the full fee amount, but we would start with a smaller deposit to make sure that we're not overcharging. The other recommendation we have is cost index. So in the past, the board has directed that a cost increase be built into the fee resolution so that we can continue to keep up with inflation. So based on this direction, staff recommends including language in the final fee resolution that we would bring to you at a later date for an automatic annual cost increase. And then last, I did want to talk a little bit about GIS fees. So the fee study also identified $1.38 million in costs associated with GIS program services. The bulk of that $1.13 million is for GIS support services countywide. And I know from working with the surveyor's office that a lot of that is the maintenance of the system. It takes a lot of time and a lot of work to continue to maintain all of that data in our system. And that's something that we rely on countywide, but it's not a specific service that's provided to any one department or any one developer that comes in. So those are costs that are a lot more difficult to recover. $221,000 is attributed to support for planning and building. And that's based on a lot of those developer projects. So staff is recommending that the board adopt a surcharge per building permit to recover a portion of those costs. We have $10 up there. That's kind of what we're thinking the ballpark would be, but it would also be based off of the planning and building fee study as that portion of the fee study progresses. So that number could change. So that's it as far as recommendations and requests for direction for you. We do have our county surveyor, Brian Fraser, available to answer questions. And we also have Carrie Williams Horn, who's the CFO for Central Services and serves the Surveyor's Office, available on the line.
Thank you, Jennifer. So if I'm understanding this right, there's like 4 different parts to this that you want us to consider, and yeah, okay. Here we go. Supervisor Novosel.
Thank you, Jennifer. Real quick, Jennifer, sorry. Just on that last slide, I'm curious, when you're talking about the $10 surcharge, do you have an idea how much money we would recoup on that $10? If it were at $10, I realize it may vary, it may change, but.
Yes, that would be the 221,000 approximately, and that is just based on a preliminary number of building permits.
Okay, and I don't know who to ask this next question for, but stay up here just in case. And that is, when we asked for this in the past, we've always kind of tried to get up to a point where we can get a full recovery if possible. I don't know how many other departments now we have doing this, but I would say, guess the majority of them are full recovery or getting there. Don, do you know?
I don't know that that's a safe assumption.
Okay,
I can think of several off the top of my head. The board decided not to go full cost recovery.
because of the cost, it was shocking.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to remember, because we would like to get there, but it is shocking. And I know, even like dealing with our, with dealing with our garbage rates and things, being on those JPAs, I've learned that, if you kind of soften the blow by doing it over the years, it's helpful. But the bottom line is you need to recover as much of that cost as possible. Otherwise, they're taking out of our general fund again. So, or wherever. So, I think it is important. Yeah. Conversation.
Good point. Supervisor Hydall.
I guess the question I have is with, if we increase the service fee for all of these activities, will that result in a lowered net county cost? Or will that result in more staffing for the organization? Because obviously with additional funds available, where does it end up in our financial distribution?
It would reduce net county costs. A lot of these services are already currently being provided. We just don't have the fees at this point. The fee structure doesn't allow for us to fully recover the cost.
Okay, so the message there is we have adequate staffing to do the work. We're just not getting the cost recovery. So it's not a combination of the two. It really is a reduction in net county costs. So that I think is important to recognize. The other thing I'll just simply state is I am in full support of cost recovery on these things, recognizing how difficult it is to maintain staffing and salaries and everything else. I believe that CPI cost index should be a part of all of these so that we don't have to revisit it every 3 or 4 years. The one thing that was kind of a surprise to me was based upon the 2018 action that was taken, we only got 37% cost recovery. My expectation would be at least about 50. So it's kind of surprising that even though that increment and change was made, it didn't really get us to where we thought we were going. So I think this more thorough analysis, the study that was done, breaking down the details is very helpful of understanding it. And I'll also say that I'm in favor of looking at maybe graduating those increases. Don't hit everybody at once. We recognize we're in a difficult time right now. So maybe spread them over a 2 or 3, even a 4-year period, because with the additional CPI type of indexing, that's always going to keep pace. It's just how quickly we shift that increase of net count, reduction of net county cost going into our normal funds. So that would be kind of my position on it from a starting point.
I kind of like that too. Supervisor Thomas.
Yes, thank you for this. It's always appreciate the data. And, I think it's important for us all to recognize that our system of government is set up where it's actually, folks are paying for the services that they're getting. And I appreciate that. No one's making money on these services. And yet, so if we don't do a full cost recovery, I think it's also important for folks to know that taxpayer dollars are, supporting and subsidizing these services, which is not entirely fair either. So I do think we need to move toward 100% cost recovery. I like the idea of a phased approach. My question today is, you have in the staff report, perhaps a 4-year phased report with 25 up to 100% cost recovery. Our current fee study that we just finished, that would allow this progression to happen over a 4-year period. How often do we need to do a fee study? Every 5 years. Okay, good. So we can do that perhaps with the cost of living increase as well built into this. Okay, that's kind of where I'm leaning.
Yeah, I'm thinking that
Thank you.
too.
Yeah.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I think we got to do something because I hate to see us pull money out of our general fund where we could be using it for other things. But anyway, one of the things that I'd like to see done, I would like to see, we have an end date on this, especially I'd like to see it 75% and then within 2 years, go to 100%. So that's kind of what my recommendation is.
Okay, and the CAO wanted to chime in and push this button.
I just want to clarify, I don't believe the 25, 50, 75, 100 was meant to say a 4-year
Right, it was not.
implementation timeframe. It's
Right.
just a matrix to show what could happen. But I don't believe staff was making a recommendation.
No, staff
3 to
wasn't making
4
a
years.
recommendation. We just wanted to lay out options for consideration.
It is an option you can do, though. It makes sense, but how aggressive do you want to be is what
Right.
it comes
How
down
many
to.
years we want to get there? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Does the board want to hear some public comment before we really start hashing it out?
Sounds good.
Yeah, please.
Very good. Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Well, that was
Oh,
no
wait, I'm
help.
sorry. I'm sorry. We just had someone raise their hand.
Oh,
Now taking public comment from 390.
Yes, Ken.
Whoa there. Stop the horses. Anyway, Ken Greenwood, District 532. Anyway, I'm glad you're having this discussion because it is important. But it reminds me of my dog chasing its tail to an extent. Okay, we raise our fees for the new services, quote unquote, that are mandated by an overbearing government in Sacramento, 2/3 controlled by those who would tax us forever to death. And it's kind of interesting because for every new program, there's a cost, and then there's a tax or a fee, if you will. And fees really are taxes, but they're just dressed up slightly different. So just keep that in mind during this discussion that somebody got to pay, and that somebody usually is the taxpayers, of which you are members of that class, if you will. So please keep the costs under control is kind of the overall warning or advice or whatever. But also keep in mind that every time you create a new, say like cemetery or this or that or the other thing, it's got to come from somewhere. And you can only go to the well so often, and you might have a drought, if you will, and water levels might be low. So spend wisely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There is no additional public comment.
So, okay, bringing it back to the board. I didn't chime in earlier because I was hoping the public would give us some wisdom. But thank you, Brian, for bringing this item. I know that doing these fee studies is not fun, but we do need to address these things every once in a while. So I appreciate you and your staff, I'm sure, had to do some work to help with the information. So thank you for that. And we need to look at these every once in a while. I did want to ask, it's a weird thing that popped in my head, but right, if we don't charge people fees for a service they receive, then the taxpayers as a whole are subsidizing, which is different than roads, which almost everybody uses in one shape or form. Even if you don't drive on a road, your food gets there, so on a road. So it's different. And I get that. But I wanted to ask the question, it was in one of the slides, is are there any public safety impacts if we were like, would people avoid getting their maps or avoid, is that even possible with all of our processes to get to your final product? In projects and applications, is there any, would people avoid using the surveyor services if these fees got so high? Is that even possible to avoid it though, if you're trying to get something approved, your project or your street address or, because that's the only time I ever had to use your services, I believe, was to get a street address.
So no on most things. Two things, the corner records and the record of surveys, those could be affected because it's kind of up to the surveyor to submit those. They're supposed to submit them, but sometimes you can skirt the gray area and not, but those costs are staying low.
Okay.
So those are still reasonable. We're lower than other counties, significantly lower than Sacramento County. So I don't see that being a problem at all.
Okay, good to know, because I just didn't want to raise them in impact projects or public safety, because that's a big deal too. So I know this is something that's kind of painful, but I feel that we kind of need to get there to full recovery eventually. So I think the big question is, how many years do we want to take to get there maybe, and include the cost index along the way and all that stuff. So, and you didn't really have any thoughts on it either, huh, Brian? I just appreciate you bringing the study. Thank you.
And Brian, your staff does an amazing job. We
Yes.
so appreciate all the support services you give, the county as well as our residents.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm just going to add, you and your staff do an
Yes,
incredible
yes,
job. So
yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
I'd
Absolutely.
like to thank my staff. They do an incredible job.
You guys got to shine when we were doing the redistricting. Wow.
That's awesome.
So, okay, board, what are your thoughts?
I'd like to see, does the staff, Don,
Yeah,
the
he's
CEO's
gonna-
office have any recommendation on that?
Thought you might ask that.
There you go.
Not in the write-up.
No, that's why I'm asking now.
I mean, this purely is a policy decision of the
True.
board. I think for purpose of this conversation, maybe I'm hearing the board agrees with the inflationary adjustment every year. So that's an easy one the staff fully supports. The $10 surcharge, we recommend you do that as well.
That makes sense.
So then it's how, and I'm hearing full cost recovery. As your CAO, I'm always going to advocate for full cost recovery.
Right.
How aggressive do you want to be to get there? I think it is a huge jump to go to full cost recovery right now, simply because it's
Oh.
been so long.
Yeah.
I appreciated Supervisor Turnbow's comment, maybe up to 75% in year one, and then 100% in year two. That's pretty aggressive. If you don't want to be that aggressive, go 50% year one, 75% year two, and 100% year three. I don't like. the
I'm
idea
liking
of
that
one.
I'm leaning
I
toward
am
that
too.
one in today's
That's easing
climate.
into it a
We
little
need to
better.
stop. I mean, if we are getting a
Yeah.
session, I mean,
Yeah.
guys, we just decided not to do $9 fee. and we're
I
like,
Yeah.
understand,
$100,
I understand.
so.
but I think this is very critical.
You got us going in the right direction, George.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
And
Yeah.
then the $10 surcharge on, each building permit only gets us $221,000. Is there any other for the GIS surprised the heck out of me. I had no idea that we weren't, recovering our costs on that hardly at all. And yet GIS is everywhere and used for everything on every committee I'm on now, fire, water, you name it, we're all using that. So how do we get to cost recovery on the GIS one? Was that clear enough in there? Did I miss it?
I think the same approach would apply, right? Just the numbers are different, but maybe I'm wrong.
GIS, in my experience, is a tricky one because there's a countywide benefit, a countywide support of that. So I think what the department wanted to do here was carve out the development services related piece of that, which we've done. And then on the slide, there were some support to external agencies and some things that they could directly bill. So that added another, I think, $25,000 or so there where they see opportunities. And then the rest of it, one option is to implement something like an internal service charge based on a work order system. And that might get you some incremental recovery from other sources of funding like grants or special revenue funds and so forth on a measured basis. But I think that's that's something completely outside of a fee study. That's like an internal
Right.
fee study, but I just wanted to offer that that's a common approach in other agencies.
So I think the way I try to articulate that is you have departments who use GIS services. And they're getting more and more common, right? As people become more familiar with GIS. But let's say a Health and Human Services program wants to use GIS services. A lot of those are state and federally funded programs. So I would suggest the board authorized have to be as aggressive as we can in using those funding streams to offset the costs at GIS. That will require some conversation with the auditor's office because of internal charging and shifting. But I think that's the direction we should go.
Okay. How do we put that in our motion today?
I think that's beyond today, isn't it?
I think that we're looking for direction. So direct staff to pursue
Internal.
the full cost recovery for GIS from departments who utilize those services.
Okay.
County departments.
County departments.
County departments.
Right, my caution there is that I don't want us charging each other. That's the problem we've had with administration fees is it can get costly for our internal departments. And that makes me a little nervous. I say if we can get cost recovery, I would put that in there as an asterisk. If we get cost recovery from outside funding, but for it to be a part of their department expenses, I think is asking a lot.
So I would agree we shouldn't be a general fund department like the sheriff that's primarily general fund using GIS. I mean, he has his own, this isn't a perfect example, but a general fund department just shifting the money that's administratively burdensome and doesn't
Right.
benefit us anything.
Right.
But if we're talking grants, I believe public health realignment, social services realignment, those state funded mandated programs that we're required to implement.
Yeah.
it
Sure,
sa-
but
it
that
saves your
would be
general
my
fund.
That's
caution is to
prudent
make
to
sure
go
that
after
that's-
those.
Right.
Cost recovery for
Just
those. Yes.
Just those. not-
So we can put that in our direction then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So does everybody feel like we have direction, kind of, sort of?
Sure.
Kim, were you following us? And I guess we need to see, and we'll clarify it here for you. John will.
So
clarify what it
basically
is.
what I have, the direction that you're giving staff is to include the inflationary adjustment, to include the $10 surcharge, to pursue full cost recovery with 50% the first year, 75% the second year, and 100% the third year, and to direct staff to propose full cost recovery from county departments, non-general fund departments for GIS.
Okay, good. And then does that also address
Excellent.
that deposit amount? Is that kind of, was that
good point.
also included in that direction too?
That was not. So
And I
think
would,
that-
I would also
50%.
add move that we move to deposit, have a set amount of deposit set at 50% of the average hours.
Okay.
I thought you were making that
Oh,
motion.
right. That's
Yeah.
what it was.
Mhm.
So when are you making that motion?
Oh, I guess so.
Okay,
Sure.
Perfect.
I'll second
And
that.
Jennifer, did we cover everything? We got them all?
Yeah, it
Okay.
sounded like.
It was a pretty long list.
Nicole, were we missing one, Nicole?
What did we miss?
Really well.
Oh, yeah, just can make
Please,
sure.
yeah.
Make sure we
Because
get.
we
it
wanna make sure we get
inclusive
them
if
all.
need to.
And hopefully hopefully I create solutions, not confusion. When you set the fee at 50% of the average hours, it is a deposit. So staff can still bill when they go over that amount. So just, that means that the next year it will go to a deposit based on 75% of the average hours and then 100%.
Right, so the deposit will
Right.
go up.
Yeah, so you're not,
Yes.
it's like year one, year two, year three, you're not capping the deposit forever to be set at 50% of the average hours.
It's
Right?
On the
adjusted with
deposit amount?
implementation.
Only in year one.
Yes.
So
I
your fees
That's
are,
not how I read it.
The deposit will be 50%
Okay.
of the cost.
yeah.
So that shouldn't.
We're gonna get some clarification.
Okay.
So that's so basically staff looked at the report that MBS prepared for us, and that was, one place where we wanted to take the information that we were given, but kind of go a slightly different direction. So I think the idea would be, we would keep it at 50% of the average number of hours that it takes for a given
That's different than-
service.
Okay.
Yeah, so the fee would increase the deposit amount would increase along with the fees over the 3-year period, but we would keep it at the 50%
Threshold.
Yes.
Deposit. Okay.
Good.
Great. That's exactly what I meant. So thank you for
I think
clarifying.
we-
Thank you for the clarity, yes.
It's 50%. So
There's
we
a lot
just
of
wanted
percents
to bring
there.
clarity to this. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I think that
Sounds
sounds
good.
Did we get a second? I'll second if nobody
seconded already.
Done.
There we go.
Okay.
Good. Okay. And then Kim, we have clarity on that then, right? We had all the others. You want to make sure?
So adding to the direction that there will be a deposit, or the motion, that there will be a deposit set at 50% for the average hours. Yep.
All right. Very good. I like it. I think that was,
Vote on it?
yep. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5-0 unanimous. Thank you, guys. Good conversation. And thank you for bringing the item. Much
Yeah.
appreciated. Okay. That was 28. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 26.
Item 26 comes from the Department of Transportation recommending the board, 1, recognize Natalie Porter, supervising civil engineer, on her retirement from El Dorado County after 18 and a half years of service, and approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing Natalie's dedication to public service and congratulate her on her retirement.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. Last week, I came up here with a more joyful glow because we were welcoming a new project, start of a new construction. Well, today is a little bit more somber mood because we're having to say goodbye. We're having to say goodbye to a great engineer, a great manager, a wonderful grandma, and an amazing person. Natalie Porter has worked over 18 years with El Dorado County, yet her experience with El Dorado County started back in 1990. After a brief stint in private industry, Natalie decided to come back to El Dorado County in 2013, where she has been with us ever since, working for either the planning department or the Department of Transportation. And we're very lucky that she did come back to work for us because her institutional knowledge, her experience, her concepts of traffic engineering principles are by far greater than those of any other employee that has ever worked for El Dorado County. I have a funny story. When I first came to work for El Dorado County 5 years ago, someone informed me, oh, you have somebody who's a registered traffic engineer. So I was very eager to speak to her and talk traffic engineering talk. And in our meeting, I mentioned to her my experience with synchronization in traffic engineering. And then she rattled off variables, calculations, analysis, reports, studies, and how that all equated to our experiences in El Dorado County and put it together with Measure E, Measure Y. And literally it made my head spin at that point. Oh, and don't get her started with acronyms. I mean, she blows me away in the amount of acronyms she has in her mind by memory. At that point, I recognized I was very fortunate to have her working for me, but not just myself. The Department of Transportation has been very fortunate to have her. El Dorado County has been extremely fortunate to have her working for us. And if the Board of Supervisors was to have asked me 2 years ago, what are you going to do if Natalie Porter decides to retire early? I think I would have told you, well, then I'm leaving with her because I can't do my job without her.
You did say that.
I
at one
think I
meeting.
did. And so over the course of the last 2 years, Natalie has done a great job of educating her staff, empowering them, elevating them, instilling a pride and ownership that she has for this county. And it shows. And I think her staff that are here today, I think would all be able to say comfortably in public that we are okay with Natalie leaving. Although in private, I think we're freaking out. But that's okay because I have her cell phone number. I know where she lives and I know where her husband works. So one way or another, I'm getting a hold of Natalie, but all joking aside, Natalie, you'll be sorely missed. Thank you very much for all your work, all your dedication to this county. So with that said, Madam Chair, if you will allow Supervisor Heidel, who's had a long working standing relationship with Natalie, to read the proclamation, who's also got a engineering background, to read the proclamation, we could go from there.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you. So it is my distinct pleasure, from an engineer to an engineer, to recognize Natalie's 18 and a half years of service. So the proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado in the recognition of Natalie Porter, retiring after 18 and a half years of outstanding public service. Whereas in 1990, Natalie Porter began her career with the El Dorado County Department of Transportation, leaving for a time in 2000 to work in private consulting. However, to the delight of the county, she returned in 2013. During Natalie's time with the county, her roles and responsibilities have increased, and in 2021, she was promoted to supervising civil engineer over development and transportation. Whereas Natalie's expertise as a traffic engineer and institutional knowledge of El Dorado counties was instrumental in coordinating and completing the 2020 Traffic Impact Mitigation Program Major Update. And whereas Natalie has been an integral part of the development and implementation of the county's annual Transportation Capital Improvement Plan. And whereas Natalie has been a key principal in developing and managing the county's travel demand model, which is relied upon by virtually every development and transportation project within the county. And whereas Natalie has been central in implementing county general plan transportation policies, ensuring compliance with advanced voter initiatives, and coordinating statewide legislative changes, i.e. Measure Y, Measure E, VMT, et cetera. And there's those acronyms, it just goes on and on. And whereas Natalie has been crucial in the development of the county's Intelligent Transportation System, ITS, program, which will assimilate live traffic data to coordinate traffic signal timing, optimizing traffic flow and efficiency. And whereas Natalie has been an important liaison coordinating with the El Dorado County Transportation Commission, Sacramento Area Council of Governments, and Caltrans in developing and implementing regional transportation plans, and including the active transportation plan and regional transportation improvement programs. And whereas on June 3rd, 2022, Natalie will bring to a close her career in public service, taking with her the well-earned respect and admiration of her colleagues and the residents of El Dorado County because of her leadership, strong work ethic, adaptability, and this is the one I like, and kindness. Do it with kindness. Very well done. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of El Dorado County acknowledges Natalie Porter for her many years of dedicated public service and valuable contributions to the community with great appreciation.
Very good. Natalie,
Very
did
good.
you want to say anything? You don't have to. We never want anyone to be feel like they have to, but you're more than welcome.
They need a translator.
Yeah. You okay?
I lost my voice yesterday.
Oh, no.
But I wanted to thank you, and I'm really honored and humbled by all this. And okay, now I'm getting emotional. There's a lot of milestones in my career that are tied to things that happened at the county. When I first started here in 1990, my first day of work was my sister's birthday. We moved into Building C when I was pregnant with my daughter. So I know exactly when that building was built. When Measure E was approved, I was on our 30th anniversary trip in Paris, and I was looking at my email going, oh, yes. So different things that are kind of tied into what I have, but I did want to thank you all for this honor, and thank you to all the people who I've worked with. It's been a pleasure working with the people here in El Dorado County. And I really appreciate all the support from my bosses, and especially from the admin staff that I've had over the years that have made me look really good with my reports. They kind of cleaned it up, especially some people who have retired, like Jean Warner and Cindy Johnson and Julie Millard and Lindsay Tolman right now. They help clean up my grammar. And just all the bosses that I've had over the years. Everybody's been very supportive, and I really do appreciate all this. And a special thank you to my husband and my kids. And my kids are on Zoom. They're making comments to us.
There you go.
You know, and I think my mom's watching too, so hopefully she is. But I just wanted to thank you, and I really appreciate as I go into this new time in our life when I get to spend more time with the grandkids. So we have 4 now. And so it should be, I think I'm going to be just as busy, just a different kind of busy. So, but I do thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and take public comment before we bring it back to the board, and then we'll adopt the proclamation.
Now taking public comment on item number 26. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, former Department of Transportation engineer. I was there in 1990 when she came in. She didn't know anything. From my perspective, I saw the potential though immediately. Social skills, her ability to analyze things. She was a contributor right from the get-go, 1990. When she left, what was that, 2013? Actually, that's when she came back. When she left, 2000, 10 years she had been there. What a bad situation for us. I mean, from a department perspective, it was not a good time because she had grown into the employee that you are respecting today by this honor. But we didn't want her to go. But it was time because she needed to, and she realized in her career, her husband's been in the private sector, Steve's been in the private sector. So her going to the private sector gave her that additional education. And Supervisor Heidel, you know what that means when you move into the private sector, it's pretty important. So in my knowing her all these years, she waited for me to leave, then she came back. Because I left in 2012, she came back in 2013. But when I heard she was back, I thought, no, this is great. The county's gonna have somebody that knows the things from what she learned in that original 10 years. And now she comes back with the private sector perspective. Also traffic engineer, as Raphael has said, that's pretty special when you're a licensed traffic engineer, and certainly having her here with this department has been a very important contribution that she's made. But I'm sure you will miss her because I've seen her now perform, at least a month during the month. I've been at the Board of Supervisors many times, and she's always straight on, and she answers your questions. And you will miss her. And I think we'll all miss her. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Hello, Claudia Wade. I had the pleasure of working with Natalie. I left about 5 years ago. I started with the county in 2007. And about 2012, 2012, the county determined they were going to move forward to have a child demand model in-house. We're going to work on a major update to the fee program and to the CIP. We were blessed to have Natalie come on board with her knowledge of the area, her traffic engineering expertise, having worked in the private sector, very familiar with the community. She was a true blessing and really helped us accomplish what our goals were. She is a person with high integrity, very kind, very intelligent. She was very much an honor to have her, having worked with her. And I think the community was very fortunate to have Natalie working with El Dorado County for as long as she did. And when she started, she said, I'm only going to be here 3 years. Like, no, I have a few more family things, 2 more family goals, maybe another 2 years. So El Dorado County had the privilege of having her for another 10 years. So it was a privilege working with Natalie. And congratulations on this wonderful goal obtained.
Thank you, Claudia.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. Natalie, worked with you through the years and seen your work primarily, honestly. And take it while you can, for sure. Retirement's a good thing. Not going to Building C, and I remember that move. It was quite quick, chaotic. And I remember them saying, "Oh, there'll never be anybody dangerous here at the court room," when they moved in. Also, remember that. And then the fumigation and all those times in between. But anyway, do enjoy your retirement. Play with those grandchildren, and have a good time. And how you put up with it that long is always a question, but it sounds like you have a good, you've always had that good attitude that they were looking for. Anyway, thank you very much for your service, and again, have a great time. See ya.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Laura Bretbaum.
Thank you, board. We are truly losing one of the good guys, one of the good people. There's an old movie called The Day the Earth Stood Still. I think we ought to try to find a way to make that happen so that we can keep the good people. Natalie has always been so responsive and so positive and always trying to find a way to yes. And that's one of the things that I so respect about her. I want to congratulate her and thank her so much for her service to El Dorado County and to our community. So enjoy your retirement, Natalie. And thanks for all of your hard work.
Thank you, Laurel.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, with that, we'll bring it back to the board, and it is an action item. I'm going to start it off.
Go ahead.
Go. Natalie, thank you so much. I have appreciated your patience with when I didn't understand one of those traffic-y whatever fee things or the housing data to go with the traffic-y fee thing. You were really awesome about responding and setting up a time to talk to me and help me get it in here, because those are really complex issues, quite honestly. And it just really helps us with better decision-making when we understand what we're talking about. So thank you for that. And enjoy the grandbabies.
Natalie, congratulations. Enjoy your retirement. I just want to say, I've always been so impressed by your demeanor. You know, you've just got this even keel, even at times when we didn't have such an even keel audience, you were always right there very calmly explaining the situation. And I can't tell you how impressed and how valuable that was for us to have that kind of responsible and such a knowledgeable voice and in such a calm direction. I love that about you. That was just wonderful. So enjoy your retirement. I'm right behind you. Go enjoy those grandkids. And
keep bringing that up.
I know, I keep bringing it up. Why? But you enjoy your time. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Natalie, it's been a pleasure to really know you. You know, you've a lot of stuff that you've done for El Dorado County. You've been a blessing for El Dorado County. And, you know, congratulations in your retirement and God bless you.
Supervisor Thomas.
Almost 2 decades of service is an incredible gift to El Dorado County. And that's not something to be taken lightly. And just know that you are leaving behind a legacy of projects and with your decisions and your impact, that our residents will benefit for generations because of your work. Your work greatly matters and it's integral to almost everything we do, whether it's building and planning or our traffic network. I mean, you touch so many areas and have touched so many areas of our county. So just know that your 18 and a half years here has greatly mattered and will matter for generations to come. And, you know, life is full of many chapters, and I'm sure today is bittersweet. It's hard to say goodbye, and yet each new chapter brings, you know, increased blessings and opportunities. So may you be blessed in your journey ahead, and just know that you have our deep gratitude for your years of service here.
I agree, Natalie, all of your years of service have been outstanding. And I do want to pull a little bit on what Chris had said. And what I've found is if you change some roles or jobs, and you move from maybe the public sector to the private sector, you take on a whole new learning curve. And you learn things about what the reality is when you're dealing with a client who's trying to get something advanced, as opposed to a public agency which is reviewing and approving. So I think that interlude you took away from El Dorado County and then coming back is huge from the standpoint you got a broader understanding of how things really work in the real world, right? Whereas for people that spend their whole career in one organization, they never get the opportunity to see how that other side operates. So I think that's outstanding. The other thing I'll reflect upon is the TDM. Having done a lot of software engineering related work in my career. When the novel approach came up of let's do a model and have a TDM thing so that we can put variables into it, do sensitivity studies and all those, that was an outstanding step forward in terms of El Dorado County's ability to analyze traffic situations. And then reflecting back on the Green Valley Road study that was done, which was fairly thorough in terms of understanding all of the intersections and egress and ingress and stuff, and being able to use that in part to calibrate that model to bring it into better compliance from the standpoint of, okay, now it has been tested in a couple of areas where we've had very detailed data to get it calibrated to the point that we have a lot more confidence. I mean, that was great steps forward. You were in the middle of all that, as was Claudia. I don't want to ignore Claudia's contribution as well. It was a team that made all that happen. And it was a major step forward for El Dorado County. So again, much appreciation. I know you're going to appreciate your time with your grandkids. The retirement phase is fantastic. You get to plan what you want to do, but be aware we have an ability to declare a crisis declaration and to force things to happen that would not normally happen. So stay tuned. I'm not sure how we do that, Raphael, but be thinking about it, okay? But again, heartfelt thanks for all that you've contributed to El Dorado County, the kindness, the demeanor, just you're always so patient with everyone, and it's much, much appreciated. So thank you. And with that, I'll move the proclamation.
There it is. And I'd like to second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. It passed unanimously.
And let me award the proclamation. if
Oh,
that's
very
okay.
good. Yes, yes, yes. Photo op. Who's doing the photo? Here comes Dawn.
With sincere appreciation for all of the many years of service. Here's the proclamation awarded by the Board of Supervisors. Get over here. Here we go. All right, thank you.
All right. With that, we are going to move on to item 27.
Item 27 comes from Supervisor Parlin, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing May 30th of 2022 as Memorial Day in El Dorado County.
Very good. Okay, that's me. Well, as chair, this is one of the great honors that I get to do is to read the proclamation at our ceremonies for Veterans Day on, gosh, it's coming up so fast. Where's this year going, you guys? But it's coming up on Monday. I have the information here. I guess I'll just do that now. On Memorial Day at 11 o'clock, 1100 hours at our Veterans Monument will be our Memorial Day ceremonies. There will be flyovers, parade of flags, bugle calls, And then it sounds like there's going to be some dedication and memorial bricks, some new bricks out there. So it'll be quite lovely. I've been to these before and just really appreciate everyone's support for our veterans. And then it says veterans who served between 1955 and 75 during the Vietnam War will receive the nation's Vietnam War service pin and be thanked for their service and sacrifices. So it'll be a really special
There
day.
will be also service on the east slope.
Oh,
at
very
Happy
good.
Homes. I will be
Right.
there.
At the Happy Homestead, you said?
Cemetery.
Yeah.
At the
Yes,
Hampton-
Happy Homestead,
Yeah,
11 o'clock.
and also Wendy's going to read the proclamation.
So glorious.
Lori is?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. I thought a Memorial Day.
Well, you know what? We had a little bit of confusion about that. So we decided as chair, I would do that this year.
Oh, okay. All right.
And then
Because I was
next
told
year-
something different, so that's
Okay.
all right.
Very good. So with that, I'll read the proclamation so that we can adopt it.
Okay.
It's a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado proclaiming May 30th, 2022 Memorial Day in honor of those who answered the call to defend our freedoms. Whereas on this Memorial Day, we remember all who have died, all who are still missing, and all who mourn. And on this day, especially, the citizens of El Dorado County remember our fallen sons and daughters who have given their lives defending freedom in all of our nation's conflicts. Whereas on this solemn day in which Americans unite in remembrance of our country's fallen, we also pray for our military personnel and their families, our veterans, and all who have lost loved ones. As a grateful nation, we forever carry the selfless sacrifice of our fallen heroes in our hearts, and we share the task of caring for those they left behind. Whereas it is our charge to preserve liberty, to advance justice, and to sow the seeds of peace. With courage and devotion worthy of the heroes we remember today, let us rededicate ourselves to those unending tasks. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado do hereby proclaim Memorial Day, May 30th, 22, as a day of hope for permanent peace, and let us recommit to upholding the enduring principles that our country lives for and that our fellow citizens have fought and died for. Above all, we can honor those we have lost by living up to the ideals they died defending. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado at a regular meeting held 24th day of May 2022. And with that, I think we'll take public comment first, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
Now
Very
taking,
good.
now taking public comment on item number 27. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, good morning. My name is Gary Campbell. I'm the president of the El Dorado County Veterans Alliance. It's a not well-known fact, but I think most of us do know it, that El Dorado County is home to over 17,000 veterans, the largest per capita population of veterans in the state and one of the highest in the nation. Many reasons. One of them is the support, the recognition is given by this body over the years, making veterans feel welcome, making El Dorado County a veteran-friendly county. For that, my profound appreciation, and I appreciate all the support we've had over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Thanks, Gary.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Thank you very much. Ken Greenwood, District 5. This is a humble situation here. The original order for Decoration Day was done back in 1868. This was following the Civil War and the carnage and sacrifice and was to be recognized. And it goes back to that time. It's not just a 3-day weekend. It's not time for barbecues and stuff like that. It's a time to honor the people who have fallen in combat. Versus Armed Forces Day, which was last Saturday. That's for people who are currently serving. Veterans Day is to honor those who served. This is the most important, if you will, day to remember those who actually died in combat. My uncle was shot down over France August 2nd, 1944. And he's buried at the cemetery on the bluff overlooking the beaches at Normandy. I do hope I can go there someday. I went to Arlington a year ago, May, and saw, I don't know how many tens of thousands of headstones. I couldn't believe it, but I did go to my uncle's commanding officer, who is buried there, and stood by his grave and reminded him of his co-worker, if you will, comrade flying that P-47, who was one of the 85% casualties in those fighter bombers. Omar Bradley suggested that they turned around the German offensive that could have easily pushed Allied forces back into the Atlantic. Anyway, again, this is the most somber, most important of days that we can possibly so-called celebrate or commemorate, really is the word. Also, Vietnam, the former slaves actually buried and reburied a number of Union soldiers during the war
Thank
and
you,
shortly
Ken.
thereafter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, bringing it back to the board.
I would just like to recognize as well that El Dorado County is a Purple Heart County. You see it before you come in the boardroom unless it's been moved or something, but I think that's an important recognition as well. So I think as Gary very well stated, El Dorado County for many, many decades has recognized the importance of our veterans and really encouraged the support of veterans within our county. So thank you, Gary, for all your years of service.
I appreciated Ken Greenwood's words, and it's so important that every year we have this somber reminder that the privileges and freedoms that we take for granted came at a really heavy cost. And it is our duty to remember and to honor that cost.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about my family. You know, my great-great-great-grandfather fought for the Northern Army and represented El Dorado County. That time he was a wagon master scout that brought the 8 wagon trains across the Oregon Trail. But also my grandfather and my great uncle, which fought in World War I. My Uncle Warren, which who fought in World War II, was on the USS Millette that brought the 4th Marines into Hiroshima. And my dad, one of the chosen few.
Yeah, I just want to, again, state that we are going to also have a recognition up in Lake Tahoe at Happy Homestead, 11 o'clock on Monday. I'll be there. You know, it's always, I always participate in that up there. And, you know, they're a great group. The BFW is going to be there to help preside over that. And you always get a great amount of people up there. You know, it's not everybody else just on vacation. They're there to honor those that have fallen and, you know, given up their lives for our country. It's so important. So thank you to all the veterans. And in recognition, I have a new Veterans Affair Commissioner came in
That's
today.
right. That's right.
First female veteran, I believe, in the veterans for a long time. So
Yeah,
very
very
happy to
good.
see her come aboard.
Yeah, that's very exciting.
Very good.
Very good.
Yep, thank you.
And as the proclamation said, we really are a grateful nation. So with that, I'd like to move that we adopt the item.
I'll second
All in favor, say aye.
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 Pass unanimously. Thank you, Gary, and I'll see you on Monday, I guess.
Thanks, Gary.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, we're doing really good this morning, you guys. Wow, I didn't think it was
Yeah,
gonna work
we're
out.
moving right through.
I was like, what the what? Okay, so we're gonna move on to our 11 a.m. item number 29.
Item 29 comes from the Community Corrections Partnership, CCP Executive Committee, recommending the board consider the following. 1, review and accept the recommended Community Corrections Public Safety Realignment Budget. And 2, review and approve the recommended items to fund from the board of the state and community corrections planning and training grant programs.
Do you have the PowerPoint, Kim? Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Brian Richard, Chief Probation Officer and Chair of the Community Corrections Partnership. Good morning, good to see you all.
Morning, Brian.
Good morning. So unfortunately, I've gotten to that point where I have to wear these down here in order to see you and this simultaneously.
Yes.
So
I'm with you.
hopefully my my boys aren't watching this morning because they like to comment on that when I'm around the house. Outstanding. Okay, so for quick context, just a reminder of why we're here today. Back in 2011, the state of California passed the public safety realignment legislation that realigned a lot of what the state had been providing as services in state prisons and through parole to local communities. And in so doing, set up in local communities what they referred to as the Community Corrections Partnership, which actually was a group of practitioners, local practitioners in corrections and health and elsewhere that was set up to handle revenue that came in from Senate Bill 678, a prior piece of legislation to Assembly Bill 109. So the Community Corrections Partnership was an existing entity, and the legislature decided to leverage that entity in managing the realignment of the state practices to local government. The reason that matters is that the Community Corrections Partnership has been around for quite some time and has been successfully orchestrating and coordinating in partnership a lot of activities around community corrections and detention corrections in our local jails. What public safety realignment essentially did was it realigned elements of the prison system to local jails in what was now referred to as local prison, commitments to prison, but not off to the state, commitments to prison in our local jails. And then subsequent to that created what we refer to in the business as a tail or a supervision period for people after they are released from custody locally into the community. And that responsibility was given to the probation department, along with another population that's referred to as the post-release community supervision group. And those are the former parolees, those that were being supervised by state parole. That group does go to state prison, is returned back to the community, and is supervised by your probation department. Those groups are in addition to the groups that we had already been serving, the formal felony population, which are those people that are eligible for state prison, are not committed to state prison, are not committed to local prison, but receive some term of jail stay typically, but not always, and then are released into the community or returned to the community after an arrest, and then are supervised by the probation department. So that would be your traditional formal felony probation. What the probation department here does not do, and what most probation departments in the state do not do, is supervise the mass majority of misdemeanors in the community. Misdemeanors are typically managed by the court supervision process. They're placed on probation, put into the community, and then they have sets of terms and conditions that they are responsible to the court for. And those individuals will be returned to court if arrested again or found in violation of the terms and conditions. But frankly, probation departments across the state simply don't have the resources to manage misdemeanor populations, regardless of their level of risk to reoffend. Now, there are some exceptions to that rule. There are some high-risk misdemeanors that the court does ask us to supervise. And we typically find the resources to go ahead and supervise those high-risk misdemeanors. You might think of a high-risk domestic violence misdemeanor or a high-risk DUI misdemeanor as the type of case that we would monitor. Along with public safety realignment came a couple of funding streams. You have our, which is the primary reason we're here today, is to talk about budget. But those two funding streams are your program funds, which is the lion's share of the money that comes from the state through tax proceeds to each local community to manage this population, as well as a local planning and implementation grant, which is a fairly nominal amount of money. It's about $100,000. And as long as we agree to report certain data elements to the state, in return, they grant us some planning and implementation money. It was ostensibly set up to just be 1, 2, or 3 year planning money, but it has gone on in perpetuity for each and every year and is set aside in a separate account for us to utilize specifically for planning and training purposes. I mentioned that that this is a partnership. We are in our 11th year, or ending our 11th year of partnership here in June. And as you can see from your screens, the partnership is largely made up of Health and Human Services, Probation, Sheriff, the Bridge House, which is operated by the Probation Department, the Community Correction Center, which is operated by the Probation Department, and the Northern California Construction Training Academy, which is a separate entity, EDCO, which is obviously a separate entity, in partnership in the development of a workforce training program that we operate out of an EDCO site in Diamond Springs and is operated by the NCCT. For 22-23, we have a couple of new partnerships that you can see there on the screen. We've recently signed agreements with the Sacramento County Office of Education, which I have shared with you before, and the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. Couple things about that, just a quick reminder. So the Division of Adult Parole Operation, which is DAPO, is a subdivision of CDCR and is responsible for parole, essentially. DAPO, like probation, is an entity that connects people with resources in the community and provides community supervision for the parole population. What DAPO doesn't have is an on-the-ground presence in each and every county in the state, including here in El Dorado County. So there is no parole office here in El Dorado County. The closest place that DAPO actually operates is out of Auburn, and the next closest place is in Sacramento. As you can imagine, if your probation department were located in Placer County or in Sacramento County, the level of supervision that we could provide as probation officers would be strained at best. And to connect people with resources and ensure that they stayed connected and engaged in those resources would be impossible. Well, that's parole's situation. It's almost, if not impossible, for them to ensure that people stay engaged in resources. Anecdotally, we had a case come up just the other day where a constituent brought to my attention that there was a person who had been arrested in her neighborhood as a result of essentially what I'm going to say was surveilling properties in her neighborhood, maybe looking for potential opportunities. Had been shooed away by the sheriff's department and returned a little while later and arrested for trespassing on a property and was booked in our local jail. She asked if it was one of our supervised residents, and after some investigation, we figured out who this person was and found out that they were being supervised by parole, not probation. They had been sentenced to state prison, but received a paper commitment, meaning they were sentenced to state prison, but never actually sent to state prison. They stayed in our local jail, finished their state prison commitment in our local jail, and were released directly from our jail back into the community under parole supervision. That's not an uncommon thing. It happens regularly because sometimes prison commitments are just so short and the credits are so high that by the time you get through the court process, you've committed or you've finished your commitment in state prison in your local jail while you're going through the court process. So released to the community, time served, and the parole agent was discovered to be out of San Jose. A little difficult to manage your case out of San Jose.
Right.
So in recognition of these various circumstances of limitations that parole has, the probation department engaged DAPO and said, is there a way for us to offer services to parolees in El Dorado County so that we can help move them towards the recidivism reduction process? And they said, well, you know, we've done something similar in Placer County where we have contracted with the Placer County Probation Department to provide services directly to parolees through their community corrections center. Said, well, would you be open to that here in El Dorado County? And they said they would. So we signed a revenue agreement with the Division of Adult Parole Operations, where they're going to pay El Dorado County to provide services directly to parolees through our community corrections center. The real upshot is they're also going to be providing staffing to that site that will help provide services directly to both probationers and parolees. So we're getting kind of a double bonus from the state in that they're paying us to provide the services we already provide to our population. We're just going to be expanding those services to be providing them to the parole population as well without any additional cost to the county. And they will be providing staff to us that we can take advantage of in our community correction center. So it's a win-win-win circumstance in that ultimately we're getting services to an at-risk population who hopefully won't find themselves under arrest because they're trespassing on people's property in perhaps looking for opportunities to alleviate whatever circumstances they're dealing with. So I also mentioned the Sacramento County Office of Education because in addition to our agreement with DAPO, we've developed an agreement through SCOE with the understanding of our El Dorado County Office of Education, who does not engage in this business. SCOE also provides services directly to Placer County Probation through their Community Correction Center. And we are contracting with them to come in and provide services directly with our parole population and our probation population, and it's being paid for by the state. So no additional cost to the county, but additional resources that we're bringing into our day reporting center. So we're trying to build, scale out, add additional resources without additional cost to our realignment budget. So far, so good. So a little bit about the supervision population in El Dorado County, because we have gotten a little bit more able to report on data elements that I think you'll find of interest in your county. And I want to put all of this into context. We in El Dorado County still benefit from one of the lowest felony offense rates in the state of California. I've often compared El Dorado County to Shasta County because I've had experience in both counties and being the chief probation officer of both. And the counties are almost identical in size. We're about 190,000 residents here. Shasta County is about 189,000 residents last time I checked. It's a slightly dissimilar demographic in that Shasta County deals with more poverty, deals with lower education, higher rates of obesity and other health-related issues. But all in all is a conservative community with strong law enforcement principles and strong practices in conservative application of corrections and health. Typically, when you look at the numbers comparing El Dorado County to Shasta County, they have twice as many felony offenses as we do here. They have twice as many on parole. They have twice as many on probation. They also get twice as much revenue when it comes from the state, but that's because it's in order to service that population. But nevertheless, the point is that we have an extremely well-managed county when it comes to criminal justice and corrections. We have the benefit of not having instances of offense occur in the first place, and largely probably due to our demographic makeup here in the county, but because we have really a strong law enforcement presence and a strong corrections presence in the county as well. As you can see, we're giving you numbers between 2016 and 2021. And you're able to see that of the three populations that I'm talking about, the formal felony or the traditional probationers, the mandatory supervision, those people that went to local prison and then were released on a tail of supervision at the back end, and those that are on post-release community supervision. Those are the blue, orange, and green bars respectively. And you can see the overall population as it's trended over the last 6 years from 2016 to 2021. And you can see that we've essentially trended up just a bit in the formal felony cases. We are trending right in the middle on our mandatory supervision cases, and our post-release community supervision cases have dipped a bit, but that's because they ballooned in 2020. And you can imagine why that was, because you were reading the news and were aware of all the prison releases taking place. Well, that affected all populations from parole to PRCS. And so the PRCS population grew during 2020 as early releases were being meted out as a result of COVID and trying to reduce the populations in the prison. Overall, our probation supervision cases, I'm going to focus just on the traditional probation supervision for a moment. You've got about 735 cases under formal supervision in the county. These are just adult cases, by the way, about 184 under bench warrant and about 60 in custody currently between our two jails, or perhaps even in a jail outside of the county, and a couple of folks pending release. And then your mandatory supervision, or also known as the 1170H population, and your PRCS population. So those are the numbers being supervised actively in the community right now versus those that are, as we like to say, in the wind versus those that are in custody. Just because it's interesting, we have 86% of our population on the West Slope, 14% of our population in the Basin. I think most people probably are aware, but I'll tell you that the numbers are 88% and 12% is the general population split between the county. So we're pretty much in alignment with the population, the general population split in the county. Probation completions from 2016 to 2021. You can see that the dark bar on the left are the successful completions of probation, and the lighter bar on the right are the unsuccessful completions of probation. Unsuccessful might be those that are revoked and sentenced to prison, that might have gone to off probation and into the county jail or into county prison. Or terminated and sentenced for any other sort of reason where we've deemed them to be an unsuccessful termination of probation. They didn't meet the terms and conditions of their probation, but they may have expired their time on probation. As you can see, our success rate dipped back in 2017 and then began a steady increase up to 2021. And right now, last year, we had a 79% successful completion rate for those on probation, which is pretty strong relative to other areas of the state.
Is it what factor that explained the 2017 change? Was there some new legislation going on? Was there something that really explained that? I'm sorry.
Is there anything that can help us define why it dropped in 2017?
Not that I'm aware of. We've got a couple of anomalies in 2017, and they may be reporting anomalies because there was a system change in 2017. So we're tracking that down. I've asked the question about the anomalies in that 1 year.
Okay.
That may not be an anomaly. That may be the actual number, but we've got to verify it just because we had a system change at that point between 16 and 17.
But you've looked at it, obviously, so thank you for that. So
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Supervision to prison. So the reason this matters is because one of the things that we are graded on, if you will, financially, in the amount of money we receive from the state through SB 678 proceeds to the probation department, is the number of people that we fail on probation and send to state prison. So for those that we fail on probation and keep locally, or that we continue to fail and receive back to probation, we're basically given credit for that. If we fail you and send you to state prison, you become a state cost, and that sort of deducts from the amount of money that the state will send us to provide services locally in the community. And it's an incentive package, obviously, to counties, and that's how it was developed when 678 came online, I think in 2009, if I remember correctly. And that incentive has paid large dividends to the county and allowed us the opportunity to build a lot of programs in the county, and quite frankly, allowed us to send fewer people to state prison because we're able to rehabilitate them more successfully in the county and keep them as residents in our county. You can see if you were to draw a line straight across, other than 2019, when we had a significant increase in our sending rate to state prison, we've stayed relatively static throughout the years as to the rate. And we continue to monitor that number because that number matters to us significantly. But we've stayed relatively consistent. Probation recidivism, which everybody's always interested in recidivism rates. And I want to be clear, recidivism has multiple definitions, so we have to be careful about what we're talking about. Here, when I say recidivism, I'm talking about a return to custody. So I'm not talking about a technical violation of probation that did not result in a return to custody. In other words, an intermediate sanction was utilized So for example, you might have had a dirty drug test. Instead of us arresting you and putting you in jail for that, we might sanction you by increasing the number of drug tests that we have you do in a week, or increasing the number of intervention days that you have to experience while you're going through substance use disorder treatment. So those are the types of intermediate sanctions that we might use with a person that are non-custodial in nature. So this recidivism is reflective of people that went back into custody. And you can see that for the types of events that cause people to go back into custody, the largest was for new drug crimes, right? Which shouldn't be shocking, shouldn't be like that makes a lot of sense. And then you can see the next highest rate was for new crimes against persons, new crimes other, and then new alcohol related or new property related crimes and new alcohol related crimes. The rate of return to custody is 40% of the population. And of that 40% of that population only did it once, and they didn't return back to custody again for a second, third, or fourth time. And it should be noted that, as you can see on the right-hand side there, 15% of those violations were for felony new crimes, and the rest were for misdemeanor new crimes. Mandatory supervision population, so that non-traditional probation population that got a local prison commit and then released to mandatory supervision. Understand, probation traditional is an option. You don't have to accept it. You can choose to go to prison. You can decline it, say, nope, I just want to do my time and be done. And people do. The lion's share of people choose probation, obviously, because they get to go back home. Mandatory supervision is, as its title suggests, not an option. If you're committed to local prison time, you are obligated to a supervision term on the back end. There isn't a choice in that matter. That changes the dynamic a bit, as you might imagine. People who are choosing to go on probation are one type of person. People that have no choice but to be supervised might have a different attitude going into that process. But as you can see, we still are maintaining pretty decent completion outcomes in that population, lower than our traditional population, but decent nonetheless in the last several years at least. Our mandatory supervision to prison population, although I believe the 2020 number is an anomaly because the population is so small. It's not actually that nobody went to prison that year. I think it's like one went to prison that year. And so it reads as a 0. But we have relatively low prison rates for the mandatory supervision. They typically, when they're done with that custodial time, done with the supervision, they typically don't reoffend. And I should also mention to you, these are a 3-year window. We've tracked this cohort of people for up to 3 years to see what their return rates are. And this is the final of the 3 populations, the post-release population. One thing to note here is that the post-release population comes back and they have a mandatory supervision period of only 1 year. Now, AB 1950 created a 2-year term for mandatory supervision, or excuse me, for traditional probation supervision. We can't supervise people for more than 2 years when they're put on probation any longer for a felony. But PRCS for the last 11 years has always been a 1-year tail. Once they're released from prison, they come back to the community and we supervise them for 1 year. It means we have a lot of work to do in that 1 year period of time to get people, to keep people on track and get them adjusted back into the community with employment or training or additional treatment. A lot of these people go through our community correction center when they come back because they need a high level of programming when they come back from state prison. And we are still finding that most residents in state prison don't receive a lot of programming when they're at CDCR. Some do, some avail themselves of a lot of program offerings, most don't, and don't receive much in the way of what they need while they're gone, especially individual counseling for those people that got into the system because of traumatic events in their own life or traumatic childhoods or what have you. Those people don't tend to get the treatment they need in custody. So they come back out and then we have to get them engaged in that type of treatment so they can deal with the traumas that drive them towards criminal behavior. But you can see actually, and again, probably because it's such a short period of supervision, the success rates for the PRCS population are pretty high, even relative to our traditional probation population. And you can see, again, there's that anomaly in 2017, Supervisor, and that's what caused us to begin tracking the data, but or tracking down the anomaly. But as you can see, and again, this is a relatively small population of people to the big delta or the big N that we have for the people that we study. But the PRCS population, the percentages can fluctuate wildly because just a few people of going back to prison or staying local can make a big difference in the numbers percentage wise. But as you can see, we hover around 4% return to prison rates for PRCS. Again, 14% of those PRCS that went back to prison were for a new felony crime, meaning the mass majority were not for new felonies. We had a return to custody rate of 35% for this population, and the mass majority of those, again, no surprise, drug crimes. So being arrested for sales or large quantity, or perhaps some other drug-related offense that wasn't probably personal possession or personal use. I wanted to highlight for you real quick the Bridge House, because I get asked a lot of questions about the Bridge House, and it's one of those programs that's helped that is utilized by the Community Corrections Center and is supported by the Community Corrections Partnership. And it has been an extremely effective program for our local corrections population. And for all three of those populations that I was talking about that we supervise, we've been able to use the Bridge House in all three of those populations to support them. And it's been fantastic. So since its opening, which was about a little more than a year ago in February 2021, there have been 40 referrals to the program. And just because you get referred by a probation officer to the program does not mean you get into the program. There is actually a firewall within our department of staff that make a determination that this person is appropriate for the environment. So of those 40 referrals, 26 clients have been accepted into the housing program. Oftentimes, either the client self-selects out of the process, or it's been determined that because they are actively using drugs and we need to really work on that piece, it would not be appropriate for them to be in that facility with other program participants who are trying to stay clean. That's the primary reason that they're there. And so putting somebody who's an active user into that environment just isn't healthy for the rest of the
Is that male and female?
No, it's only male.
Just males.
Yeah. The occupancy rate is the second chart down there and shows you graphically, we typically hover around 3 or 4 of our 6 beds full. But we have in August, September, October of last year, we're at max capacity and had a waiting list. And sometimes that's because we have residents that are in there for a longer period of time. And sometimes we just have a high need where a number of people are returning back from state prison and have nowhere to go. So we place them in the Bridge House for their own protection and for obviously community safety reasons. Of those people that we have had in the Bridge House, we basically determine their housing status in accordance with the Opportunity Knocks criteria. So the COC criteria, we look at these people as in terms of how they are currently sheltered. And we had the highest rate of instance for people placed in the program who are category 1, literally homeless, but were receiving some type of temporary shelter. They weren't in their own shelter. They were in somebody else's house. They were in a place that was fit for human habitation, but was not a place that was stable and permanent by any means. And we offered them the opportunity to get into the Bridge House. And then we had 27% of our residents that were literally homeless and unsheltered. They were in places not fit for human habitation, in the dirt, as you might hear it referred to. And then those that were either at imminent risk or coming out of an incarcerated situation, state prison or our local jail, and didn't have an option once they were being released from custody. And so we transitioned them into the Bridge House until we can identify a place for them to have some permanent housing so that they're not camping, they're not adding to our homelessness problem in the community. Of those who were in the facility, you can see 20 of our 26 residents were high risk for recidivism, high property and high violent. We subdivide our high risk population into drugs, violence, and property crime. And so we do subdivide them out when we report on recidivism risk. And keeping in mind, risk means that they are at risk to commit another crime based on our risk assessment. And our risk assessment said that 20 of our 26 were high risk for one of those two types of crimes. The types of people we placed in the Bridge House, half were formal supervision, half were post-release community supervision coming back from state prison. And then we had 4 that were mandatory sup. Believe it or not, 1 juvenile ward. And real quickly, let me say, an adult from the juvenile system had been found responsible for a delinquent offense as a juvenile, placed under our supervision, had been under our supervision for some period of time, and was 18 years old without a housing option. And you would think that the state or locally, we would have all kinds of housing options for kids, but in fact, we don't. It's a difficult period of time, especially when somebody is attempting to transition into adulthood and they have no place to live. And we're trying to get them engaged with employment and education and usually and likely substance use treatment and mental health treatment. And so we offered this one particular juvenile ward a house or a bed in the Bridge House. And it was a successful outcome. We were able to keep them stable while we got them engaged in other types of treatment. And then 1 court summary supervision. Again, I told you we don't supervise the court summary cases and misdemeanor cases, but in rare circumstances, we will provide services to that population. And this was one of those where we found a great need. And so we utilized the resource there that we had available because it was at no additional cost to us because the costs are fairly fixed. And we had a bed available. So we placed our court summary supervision person there for a short period of time.
I can ask you real quick, if
Yep.
you had a program like this for females, do you think there would be is there a great need for that?
Yeah, our population for females percentage wise is relatively low. And usually we don't find, and now I will say, usually, I'm going to emphasize the usually part because I can think of as an example right off the top of my head where we had a female located in a local motel because she was returning from state prison, if I remember correctly, and had found herself in a situation where she was likely being trafficked. We were able to extract her out of that housing situation. So it was a housing / abuse situation. We were able to extract her out of there and get her into temporary housing in the motel. Unfortunately, because of her behavioral health issues and her substance use issues, she wasn't able to maintain the residence there. And she ended up becoming homeless again. And so, of course, we monitor that case much more closely now than when we first received it, understanding what her risks are. But of course, on one hand, we're trying to keep communities safe from her committing any type of maybe most likely a property crime in trying to maintain herself. But also, of course, we want to keep her safe and in a dignified situation by not having to prostitute herself or find residence in a place that is unhealthy for her while she's trying to recover.
And that's why I think I was going with this is human
Yep.
trafficking is such a problem. And especially Nevada is one of the highest rates, I think, in the country. We border it.
Yep.
And it's especially true up in the casino areas. So it just worries me that we don't have that ability to help them more.
Yeah, we have, again, temporary options available to us that we learned to exercise, but nothing that is as substantial as this. I'm going to skip through a few of these just in the interest of time, but real quick, you can see that as for those people that we assess and we put in the program, we also do a risk and needs assessment. We determine what their highest criminogenic needs are, those things that cause them to commit crimes. And as you can see, almost 100% of those people had antisocial personality as one of their highest criminogenic factors. So that's the area where it fell into one of their top 3 needs. It was either 1, 2, or 3, but 100% of the people we put in the program had an antisocial personality issue. And then next, a substance abuse issue, and then antisocial behavior issues. And I probably should call attention to the fact that 56% of the people, so at least 14 of the people we put in the program had an acute mental illness that was being treated at the time of entry. I'll go ahead and move on to our budget reports now. Ostensibly the reason we're here today. So appropriations for our 22-23 approved community corrections partnership budget. Now, I think most of you are probably aware, but just for maybe sake of the public audience, the community corrections partnership is responsible for crafting a budget each and every budget year and then giving that budget to the County Board of Supervisors. Absent your rejection of the budget, it becomes the Community Corrections Partnership budget, and we roll those revenues into our larger county approved budget that you all obviously have the ability to approve separately or do approve separately based on recommendations. And so what I'm displaying for you is the approved 22-23 Community Corrections Partnership budget. It's typically broken down into those top three categories: probation, health and human services, and the sheriff, because those are the three largest users of revenue, of realignment revenue. But we also have contract services that we engage in with local law enforcement, specifically the South Lake Tahoe Police Department and the Placerville Police Department, and with the El Dorado County Office of Education to provide education services in the jail. So for probation, we're funding 10 and a half probation staff at a rate of 1.7 million. And then services and supplies contracts for $609,000. Health and Human Services, you can see about 6.5 positions. Most of those are typically housed in the Community Correction Center. They're co-located at the probation department, providing substance use and behavioral health services directly, and public health services directly. $967,000 for that, and then treatment and medical contracts in an additional $450,000 through HHSA. Our Sheriff's Department, which essentially bills us for 10 positions within the jail, has for correctional staff at 1.5 million. And then, as I mentioned, the two contract services we have through EDCO and local police departments, $225,000 and $20,000 respectively. Any questions about that before I move on? Okay. Real quick, the variance from the 21-22 to 22-23 budgets, you can see that probation's budget went up $236,000. That was largely due to salary and benefit increases that were programmed in through the MOU. Same thing at HHSA, $123,000 increase, and same thing at the Sheriff's Department, a $52,000 increase, all contracted MOU salary and benefit increases. I mentioned that there were two pots of money. That was the lion's share, the big program money that comes from the state. And then we have the local implementation money. So staff training budgeted for all departments is $70,000 for 22-23. And then program development items included in that are the crisis intervention training for law enforcement, moral recognition therapy, which is the baseline service we offer at the Community Correction Center. It's a cognitive restructuring program, so a thought-changing program that we engage everybody at the Community Correction Center in, and is facilitated by my probation officers directly. Sometimes non-sworn staff will facilitate that as well, but we use moral recognition therapy throughout our department as our baseline cognitive restructuring program. Change company costs, which is our journaling program, program costs, just generalized program costs, the CCC, our adult incentives, our garden supplies for the Northern California Construction Training Academy. We have a pretty robust garden program there where we're in partnership with the Sacramento Kings and the El Dorado County Master Gardeners Program, and I believe Rayleigh's to help us support that program. And then we also contract for county data coordination and a grant writing service that we've relied on as it's available last year. And so we programmed an additional $20,000 into the implementation budget for 22-23. Fund balance. This is the fund balance for the second pot of money, the one I just discussed, which was our implementation budget. And I told you we add $100,000 to that category each year. You can see that in the second line up there. And then you can see that our fund balance rollover is programmed in as revenue and added to that $100,000. Because of COVID, we did not do as much training and contracting out as in 20 and 21 as we had in prior years. So you can see our fund balance grew not insignificantly between 20 and 21, and then had a slight bump in 21 to 22. So the end of this fiscal year, we anticipate a 2% increase in that fund balance. And then we estimate an 8% decrease in that fund balance in 22, 23. And then the good news is that because public safety realignment is developed and its growth for the overall account that the state establishes through the Department of Finance is developed based on tax proceeds in the state. And because of what we've all seen, which is an unprecedented and unanticipated growth in sales proceeds to the tax base of the state, we saw a significant growth in the revenue that was available to counties for local realignment. So we were very fortunate to receive reasonable increases to the public safety realignment fund balance over the 2021 and 21-22 years. We anticipate that we will end with a fund balance of 5.4 million, which equates to approximately 1 year's worth of program. So best practice has always been keep about a year's worth of fund balance. And so that's about where we're at now, as we've grown the fund balance to that point. And then at the end of 22-23, based on what we are budgeting and based on what we anticipate in revenue, we should see an increase to 6.3 million in our fund balance. Fingers crossed, everything goes well, and we'll see ourselves again finishing up at the end of 22-23. That said, we do budget in a deficit for our funding coming from the state. We have since for a long time. And we've been very fortunate in that we've never actually expended out all of our budget. So we keep returning money back to the fund balance, but largely that's because it's very, very difficult to keep those staffed positions or to keep those allocated positions staffed, primarily in health and human services. That's a big problem. The sheriff spends out all their money. That's not a difficult thing to do because they're billing for 10 of many positions in the jails. The probation department typically spends out all of its allocation because we bring additional probation staff in. If we have vacancies, we'll take them from other areas and make sure those positions are staffed, and we draw down all the revenue out of realignment. But HHSA typically does not, because it's very difficult for them to keep those positions staffed consistently and then to bill us for the services that they're providing. So it's no fault of their own. It's just difficult for those positions throughout the state to be staffed and to provide clinical services to our population. So that's why we've seen that what we've budgeted for from a deficit perspective, in other words, we've exceeded the amount of revenue we anticipate in the year and anticipated dipping into our reserves. That ends up not being the case each year. So that's why our fund balances continue to grow. Last slide, and I just want to share with you. So I told you that we are ending the 11th year now of the realignment program and plan. What you've seen in the prior 11 years and now a 12th year going into 22-23 are incremental adjustments in our plan. So we've made, there was, I would say, fairly significant adjustments when I got here, just because, you know, no pun intended, no new sheriff in town, new probation chief in town. We made some adjustments in the way we did programming, in the way I wanted to see programming done in my department. Everything else stayed largely the same. And then we've made incremental adjustments over the last 8 years. Well, for the 23-24 plan that we will bring to you, I anticipate you will see dramatic shifts in the way that we allocate our budget resources. And I don't know what those will be. I have no preconceived notion of what those should be. But what the CCP has agreed to is in 22-23, going through a planning process to do essentially what was done 12 years ago, where we sat down and drafted an initial plan. We want to draft a large revised plan. We want to sit down and say, okay, what have we accomplished over the last 10 years? 10, 11, 12 years. What do we want to accomplish over, say, the next 3 to 5 to 7 years? And how do we need to make our investments in order to accomplish those goals? And so we really want to get goal-oriented, data-driven, and figure out if the way that we've invested the realigned resources in the county heretofore have paid the dividends that we wanted it to. And if it didn't, how should we make those investments And then we'll bring a plan back to the board that will be reflective of those conversations and the partnership in the way the partnership sees that we should go forward from here. So I would anticipate bringing in an outside resource and paying with it through realignment funds to help us have that conversation and guide the conversation while we can all be participants in it. And keep in mind that, we have representation from the CAO's office, from the courts, from probation, the sheriff, DA, public defender, education, health and human services that will be a part of that conversation to determine, are we doing the right thing and spending the money in the right way for us to get the biggest bang for our buck here in El Dorado County. So you can expect that in the future. And if we don't accomplish it, I won't be back at the podium this time next year to talk about it because I will have failed dramatically. So, so with that, any additional questions from the board?
Any questions? I know we asked along the way. Supervisor Hydal?
So Brian, thank you for the excellent data. I mean, it really helps my understanding, I'm sure the whole board, to understand the trends that are going on here. One major observation is that the Bridge House seems to be a significant success in the way it's being dealt with, recognizing we're talking about a temporary sheltering for our homeless, where we'd actually do outreach to define who will be invited to participate in that. It seems like the lessons learned from the Bridge House in terms of how you determine the needs, how you kind of go through that screening to get results, right? To find that population that you're going to get the highest opportunity to make this a better situation, to get them into more permanent housing, et cetera, et cetera. Do you share that information regularly with Health and Human Services? You talked about the staffing deficiency a little bit, but is there knowledge within that organization that will transfer to our temporary shelter provisions that we're trying to stand up really quickly here?
So yes and no. The Bridge House was established based on a funding stream, originally based on a funding stream that Mr. Del Monte made us aware of when he was here as our housing authority director years ago before he left and to Solano County or wherever it was. And so he's very familiar with the pieces that we put into place. And while we were utilizing that funding mechanism, we reported to the state our outcomes for the program. The funding has now shifted and we fund it with other than state money at this point. And we don't report any longer, but we do still talk about what we're doing at the Bridge House. So there is conversation between HHSA and probation on that.
And the follow-up is kind of based upon Supervisor Novosel's comments. Is there an opportunity here with that growing fund balance to look at a female Bridge House equivalent? Obviously, it doesn't have to be of the same size necessarily, but is that something that's in the potential mix as we go forward into 23, 24?
It wasn't until she said something.
Okay, well, good. She said something then.
I will tell you that the population is, like I said, relatively low as compared to our male population. I don't know that if I were to create this type of situation for females, that it would be well utilized. In other words, would it be a good investment of money? Yes, it would be a good investment of money. Would it be an efficient investment? No, probably not.
Well, maybe partnering with another county or something.
Yeah, that said,
my sister's house in Sacramento is huge, and that's what they do. They take in trafficked women. So I think there's an opportunity. I think I'd love to see that addressed in your.
Douglas County, is there an opportunity there to work perhaps with our adjacent Nevada County? I don't know.
I don't know. That's not my expertise.
I'm fairly certain the supervisor did not just suggest we take our probationers and move them to Nevada. I'm joking. No,
using their resources.
No, I think that there are efficiencies to be looked at with regard to neighboring counties, no matter the county jurisdiction. But there may also be the opportunity for us to create a different kind of situation for our female population. And they have, I'm sure this is not going to be shocking for me to say to you, but our female population has a whole other set of needs relative to our male population. You know, our male population comes to us with their own issues and their own needs. But the female population almost universally suffers significant trauma. They've been abused, neglected, come from various systems, generally almost always have substance use issues, mental health issues, and really take a special touch to be successful with. And in fact, I have on my whiteboard the creation of a girls specific program for supervision in our population, because the one case that I mentioned to you, it required a probation officer who was extremely empathetic and sympathetic to her circumstances to even navigate her to the point where she could get her into a temporary residential situation because she was so traumatized. Thankfully, we were able to rescue her and get her into a treatment environment, but it was frankly just based on this one probation officer who had the ability to work with this person.
More cases like that. I worry that we're
Yep.
missing habits around.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Anyone else on the board?
Ryan, every time you come before us, I continue to appreciate your philosophy that helps folks be successful in their lives and giving them the tools to do that, no matter what their circumstances and how deep and difficult the waters they've walked through. And that's just remarkable. And I continue to be impressed with that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Presentation.
I think most of my department operates under that same philosophy, that there by the grace. And so we, dealing with all of our clients with empathy and sympathy and compassion, it seems to be the most effective way of dealing with it. Like I think I've told you in the past, I was a different probation officer the first part of my career when I was a line level deputy, trained in a whole other, milieu around how to handle these cases. And the only time I found myself to be truly successful is when I really cared deeply about the individual human being that I was working with. So that drives our department.
Very good. With that, we'll take public comment, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your
Brian,
name
we're
for
gonna
the
have
record.
Yeah, Chief, you might want to move aside, just step aside. There's someone coming to make comment at the.
This guy wants.
Yeah, that guy.
Who knew?
Look at it, it's like, no. Thank you.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Also, I do agenda review for the Taxpayers Association on Mondays. So I thought this was a unique item because a lot of the public wouldn't know what this item is about. Brian's done an excellent job, but I was lucky enough to be in the chambers when he did another report a different year. And so I'm kind of putting it together. Essentially, tell me if I'm wrong when I finish here. The Community Corrections Partnership Executive Committee is recommending to the board these couple of items here that are budgetarily and programmatically in their intent. The group that we're speaking about then is essentially, I pulled it up. It met together in February the 28th of this year and took actions then that led Brian here as the chair of that group to you to present. It's made up of the sheriff, district attorney, chief public defender, chief of police, city of Placerville, director of health and human services agency. Those are the executive committee. Adding to that, to the committee is the chief administrative officer, the chief of police for the city of South Lake Tahoe, and the superintendent of schools. So that is the group essentially that took this action on the 28th of February to bring this to you. Now, it's also interesting, something that you said during your presentation, and it goes to this comment on the agenda, a 4/5 vote would be required to not approve the budgets as recommended by CCP. That's unusual. Usually it'd be 4/5 for an approval. In this case, if you decided not to approve this, it seems like there is a fork. It goes either this way and it gets done, or it goes this way and it gets done. I hope I'm saying enough, Brian, to be able to maybe pull up some of your follow-up to my comments, because I don't understand that aspect of this fork, that it gets done no matter whether you take action today or not. And I think that would be important also from my knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, not taking public comment from Zoom participants, not taking public comment from 390.
Why are we not surprised, you're thinking? Anyway, Ken Greenwood, District 5, 3-2. I guess the question I have to ask Brian, and thank you, Brian, great presentation, and I'm glad you're out of the trenches. It seems to have helped your approach, but it also goes to show that the people in the trenches are, I'll say it, fighting a battle with the whole situation, and it could not be good for your mental health to be exposed to this for too awfully long. Anyway, I guess my question to Brian is this working? Is this realignment? Is this AB 109 mandate that was pushed upon us? Is it working? It sounds like it is. And I remember talking to Randy Pashon years ago when this first got passed and was being implemented at the time, that he kind of indicated it had a lot of promise, and that it was, the funding was coming from up above, which is the good news, but we still have county costs, of course. But I just do want to ask that question, is it working? And if so, then it's valuable. If not, sadly, it's another one of those state mandates that isn't working because of poor design and or whatever else got attached to it on the way out of the legislature, or the swamp, as it could be and should be called. So anyway, it is hopefully the best way to deal with this, because you can accommodate the situations that are found within jurisdictions. And it seems, again, that it is working. But in a brief statement, please, Brian, provide us with kind of a yes or no as to that it seems to be working, because we deserve to know. And if so, continue the program. If not, again, it's something to send back to the state. Oops, we can't do that. Well, thank you very much, and a great presentation.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
There was a couple questions there.
If the chair will indulge, I'd be happy to answer those.
Of course.
Okay, so to Mr. Payne's question about the 4/5 vote. So when AB 109 was written, oddly, I was there. This was a long time ago, but I remember the conversation, and it went something like this. If you are going to put the responsibility of developing these local programs on the executive committee of the Community Corrections Partnership, you have to give, with a check, with a balance, you have to give the authority to the Community Corrections Partnership for the money. Now, we're very fortunate that we have a very cooperative county here, that our board and our department heads work really well together. Oddly, that is not the case in every jurisdiction in California, Los Angeles. So there was an effort in the development of legislation to give the authority for budgeting to the Community Corrections Partnership for this pot of money, unless the board could coalesce around the rejection of that budget. So if 4 of the 5 members of any board of supervisors were to say, we don't want that budget that you're presenting, you could collectively reject it. You don't get to say what it is, but you get to say it isn't going to be that. So bring us back something that we can approve. So the Community Corrections Partnership would be responsible for going back and crafting a new budget, obviously in some type of cooperation with the board to figure out what you wanted, and to figure out if the partnership were willing to do that. Ultimately, the stalemate is this. The CCP continues to pass budgets that you continue to reject, and the money sits in the account and doesn't get spent. And you would lose positions within all of your departments because you aren't allocating those resources. So there's where the tension gets created. And I would say it's good tension. In other words, give it to the practitioners to figure out how that particular money should be invested, and then give the responsibility of budgeting, the approval to the board by assent. And that's why it's crafted the way that it is to have a proper check and balance in the system, but to not give all the authority to a political board of supervisors to what was a programmatic issue being resolved with AB 109. Make sense? Yeah, it was an interesting. That was Department of Finance actually that came up with that solution. Diane Cummins, who most of you have probably run across, extremely formidable Department of Finance director, great woman. Mr. Greenwood's question about is it working? In short, yes. Here's why I know. Because as I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, we're going into the end of year 11 here, public safety realignment. With the exception of the spike in violent crime that we have seen in California over the last, say, 18 months, and let's call it 2 years just for sake of discussion, and in very particular categories, crime rates are still at an all-time low in California. We're still seeing crime rates that we have not seen since prior to me being born in 1970. So the crime rates are in the 1960s era levels in California per capita. Where we were at, the public safety realignment the point of public safety realignment creation in 2010-11, we had 176,000 people in state prison in a system that was built for 100,000. Lawsuits galore, telling the prison system you got to downsize, or you either have to build your way out of this, or you have to downsize the number of people that are in prison. So AB 109 was the solution to that. AB 109 took the prison population from 176,000 down to 120,000 without increasing crime. And in fact, crime went down. I'm not saying there's a correlation there. I'm not saying there's a causation there. I'm saying that those two things existed simultaneously. So in spite of the fact that we reduced the prison population in California, we saw decreases in crime. I don't know exactly why. I'm not a social scientist, but I do know that local control of criminal justice is smarter and better than state control of what goes on in El Dorado County. The people of El Dorado County should determine what happens in El Dorado County. And that's what public safety realignment did. It gave us the money, most of it. It gave us money and it gave us authority to handle criminal justice for more of our population here. And I'd say that overall has been a good thing for El Dorado County. Has it been good across the state? I believe it has.
Very good.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
Certainly.
All right. Any further questions or comments from the board?
So
Anyone?
with that, I move
Thank
that
you.
we accept the community corrections, public realignment, safety realignment budget as presented, and approve the recommended items to fund the Board of State and Community Corrections Planning and Training Grant Programs as noted in our agenda item.
I'll second.
Okay, good. Hi, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you, board.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right. And I'm thinking that the afternoon doesn't look terrible. So we might want to do our closed session in the afternoon and take the rest of this time for lunch. So be
Okay.
back at 1 p.m. ready to rock and roll. Thanks. All right, it's 1 o'clock and we are back from lunch and it's time for open forum.
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm David Hardy. I live in the South County. I know most all of you actually. And I'm here on two issues, one of which is, I believe, item 26. Has that been reviewed yet?
Was that on the consent calendar? I think it was.
Okay, so
26 was a DOT item on the.
Oh, the
No.
one you emailed about was
Yes.
on consent. Yeah, we already took care of that. So
Okay, it had to do with the
Right.
military equipment.
Correct.
Okay, so I'd
That's
like to
good.
enter this into the record.
very good.
And I sent a copy of this to all of you to review because it relates to the unnecessary need of military equipment.
David, we've already
Okay, but
deliberated on
this is
that.
public
and-
forum.
And when you have open forum, it's on items not on the regular agenda and consent
Okay.
calendar. So we've
Then-
already
then
deliberated
I
on that. this
stand-
time, yeah.
So will this enter into the record?
So you emailed it in. I'll make sure it gets on the record then. I'll add
Thank you.
that.
Thank you very
did
much.
Email it in. to
Okay.
us. Thank
So
you.
the second topic of hand is the fact that the board has been deficient in being proactive in resolving the issue of the hemp regulations, which are going through CDAC, but also the cannabis regulations, which should be reviewed and reported and recommended by CDAC. That is something I'd like to see the board embrace and implement. The third thing is the issues of making decisions without undue influence of law enforcement. You know, I used to think that the sheriff was the shot caller, but really he is your advisor. So he advises you from his perspective of law and order. Now, I believe in law and I believe in order. I don't live in Guatemala. I don't live in Mexico. I live here. So we all agree that the laws are important to follow. Now, that being said, he comes with recommendations. And therefore, I'm sorry, are you distracting me?
I want to make sure a timer was running for you.
Okay, fine. Timing.
Okay.
Am I under the clock? Great. Okay. So you as a board intake his recommendations. And repeatedly, it is my opinion and expressed by a lot of people and shared by many of you on the board that his overriding effect is changing your perspective. And one of the situations was the ad hoc committees, which came up with recommendations in terms of hemp and cannabis, came up with recommendations, which basically were altered by the sheriff. Now, he can do that, but you are the ultimate deciders. You're the ultimate decision makers. Now, I want to get back to the issue of, in November, when the Ag Commission reviewed the ordinance for hemp, they recommended moving ahead with a pilot program. Within the period of 2 weeks, the Ag Commissioner was pressured by the district attorney to change her perspective and her recommendation from that of the Ag Commission to something that was 180 degrees different. Now it came to the board, you rubber stamped it. So I'm seeing a continual situation of you making a decision based solely on one perspective, law enforcement. However, the compensating factor is all the other issues which come into effect to compensate that or complement that. So I just want to be assured that you, as 5 reasonable, rational, elected officials, take that into mind when you make those mature decisions. I think that is why we elected you. Now, a lot of people say, well, if they're not doing the job, don't elect them. I think the integrity and the responsibility of making these decisions, as you are adults and very well trained and you make decisions for us, it's going to be something that you need to take all the inputs, everything into consideration to make your decision. And a situation, the feeling of the threat of crime, is it in El Dorado County? Can this statistics be substantiated in the county? Is it real? Or is it just a false statistic on a national level? And that's the crime rate of hemp. That's the crime rate of cannabis. These are really issues that you need to address, think about all the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I met Wendy earlier today. Carl Johnson. I'm a homeowner in South Lake Tahoe. Yeah, I have 1561 Thunderbird Drive is my house. We bought it in 2020 in August with the idea that we'd make it a short-term rental. We established good relationships with our neighbors. We love our family time in the home. But when I retire, I'm 60 now, I'm going to have to find more income to keep it. Currently, I'm working in New Jersey. I get back to California too much. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about this. So my issue is with the short-term rental license waiting list that doesn't seem to move. I joined the waiting list about a year ago, paid $140. I've been working with Michelle Babcock from time to time, seeing if I've moved up on the list. I haven't. I'm still number 15 as of last November and today. She's explained to me that I'm in a buffer zone and I can't advance on the list. So, and as I understand, I'm in multiple buffer zones. So it just sounds like I'm stuck. I can't move up on the list. The rule pertaining to the short-term rentals within so many feet of each other was started after I was put on the wait list, and I only found out about this on one of my many phone calls with her. So I'm just saying, what good is this rule? We currently run a very successful short-term rental in another county. We know how important it is to maintain a property and good relationships with our neighbors. We use discretion as to who we rent to and provide clear ground rules to our renters. We utilize smart heating and security systems so we can always monitor the condition of the property. We're considered super hosts. Our property is, as a business, is always in top shape. And if I can make my property in Tahoe a short-term rental, and I can sure it'll be the jewel of the neighborhood as it is right now. It'll maintain we'll always keep it that way. So, I mean, since we've been in the home, we've been very responsible for the property. We cleared multiple trees from the property at the fire department's direction, keeping the grounds clear of branches and cones and pine cones and so forth. So I just asked that the buffer rule limiting short-term rentals to every so many feet be discontinued. I understand that Tahoe has a hard short-term rental cap, but that buffer rule unfairly prevents residents in my community from participating in the short-term rental business that allows for my property to be more affordable. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
My name is Linda Colombo, and I have concern. Haven't met you, Wendy. Glad to meet you. I'm not in your district. I live in Georgia's district, and I'm aware that all of you make a vote. It affects the whole county, not just the district that you serve. So with that in mind, I'm aware of an award coming to the Diamond Springs Village Apartments.
Oh, hold on, Linda, wait a minute. Is this an agenda item that we have
No.
today?
It is not.
It is not.
It is not.
It is an item 31?
No,
Okay,
it isn't.
okay, because this talks about, item 31 talks about CDBG grant funding on behalf of the Diamond Villages Apartments.
I can't hear you. What?
The item 31 today is about the Diamond Village apartment.
No, I just referred to it. It's not, I should have, you can erase that line if you like.
Okay. It's like, what?
Giving a reference.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
Carry on, Linda.
We'll skip that whole front line. However, according to DOT, the numbers of dwellings for a number of vehicles per dwelling unit is 1.8 vehicles. That could be 120 vehicles or more for that one we're not going to mention. It's not a problem until everyone looks into the projects, all of the projects that are set up for Diamond Springs. Dorado Oaks, just down the street between Fowler and Patterson, behind the downtown Diamond Springs area, is going to have 382 medium to high density dwelling units. Diamond Springs, a community at risk, partly due to potential fire danger coming up Martinez Creek. This canyon has many large parcels under the ownership of the federal government. They belong to BLM and BOR. The feds are not inclined to sell these parcels, nor are they inclined to clear these parcels. There is a minimal road access to the canyon between Tombstone Mountain and Oak Hill. There has not been a fire in the canyon for over 70 years. It is heavily overgrown and in direct line with the Dorado Oaks subdivision. Prevailing summer winds are set to push any fire and embers directly up the canyon. A great problem arrives when the present established community plus any new development like Diamond Springs Village Apartments and the Dorado Oaks folks with an additional 687 potential vehicles attempt to evacuate on narrow roads in a historic town. Abandon the crisis situation of a fire and imagine the traffic congestion through the small historic town's major thoroughfare of Pleasant Valley Road on a daily basis. It's at a standstill now, and it will get even worse. Please consider these thoughts when planning and approving any further large developments in Diamond Springs, perhaps areas closer to the freeway or locations that do not impact the ambience.
Linda, your time is up. Thank you.
I know, but you did take some in the beginning.
Well, I
so
would
thank you
disagree with
very
you. It
much.
was
I
about that
appreciate it.
project.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. In 2009, Compass to Truth was founded upon the preamble to the Brown Act, which states the people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people do not yield their sovereignty to the bodies that serve them. The people insist on remaining informed to retain control over the legislative bodies they have created. You can't escape the fact that El Dorado County is experiencing the radical abrogation of the authority of the Constitution and the sovereignty of the people. All actions by public officers conducted in the performance of their official duties either support and defend the national and state constitutions or oppose and violate them. When public officers take oaths yet are ignorant of the constitutional positions, which they are bound by their oaths, and then fail to abide by them in the performance of their official duties. This suggests that they may have had no intention of ever honoring their oaths, and their signatures upon the oath documents constitute fraud. Fraud vitiates any action. Comrade Parlin routinely demonstrates her dictatorial reign by gross disrespect for her oaths of office, the Brown Act, and the First Amendment rights of constituents. Citizens bringing their petitions before the Board of Supervisors for redress of grievances are rudely cut off in mid-sentence and their inquiries left unanswered. Furthermore, censorship is against the good governance policy and the core values of integrity, accountability, and service excellence. Another case in point is Lori's refusal to address the fraudulent Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee meetings and routine violations of the law. But she isn't the only official who discriminates and refuses to provide public services. Don Ashton, Sheriff DeAugustini, Todd White, George Turnbull, Raphael Martinez, Kim Dawson, Tanya DiGiorno, Tiffany Schmid, Vicki Sanders, and other staff have been given a directive by County Council to not respond to Public Record Act requests and citizens petitions for redress of grievances. US versus Tweel states, silence can only be equated with fraud where there is a legal or moral duty to speak or where an inquiry left unanswered would be intentionally misleading. Don't forget who you work for. When public officers violate the Constitution as an apparent custom, practice, and policy, you subvert the authority, mandates, and protection of the Constitution, thereby act as domestic enemies to the Republic and the people. When large numbers of public officers so act, this reduces America, California, and El Dorado County to the status of frauds operating for the benefit of governments and their corporate allies and not for the people they theoretically serve. Read that as government corruption. Madam Clerk, please enter these documents into the public record. You'll be receiving another document via email to also be entered into the public record.
Thank you, Melody.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I don't have any written comments to submit to you today. I just have some general remarks that relate to the general subjects that I speak to you about. Today, generally, I just want to tell you where I'm at and where I'm going and ask you the same questions. Where are you at and where are you going with the questions that I've been raising? On March 22nd, when you first admonished Commissioner Grimaldi before appointing her, you may have recalled that I raised my hand behind you in response to your question if she was being truthful about omitting a group that had several extremist ties. And I raised my hand because I knew that she wasn't being truthful. And I already had all the facts that I'd submitted to you subsequently. Your response, Commissioner Heydahl, empowered me to reach out to you because I liked what you said and how you said it. And I asked to speak with you directly about the facts that Linda was omitting, concealing from you, because I thought it was important that you speak to those facts. And you refused to do that. And I'm sorry that you did that, because one of the things that I mentioned in my reach out was to say the facts are not good. They're not good for her. They're not good for the county, not good for your processes. And they're not. And they're just the tip of the iceberg. Everything that I give you is just the tip of an iceberg. There's so much more to it. Before that, Commissioner Thomas, a year ago, I sat down with you and I showed you pictures of these extremist ties and their links all the way to the US Capitol attack. I was hoping similarly that you would do something about it from your position of responsibility, and you did not, and you still haven't spoken about it. And even recently, within the last couple of months, we spoke on Zoom and I asked you to do the same thing. And you said you could not or would not do anything about it. I'm sorry to hear that, because I think there's so much more that you can do individually and collectively. The bottom line is I don't want to speak to you about these issues. I've gone out of my way since March of last year to present facts from the public record that have been undisputed, unrefuted, that haven't even been addressed. I do that for your benefit so that you can address the facts responsibly in the benefit and the good of El Dorado County. I don't want to be doing this. I want you to be doing it. But until you do, it's my responsibility and my duty, my oath to the Constitution that I spoke to you about earlier as a veteran, to speak. And so I'm going to continue to do that, especially to the seriousness of the issue that I raised last time, and that is misdemeanor violations of the ordinance code. Those also include aiding and abetting and continuance. It's not just to make an omission one time, but to continue that omission. All of that seems to be encompassed by the ordinances and multiple violations. And I told you what the penalties of that are. I'm going to document all that and I'm going to submit it to you. I'm going to ask you to take action on it. So today I have 3 questions. I'm out of time. I'll submit them in writing.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing me out.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. You know what I would like to speak about, and thank God I have an opportunity in the next 2 items coming up. I wanted to read all of Psalm 116. I don't think I'll take the time for all of that, but I wanted to first give some of the word of God here, which is eternal, much more important than my words. I love the Lord, David wrote, because he has heard my voice and my supplications. Because the Lord God has inclined his ear unto me. Therefore will I call upon him as long as I live. The sorrows of death compassed me, and the pains of hell had hold upon me. I found trouble and sorrow. Then I called upon the name of the Lord. O Lord, I beseech you, deliver my soul. Gracious is the Lord, and righteous. Yea, our God is merciful. The Lord preserves the simple. I include myself in that, and though I am tri or quadlingual. I was brought low, and he helped me. Return unto thy rest, O my soul, for the Lord has dealt bountifully with thee. For Lord, you have delivered my soul from death, my eyes from tears, and my feet from falling. I don't know who is listening today that doesn't understand what I want to talk about. The word grace, spelled out as an acronym, is a great God's riches, grace, G-R, A is at, God's riches at, G-R-A-C-E. C is Christ and E is expense. So grace, when it's understood properly, is God's riches offered to every one of us, everyone listening out there and everyone in this room. I like music. I am a musician. God's riches at Christ's expense. And I want to just present the basic, wonderful news of the gospel. The Old Testament with the 10 commandments, which every one of us have broken several of them. I myself broke all of 10 of them. But the Bible says if you didn't continue in everything written in the law, you could not spend eternity with a holy and righteous God. The Bible says that God sent his son into the world, not to condemn the world, but to make a way for all of mankind to come back to God. So Jesus on the cross cried out tetelestai. The Greek word in John 19, verse 30 is paid in full. And so I just want to say to everyone out there, your sins, like mine, which are much more than you ever could sin, are paid in full. Call on the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. He will forgive you. And I'll see you in heaven someday.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants, now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood. And as I mentioned before, I have recently discovered that I'm in District 5. That's quite a surprise. If you recall the hearings, I was resigning myself to not be in District 2 any longer and to be in District 3. And Wendy and I have, Supervisor Thomas and I, we've been in contact via her assistant and such. And I was fully thought that, and resigned that I was in District 3. Well, I get my ballot the other day, and here's Kenny Kirchweiler's name, who I will vote for, and I will support wholeheartedly. It's time to get some real representation from the basin. Anyway, back to the hearings. It was really clear to me I was in District 3 in all of the opportunities that were being presented. But I pulled it up, and sure enough, close focus block number 8, I believe it is, shows the eastern portion of my parcel is the boundary line. It never was shown on previous maps as far as I could see. I will be looking into this because I think there was a little bit of last minute changes. Item 2, calling for a moratorium on the approval of any new cell towers. And question to the board and to the planning department, what is the update as to the timing on the wireless telecommunication, or WTF, ordinance revision? We need to get going on this. Item 3, burning has been suspended. That's bad news, or good news, depending. Anyway, chipping, the good news is that chipping dollars are available. my client was misreading the fire safe page. I've talked to the fire safe people. They're going to change the wording so that nobody else gets confused on that. Because when you first look at it, it looks like we all out of money. Okay. I'd also encourage, and I get a chance to review in item 5, that we need to revise. Well, CAL FIRE needs to revise their approach to burning. It's still green where I live at 3,200 feet. And I could be burning, but no, now I have to pay to have all these pine needles hauled away and this, that, and the other thing, blah, 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 blah. Chipping available, but that's not my problem right now. I've got tons of pine needles that I was going to burn. CAL FIRE needs to hear from the Board of Supervisors to initiate zones for burning. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, didn't hear any, there's a lot of comments, thank you. I did want to thank Ken for calling back and clarifying that about the chipping program, because last week when he had said it was out of funding, I kind of lost like, what? And so, yeah, our chipping program is well-funded, and I appreciate that clarification. We have like 4 minutes before we can start our 1:30 item, so stretch your feet and we'll take a moment.
And if everyone could turn on their microphones, it's 1:30.
It is 1:30. So with that, we will start off with item number 30.
Item number 30 comes from Health and Human Services Agency recommending the board, one, make findings in accordance with county ordinance that it is appropriate to contract with G&G Builders Incorporated for the provision of services to support the planning and development of a congregate navigation center with an emergency shelter component. Two, approve and authorize the chair to sign agreement for services with G&G Builders. And three, authorize the HHSA director or designee to administer said agreement with subsequent amendments.
Good afternoon, Board. Daniel Dalmonte, Health and Human Services. Before I begin, I'll just share that as you're aware, I tested positive for COVID last Wednesday morning. And so as such, went through the 5-day quarantine period. Following that, I passed the protocols for returning to work. However, as a requirement, you have to wear a mask thereafter just to be safe. And so I will keep my mask on throughout my comments. So as your board's aware, on April 19th, you directed staff to pursue 2 potential shorter term navigation center sites concurrently in coordination with the city of Placerville. One of those sites was 1970, 1940 Broadway, which are hotel locations. And the other site was the Perks Court property, which is county owned. This item today is specific to the Perks Court property. As was presented on April 19th, staff recommend a contract with G&G Builders, who have deep expertise in developing navigation centers in many counties in California. In working with county facilities and G&G, staff's recommendation is that we move toward a sort of a 2-phase approach for this project. This agreement before you is simply phase 1. As you're also aware, as staff hadn't received direction regarding any of the sites, we couldn't really conduct deep due diligence on any of the sites that were brought before you. So that's exactly what this phase 1 is. It's the necessary due diligence, the pre-construction work to understand the total cost and the exact timeline for getting this project up and running at that location. The contractor anticipates that it could take somewhere between 45 to 60 days to complete this phase. And this will be the necessary work to ensure that your board's direction is accomplished of getting a navigation center operational by fall of 2022. That's all I got. Thank you.
All right, here we go.
I do have a question. I want to make sure I understand this, but we are not discontinuing the pursuit of possibly coming up with a rental agreement, long-term lease for the 2 Broadway facilities. Is that correct? This is part A of a 2-part process, and they're both moving in the same path? Different paths, but at the same time, right?
Yeah, so yeah, your board directed sort of 2 concurrent paths to pursue both.
Yes.
See which one sticks, make sure that, you know, we're currently in a negotiation in terms of the price per room with the hotel owner. So that process is ongoing. Once we have all that information brought back, there can be further direction on if it's both sites, if it's one site. The other factor as well is HHSA is in communication with Volunteers of America as the operator, as you're aware. And so we're waiting a budget from VOA so that we can start discussing the parameters of what that would look like, them operating the site or sites. The VOA may be interested in operating only one site. And so that might also dictate which site, you know, is a more viable option. So we're going down all of these roads at once so that we can move as quickly as we can per your direction. And as we get more informational updates, we'll be bringing that back to you, as well as we're communicating with the city of Placerville as well. I have biweekly meetings set up with the city manager to provide updates.
Thank you for that clarity. That sets the picture straight. So thank you.
Supervisor Novaso.
Hi, Daniel. So glad to see you're feeling better. I just wanted to double check, yeah, because you are having conversations with the city of Placerville about all the other possibilities. And Perks Court, you know, we did get a comment from our auditor concern about the location. How do you feel? Do you feel this is a good fit, good location for us? And do you have any other comments about that?
Yeah, so the county has had encampment challenges for many years without any of these projects in our county. And so, as was discussed on April 19th, having a navigation center in an area that has encampment issues is really what maximizes its effectiveness. And having a program like this where it's modeled off of outreach is the only way to access the program. that is a key component to its success. It's modeled after several cities that have developed these programs where there were similar concerns. And within the first year of operation, what was reported back was reductions in encampments, reductions in homelessness, calls for service, and support from the business community. So that sort of foundation of outreach only, not simply walking up and gaining access, is a key to this being successful.
And that's what navigation is about. It's navigating people into permanent housing, trying to get them services they need and all that, correct? I mean, that's a part of the program.
This program is recommended to specifically address encampments.
You're right. Oh, okay, right.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, one of the questions I have, especially when the contract on page 4 of the proposed contract, G&G Builders, it states the consultant needs to coordinate with PG&E and EID to determine the cost and lead time and requirements to provide sufficient electrical and water service to the proposed site. One of the things that my major argument for the homeless navigation center is decreased fire danger, correct? One of the justifications not going out to open bid on this is because of time and assistance. But according to the county staff, unfortunately, fire season will be most likely over before we even have this thing done or the infrastructure is built. That's my concern. Now, getting back to Perks Court, there was a building there and we had a kind of a homeless shelter there at that time. And I know the person that owned that property at that time, that building. The county put, I think, approximately $100,000 into that building. And that building, when we housed the homeless, it was completely destroyed. And that building was a mess is what it was and had to be torn down. I talked to the people that own that property. They're real close friends of mine. And I just don't want something like this to happen again. Not only that, I just think that it's going to impact Missouri Flat Road, especially when we talk about economic development, about new businesses and stuff that's coming in on Missouri Flat that we need to coordinate, and this county needs that tax base. That's one of the big things why Missouri Flat Road was developed. I think it's going to impact it, especially will this happen? Will it stop businesses for coming into our county, especially on Missouri Flat? When they see a homeless facility there? It's a good question. In my personal opinion, I don't think that is the proper place to put it.
Supervisor Thomas.
We all know there's not a perfect place. And those arguments could be raised just the same in the city of Placerville. And I think that's important to keep in mind. There have been homeless camps in the Missouri Flat corridor for quite a while. They've been very difficult issues to deal with behind Walmart, behind Kmart. There have been unmanaged camps in this area, as well as in the city of Placerville. This is a tool to help us deal with unmanaged camps and the human trash and waste and just difficulties in our, this is a tool to help us deal with that, recognizing there's not a perfect place. And I think the board has given direction and it is important that we continue this exploration. And this contract will give us the ability to assess the full feasibility of this site. And then we can make an intelligent, decision based on facts. And so I think it's important we continue down this direction today as the board directed and understand what the opportunities and limitations are for the site so we can make an informed decision. One more thing, do I understand, in addition to coordinating about utilities, will G&G Builders and also look at the feasibility with fire and those other entities that will be involved in this site?
Absolutely. A
Okay,
key
great.
piece of this phase 1 is communication with fire. So that some has already occurred regarding the 3 sort of pieces of Perks Court, but it'll more deeply occur regarding the most viable areas of that property to make sure that they support the efforts and give feedback on, turning radius for fire vehicles and EMS vehicles, et cetera.
Okay. And then you said phase 1 would be 45 to 60 days.
Correct.
And then how long do you expect phase 2 to be?
Assuming that this took a full 60 days, that puts us in July, towards the end of July. So we would still be looking at October of 2022 thereafter based on the estimated timelines of freight delivery and of the construction thereafter.
Okay, all right, thank you. I don't have any more questions right now.
Okay, I do. You touched on it, Daniel, when you said that Volunteers of America may not want to operate 2 sites, and we don't know that yet. This has been a little bit of my angst since we did our board direction. I feel that we constrained ourselves too much, and that this is supposed to be an exploratory time. And by designating in our prior board direction so clearly we're congregate, short-term, non-congregate, all of that, I feel like we constrained ourselves. And I mean, in my mind, if you have a limited amount of funds and you're trying to do something quickly, you probably wouldn't spread yourself out all over the place. And that's really where I'm concerned about is, and then the 45, 60 days just to determine if it's feasible. So do you anticipate somewhere within the 45 to 60 days that this consultant might say, this is going to cost you an arm and a leg to do this, navigation, short-term pop-up sprung structure here versus what if we did it all in one location, meaning Broadway in my mind, because this is supposed to be short-term until we get our permanent location set up. And I keep wanting everyone to remember that this is supposed to be a short-term, quick fix, nasty fire season coming. We need to do something while to give us I don't want to say luxury, but to give us a little breathing room until we figure out our long-term more permanent plan. And so I'm really concerned that the way that we gave our prior board direction is limiting your exploration. Does that make sense at all? Especially given the fact that we don't know if Volunteers of America is going to want to be doing 2 locations.
So I would say that the direction is allowing us to look at both sites as quickly as we could look at both sites. If it were just one, we'd be probably at about the same pace, given where we are. I mean, we've turned around this agreement in about a month. So we've really moved fast, and we've developed the offer to the hotel owner, very, very quickly with the county's realtor and working with county facilities. So all of those efforts were as quickly as they could be done. I don't think that they were slowed down because of both at this point. And I don't want to speak on behalf of VOA. We'll have to put together a budget. We'll have to, talk about specifics, and their board would be making a decision on if it were one or both. But I would say that it's more likely they would pursue and be interested in the congregate site. And that's because this model is something that they operate well, and they've done it very well. They operate the Reno Cares program, that massive 900-person sprung navigation center project. They operate, several other navigation centers that have this model. And I'm not familiar with them operating hotel programs. They certainly have the expertise to, but I think because of that, I would assume that they would lean toward the congregate one, making some assumptions. Mm-hmm. But yes, having 2 sites, you do lose some economies of scale. Certainly, if you have one location, you have a bit more economies of scale. I'm guessing that their contract cost is likely to be a little bit higher if it's 2 sites. That is the potential, but we haven't fully fleshed through the budget yet, so that's still being developed.
Okay, because my recollection is in our presentation with the slides, and we looked at aerial views of the sites. One of the slides did show Broadway, and it had room to put a sprung structure. At least we thought at that time. Our board direction doesn't allow for that, and so I'm just making sure that we didn't sell ourselves short on options. That's all it is, because I think time is of the essence for this particular year. Again, to give us that breathing room to look at the longer term. You know what I mean? This year is urgent, quite honestly. So if you think that you can get to us quickly, if Perks Court isn't going to work out, so that we have time to do something else. I'm really concerned about this time. We were told time is of the essence. And by having such narrow board direction, I just want to make sure that we're not cutting ourselves short on options. So if you did need us to change our board direction, would you come back and let us know that this isn't working and we need to look at?
Absolutely. Okay. This is the board's priority. If we felt like this wasn't achievable, we would come back to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really want you to feel comfortable doing that because
Sure.
we do need to get this going. And I don't want you to feel like we've constrained you to this point where you can't make it work.
I think,
Is it-
we did a very broad property scan and brought back all the available options given our budget. And so, I think that it was as broad of direction as we could get. A potential outcome could be that we negotiate with the hotel owner and we don't land on a price that's reasonable. And then there is no even a congregate option at that point. So while the direction didn't include that, that could be a scenario that plays out given how the negotiations, move forward. So all of it at once does, I think, give the broadest amount of discretion that was possible based on the property scan and the process that staff went through.
Very good. Thank you for that. Supervisor Hydall?
Yeah, I just want to also emphasize the fact that in the board direction, there were two opportunities for Perks Court. One was a short term, one was a longer term. So I think it's imperative that we get this information from G&G Builders to really understand what are the infrastructure costs, how quickly could they be implemented? And then does it really better fit if we are going to decide to go to Perks Court as a short-term congregate or as a longer term? Because sometimes the timing and the scheduling of those things, if you have to bring in temporary facilities like we've talked about, generators and other stuff, that in and of itself is not a good environment for people to be living in a regular basis. So that may weigh as well. So I think it's imperative that we get this study done and have that data, because that'll help guide our next decisions. And this is a converging process. We're trying to look at a minimum set of viable alternatives and then get to the one or two that we think are the right path.
And I agree with that. But that's my point. We actually in our direction did not allow for the pursuit or exploration of everything at Broadway in one down and dirty fast site. That's my point. Our direction did not allow that. And
If
that
we get to a
concerns
point
me.
where that information comes back, that seems like the only viable alternative. I think we can reconsider that. I
Okay.
don't think it's done.
And I want staff to feel comfortable doing
Yes.
that as quickly as possible
Totally agree.
because timing is really important on this with fire season expected to be really horrible this year. So Supervisor Thomas.
I appreciate the conversation and I agree that, as soon as you know something, you bring it back to us. I do need to reiterate though, that the city council was very, very clear when Daniel and I went, before their council and presented what the board's direction was, is that they were, and they'll speak to this, they're here today, but they were resolute that they would be very concerned about all of the options inside the city limits. And I just need to voice that in this conversation, recognizing that this is going to be a fluid process based on data.
Absolutely. And again, I'm just going to say, in my mind, wherever we go first should be temporary.
I get that, yeah.
To get us to the longer term. So we might have to have a not ideal location for a year or two to get to where we really need to go. That will be a fabulous navigation center. So it is fluid. And I appreciate everybody understanding that our goal is to have the longer term navigation center in the right location. And it might not be where we want it the first year or two, but that might be what we have to do for a year or two just to get everyone moving in the right direction. And again, that fire safety, everybody keeps talking about it. It's just on everyone's mind. So I just want to keep that at the top of our minds.
And Daniel, we really appreciate your diligent efforts. You're working so hard on this issue, and we greatly appreciate that.
Absolutely. Okay, are we good for the moment?
Yeah, good for the moment.
Okay, we'll do public comment now, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Jane McGinnis. No, these are not notes. I wouldn't do that to you.
Thank you, Jane.
I just wanted to say Wendy's opening comments. Yeah, I agree with that. A couple of points. I really urge that we move as quickly as possible to get the work done at Perks Court to find out if that is doable, because I think it gives us some amazing advantages that no other site that we've considered gives us, and that is it has the possibility to be both the short-term and the long-term location. If we have a short-term for a couple of years, then when it comes time to do a long-term in another location, there's a certain amount of overlap work that we're going to have to do again for the second time, pay for the second time. But it's like building a community. If we start with a couple of, I mean, I'm not saying build cabins, start with a couple of structures, then when you put the third structure in, you haven't done that work again. And you have created room around what you have already built to build more. I think that's the cheapest and easiest. I think that that location is perfect because I don't believe for one moment, I spent a lot of my professional years in marketing. I don't believe for one moment that companies are going to refuse to come and bring their businesses to Missouri Flat when it's close to Walmart, when it's close to Walgreens, when it's close to the two centers, Safeway Center and the Target Center. That's a perfect place to have a business. And if you have a thriving homeless center and navigation center, that's a lot of labor available to you. Not only can we make use of those companies to get people back into the workforce, those companies can make use of us to find workers, because you got to know minimum wage workers are rare as hen's teeth right now because they can't afford to live here. There are restaurants that are doing, well, I'm not going to say illegal stuff, but their people are working too many hours because there's nobody for the next shift. And if they want to stay open, they've got to keep their people working. So in many ways, this is a perfect solution. I also think that it is fair, sense of fairness. I think we need to say that Upper Broadway has done their time. They have been through the upper room and through just the support that the city has given that area. They have done yeoman work. But I think it's time that we create something in the county as the first statement of homelessness. And then maybe the second one could go in the city. Maybe the third one could go in Cameron Park. So I believe that God's got a plan out there for us.
Thank you,
Thank
Jane.
you.
Anyone else? I'm going to close it up. Come on up. Come on, Cleve, let's go. Thank you.
You're just as important as I am. Good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity. Just a couple of things I'd like to say. I think it's just a clarification. I want to make sure I'm on the same page, but Supervisor Heidel, I think in your opening statement, you talked about the hotels negotiating a long-term lease. I think that would just be short-term, is my understanding.
Well, I'm
Right.
talking up to 2 years.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. So
it's not 6
I
months.
get it, right.
It's not 6 months. So yeah, relative term. Yes.
Just want to make sure we were on the same page.
Yes.
And I thought we were. So anyway, the other thing I just wanted to address the Supervisor Turnbull's comments. I agree 100% with you. Nobody wants this, and the potential effect that it could have that we envision on areas. I would argue that Perks Court could have just as big an impact on a Placerville as it could on Missouri Flat. I mean, it's an easy walk right up to the commercial that's there on Placerville Drive and on Forney Road. So I think if there was a concern there, we should be just as concerned as the county is with that location. I do know that there are things that we need to look at. I want to first thank Daniel for his communication with me. It's been great. We meet we've met twice, but every 2 weeks we've met to make sure we're on the same page. And he's given me some valuable information. I took the opportunity today. Went out and visited Perks Court for the second or third time, I forget which, and met with fire officials because there's some issues there that need to be addressed, and trying to work with them and seeing what opportunities and how we can reach solutions there. I want to also state that I understand the issue with, getting things going quickly, and yes, we need to do that. I do also think, though, as was mentioned previously by somewhat Ms. McGinnis, that looking at one site that can be short-term and move into long-term, I think there's some sense that can be made with that it can save us some costs, and starting with, minimal things that we can to get something started, but it's the beginning stages of something that can be longer term to meet our needs. And I think there's some real sense in that. We're looking at Upper Broadway, and again, comparing with, the issues we think we might have on Missouri Flat. I understand that we've gone through, put some extensive improvements in Upper Broadway. We have a hotel that we hope will pull permits and be under construction this summer, a major hotel that will be a great benefit to our region. As you're familiar with, I call it the grocery outlet center that has been run down for years. We hope we're on the verge of working with the developer to buy and remodel that to improve that area. We've got a major road, water, sewer infrastructure project going in on Broadway. We were hoping this fall, looks like it's going to be next spring. So there's a number of things that we're doing the same thing that you're talking about on Missouri Flat to try to bring Broadway up and make it a nice center, not only for the city, but for the county also. Thank you.
Thank you, Cleve. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Frank Porter, Housing El Dorado. First of all, I want to thank you and the staff for moving forward with this. This, as has mentioned before, this is not an easy problem to solve, as we all acknowledge over and over. And there are always going to be concerns about wherever we might locate various services for these kinds of programs. It's also equally clear that there is an urgent need for this navigation emergency center. You've articulated it. It's been articulated in the community plan, the strategic plan that took 2 years to finalize. But there is a key missing block in our way to rapidly move people from unhoused and homeless into housing, and that is an emergency shelter / navigation center. It is just like an emergency room in a hospital or in a service area. You need to have a place to pull people in and rapidly get services to them, help them get case management, help them get into permanency housing, help them get services so they can get back into housing. So this is a key building block, and you're taking a great important step by pressing forward. So my compliments to you and the staff. A lot of hard work has gone into this, enormous amounts of time and effort. I also want to say that, again, the community plan, as you've heard before, had the thorough backing of faith-based leaders, church leaders, civic leaders, the El Dorado Community Chamber, the El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce, realtor groups, not to mention lots of civic leaders. So there is a huge support to move forward. You're going to hear criticism wherever we go. We know that. So I urge you to move forward. One more thing, just a little comment about VOA. The team of us went down in, I think it was January, February, and visited VOA's facility down at X Street, their newest facility. They've opened the emergency shelter. You are getting there. It's an expertly well-run, managed facility. It's similar to what is being proposed, it looks like, for Perks Court. You're getting an excellent, competent, capable operator who will run it very effectively. And we're going to see positive results. It's going to become an asset, short term, maybe longer term, who knows. But you're getting a very good organization. I hope that you move forward to keep them engaged and keep the whole process moving forward so we can get this in place, at least during the part of the fire season, because there is a pressing need. We all know that for our county. So thank you for your time, and press on.
Thank you, Frank.
Good afternoon, Chair Parlin, supervisors, Kara Taylor, Mayor Placerville. First, I just really want to thank you for taking this matter so seriously and treating it with the urgency it deserves. And I'd also like to thank your staff for all their hard work on this. There's been a lot of really great discussion on this item and great comments, and I don't want to just repeat them. I do want to say that Jane McGinnis has some excellent points with just the efficiency of having the two short-term and long-term in one location in terms of operational efficiency, getting it up and going. You have given staff direction to pursue this item, and they've been really diligent and worked really hard to do so. So it seems like, from my perspective, it would be really hard to justify changing course at this point. I do think that it's valuable, and it sounds like after listening to the staff report, to pursue all options, and it sounds like that's what they are doing. Obviously, where it's located, there's going to be concerns. We have concerns in Placerville. Speaking for myself and not for the council as a whole, I've been open to a wide range of solutions, even solutions that reside in Placerville. And I truly do believe that any negative impacts can be mitigated with foresight and proper planning and proper design and strategic operations. So I know that there's a lot of fear about this. I think that doing nothing is not an option, and that those fears can be assuaged, and we can really mitigate those impacts that could potentially happen just with proper planning. So thank you for your hard work and all you do for us.
Thank you, Kara.
Sorry. I was trying to wait until everybody else spoke. I just had a couple of process questions that weren't answered as I was listening, and a couple of safety questions about Perks Court location that have not been addressed before that I think you should put on your plate. Process-wise, I didn't hear when this issue that's before you is going to be reported back, when and how, and if it's going to be a tentative report, or is it going to be based on the results of phase 2, and then you won't make any decision until both of those reviews are done. That wasn't clear to me as I was listening and heard the staff speak. So I'm kind of looking forward to what are we going to hear as members of the public. As far as the safety of Perks Court, there's a serious pedestrian and traffic safety issue that you should be aware of, in my view. From Perks Court, there's a place to cross right at the end of Medlow Drive, and I think most people that want to go down to the health center that you made a positive reason to consider this for are going to run into trouble because that sidewalk ends immediately there. There is no sidewalk on the west side of Medlow Drive down to that health and safety center. So you're going to have people, intentionally or not, forced to navigate down a road where there is no safe place for them to do that. If a sidewalk is going to be in place in the future, I don't know, but that's something that you should be aware of. If you force them to go down the sidewalk on the east side of Medlow Drive, it's a long trek all the way down to the light at Forney Road. When they cross Forney Road, there are still some dangers coming back to the health center. They're going to be forced to cross a blind entrance into the Walgreens pharmacy there. There's
Joe, I just want to make sure you're saying Motherlode, but I think you mean Missouri Flat.
Missouri
right?
Flat, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
we're
Yes.
listening.
The north-south
Carry on.
road, right? So Missouri Flat Road, if you go all the way down and cross at Forney and then force them to come back, there's still a pedestrian danger there. There's an entrance, auto entrance into Walgreens. It's a blind corner now that needs to be cleared out so that anybody in that vicinity can be seen. You're going to force them to walk across traffic get to the building that you want them to go to. And if there's a safe way for pedestrians to do that, I don't know if that's part of the plan. I think it's mostly a drive-up site. So just some things to look at. In terms of the issue of homelessness, again, I've been there, done that. I explained that to you. Wasn't my desire to be homeless, but I was. I've lived it. And I want to tear my hair out when I hear this issue described as a problem. It's not a problem. It's, I appreciated the marketing issue. If you're going to talk about people who are homeless, that's different than the homeless problem. You can't look at it as blight, that we're moving blight into another area that we have to be thinking about. Why not think of it as an amazing social services program that the county is establishing for the betterment of society? It depends on how you look at it. I think it's a great thing that you're doing. I support it. Please take into account these safety issues. Thank you.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I was mistaken, Supervisor Turnbull. I told you I lived there. I didn't live there, I worked there. As you know, the county did the interchange there at Missouri Flat, and while it was there, we utilized the buildings that existed. County put money into those buildings in order to be able to get the communications and all the things necessary, and then I worked there for a year or two. So I know the ingress egress of getting in and out of Perks Court. And this gentleman that was up here, rightfully so, there is some issues related to pedestrian and vehicular movements. And I believe that those need to be looked at. One of the things as a transportation engineer that while I was there, I recognized that the traffic that's on Missouri Flat that's going northbound, you have a a ramp that starts prior to the Perks Court intersection, and it goes to the right. So that's one lane. And then you have 2 through lanes. So that's 3 lanes. So whenever you make a left then off the Perks Court, you got to be really careful because it's not just the lane closest to you or the lane that's in the middle or the lane that's on the farthest. It's all of them. And they all could be occupied and they all could be going past you. And you just got to be really, really careful when you come out of there. Right turn only might be a way to do it. I always thought in terms of the future of the property, the county owned the property. So therefore there was a future. Whoever developed it would have to come up with a scheme in order to be able to utilize it either as is or make the changes necessary, which could be a lot of money. That is the changes necessary in order to make a fully signalized intersection, which you really can't do because it's too close to the mother lode. And then the question of what the future holds related to just the occupancy. Remember though, because I had to deal with this when I was doing the interchange, that is a residential area. There is a little street that's along there that you can't go all the way through. That for those of you that saw it, you got to be understanding that people do live there. There are homes there. So those are a couple of thoughts I thought I should bring up since I did work there and certainly enjoyed my time there in Siberia. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else in the room?
Good afternoon, Chair Parlin and supervisors and everybody. Patty Borelli, Placerville City Council. Been there, I'm on my 16th year. So I'm going to address that in these 16 years, we've been trying to do something with Broadway. While I sympathize with you, Superintendent Turnbull, about maybe, and what I've heard about maybe impacting businesses on by putting it in Perks Court, you got to sympathize with Broadway. We have watched people move out of there because of what the situation that we've been dealing with for all these years. We've lost so many businesses. And as our city manager brought forth, we now have some gleaming, supposedly, I think it's going to happen. We're going to get our hotel that we've been trying to get for 16 years. We're going to, we're really hoping that the grocery outlet, I call it the grocery outlet shopping center, is going to be repurposed and we're going to have thriving businesses up there. You know, I really think that Jane McGinnis nailed it, all the things that she said, and I really would urge you to listen to her. And Lori, well, I really, short term, I don't think is going to be a year or two. I really wish, I'm really imploring you to really look hard at Perks Court and starting there and ending there, hopefully. I just think it's a good fit and imploring you, please don't send any more to Broadway. We're really trying to fix it. So thank you.
Thank you, Patty. I remember Peraz Road's still on our long-term looky-loo too. So there's a lot out there. Anyone else in the room? We're going to go to Zoom. Jonathan, you can get up when people are finishing, you know. Come on up. Come on.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and Board. Jonathan Gainsborough. How do we erase the disgrace? How do we erase the disgrace? How I won't use the Lord's name. How do we erase the disgrace of having a $700 million budget, unlike the other 3 counties, Little Modoc, Little Amador, and one other little county? How do we erase the disgrace of being one of 4 counties in the year of 2022 without a homeless year-round navigation center? How do we erase the disgrace, not put it off to the future? How do we say that we're worried about the economic impact on Missouri Flat Road when our front pages over the last 2 years have a fire outside the Wells Fargo by a homeless lady trying to stay warm. We have another homeless lady whose tent was set on fire. We have another homeless lady that I've spoke to you about who doused herself with gasoline and lit herself on fire. How do we erase the disgrace of the suicides of the man who died on the edge of a creek last year? How do we erase the disgrace? We do something. We move forward. Now, I'm 75 years young. I'm the oldest person perhaps in the room, but I've learned that I can't always get my way, and yet heaven is going to be a beautiful place. God Almighty himself is not going to get his way, that he's willing that none perish, but all come to repentance. But all won't come to repentance. But that's not going to bother us in heaven. All are invited. This is a human compassion issue. Yes, the county auditor spoke about the business impact, but what about a compassion audit for our 600 homeless, 80% of them on the western slope? Can we fix it with a sidewalk? Do we have to put in another stoplight? Will it take 3 stop signs? What about our budget? What about our $50 million general fund supervisor county excess? $50 million, and we're worried about stop signs and a stoplight and economic impact. The Lord God Almighty says, I was homeless. I was a stranger. I was without shelter. And you took me in. Let's do the right thing and move ahead. God bless.
Thank you, Jonathan. All right, ready to go to Zoom?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom. Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Mandy there? Mandy, can you unmute yourself? Or are we?
Mandy, it seems your microphone's not working.
Yeah.
I'll go on to the next.
She's called in before.
Now taking public comment from Don Wolfson.
Don Wolfson, Cameron Park. I'll keep it short, and I'm going to express support for all the reasons that were previously stated. Please move forward. This is a step in the right direction. I appreciate everybody's efforts on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, Board. Ken Greenwood, District 532. Get her done. We need to get the ball rolling here. Last hearing, it was pretty clear that we need to get the ball rolling. Here, the ball is rolling. Let's try not to get in its way, if you will. Supervisor Thomas, yes. And Supervisor Turnbull, there is no good location. Nobody wants this in their backyard. No business wants this next to them. Somehow, somewhere, it's going to happen, sadly. But the sad situation is just as Jonathan Gainsborough just described, is that we have a situation that is out of hand. And add the hot weather and the fire hazard and this, that, and the other thing, and we could have a long, hot summer. Quote an old movie. So please go ahead with it. As with most decisions, it's not a great decision, but at least it is a decision. And we need this in our county because we have this situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Michael Sarasoga.
Hi, excuse me. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Michael Saragosa, City of Placerville. I want to thank you today again for the discussion. I won't belittle or belabor the points my colleagues already have made, but I just wanted to add a couple of items. I think, for Perks Court, if you ask anybody that lives in that area, they're going to tell you they live in Placerville. I consider that area Placerville myself in a sense. It's certainly within our sphere of influence, and it's easily walkable into the city limits as well. So I think it's a good compromise. We're a city of 11,000 people in the county. We shouldn't bear the brunt completely within the city limits. We have for a long time, and I'm sorry, but it's very convenient just to say that the city of Placerville has to deal with this, and it's just not fair to our residents, to our citizens. I loved when we had the idea that it would be by the sheriffs, and I mentioned this at city council when Daniel came, and that was, if I was homeless, the one place I would love to live would be by law enforcement. I would feel safe. I would feel like that's the place to be. However, that's not an option that we have anymore, unless you board wanted to dig into your general funds to build something. And I don't think that's going to happen, because that's the only way you'd be able to use funds to do something at that location. So we have to be pragmatic. We have to move forward. We're hoping to work with you. But again, anything long-term within the city of Placerville will be met with a lot of resistance from our city council. I think I can say that. And so I just want to put that out there as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good afternoon, board. Kathy Lishman from the city of Placerville. I'm happy to see the county addressing this site so quickly. I can't express how important it is for the county to do their part and to share in helping. Every district in the county needs to do their part. How is the Missouri Flat Corridor a higher priority to protect than Placerville? I remember when Missouri Flat Corridor was not developed at all, but Placerville was and has been around for a long time and is definitely worth protecting. With all the tax dollars that corridor brings in, the county has a responsibility to help, and Perks Court is actually a very good location. I appreciate the comments from Supervisor Thomas about the unmanaged homeless camps that are already in that area. A good navigation center at Perks Court will actually take pressure off of the businesses in the Missouri Flat Corridor. No area is perfect, as many people have already said today, but this area is far, far better than other sites that have been discussed. Thank you, and I hope you approve what is before you today.
Thank you, Kathy.
Now taking public comment from Peg Vandekar.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. I'm out of town, otherwise I would be there. First, I want to echo everything positive that's been said today. I don't want to restate those things. And I would happily often speak to the moral issue involved, but that is not what sells votes. What I would like to speak to is the economic issue and the fire issue. First of all, our folks who are experiencing homelessness are already camping everywhere near this site, all over the county and the central area. The city of Placerville happens also to be the county seat and has many of the services located inside or near it that these folks need to get to: DMV, Social Security, all of the county services are there, and that's why people are congregating. Also, the food is available there, not just upper room, but other food. Placerville, I'm in favor, sorry, and so is my husband, of Perks Court. We've, as you may know, been pushing for Perks Court for years, over a decade, I think. And I really am happy to see the move toward looking at it seriously. I think it's a better location than Upper Broadway, and it indeed offers the short and long-term service available. Once there's navigation and sheltering going on, it's not the same it's not just moving people from Upper Broadway's Hill to Perks Court. That is not the same thing at all. And folks who are sheltered and have a place to sleep are much more able to attend to their next daily business and getting themselves back on track. Knowing many of the folks who are homeless personally as individuals, and knowing the variety of folks that we have who are experiencing homelessness, I would like to speak also lastly to the fact that we stigmatize the homeless as a group that's all the same, all schizophrenia without, active schizophrenia without any medications and that kind of thing, and drug addicts. But many, many, many of the homeless are not that at all. They are people just like the ones you know in your neighborhood who don't happen to be homeless at the time. So I support this, and so does my husband, working forward as fast as possible in Perks Court. And I also really commend staff, excuse me, for moving ahead on this quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peg.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez. Mandy, you have permission to speak, but I'm not seeing a microphone. So I don't know if you have.
Oh, there
There
goes.
it goes. There it goes. I don't know what happened. It's your fault. I'm just kidding.
You're
Okay,
good.
so I got some notes here. Okay, good. Sorry about that. Okay, so I really implore you guys to listen to the last city council meeting, or actually 2 city council meetings. It was pretty obvious that not everybody in the city council had a grip of what you guys were actually proposing. And I see a lot of all over the place. Like, we have to decide who we're talking about here. Are we talking about the people that are causing issues, crime, break-ins, people that are addicts, people that are mentally ill? Are we talking about mothers that are leaving abusive situations with their kids, right? So we have to decide who we're helping. And it seems to be all over the place. Broadway, there is not enough housing to accommodate all the homeless, not even all the homeless that are across the street on the hill. The Tahoe homeless project up there, whatever it is, they got $2.5 million to buy and renovate, and they're still asking for more money. So they bought 3 places. They got $2.5 million. They're what, a year and a half in, and they're already looking for more money to finish renovating their 3rd place. I commented on their Facebook page and asked them why. They said the money was only to purchase, not to renovate. So when I showed them exactly proof what their money was for, they deleted my comment and blocked comments. So that's where they're at. Also, FYI, I believe they're up to about $10,000 in fees due to the city of South Lake Tahoe that they haven't paid for. So you guys might want to be looking into how these guys are spending their money. I'm going to go back to, yes, this is a human catastrophe. What happened what's going up on Broadway is it was caused by the Thomases. It was caused by Wendy. This is her thing. This is her baby. She caused the human disaster up there. So let's make sure we keep that clear. Shelter first, not housing first. We are obligated to give them shelter, not their own cute little studio apartment, okay? Those might be good for some people, but not for the addicts and the mentally ill that are causing issues and crime in the streets, right? So those are the things those are the complaints coming in. We need to find out who we're going to be serving. Also, remember when I brought up Sierra harm reduction? I want you to know that one of the people that deliver the needles said that 50% of the drugs that are being tested with their fentanyl strips are coming back positive with fentanyl. We have a fentanyl problem that is coming to this area like a freight train.
Thank
and
you,
all we
Mandy.
talk about is housing.
Thank you.
We're not talking about the drugs.
Turn off the microphone. We're done. Thank you. All right. I think that's it for our public comment, bringing it back to the board. Frank, thank you for mentioning that you went down to visit because I want to go. So Wendy and I will go. Since we're on the EDOK board, we're going to go. So thank you for that. And I'm glad to hear you feel it's well managed because I think that is key. Like Kara said, this needs to be well done. That's been my big concern all along. So thank you for that. A lot of good comments from everyone. Does the board have any more questions or comments for,
Yeah,
District 2? Supervisor Turnbull?
One of the biggest things is, and we talk about the impacts on Broadway. And I agree with you, Patty. You know, it's been a long time coming. And it's been an eyesore for a long, long time. But we don't want to put it in another place where it's going to be the same thing. And that's my concern. You know, the County Board of Supervisors put a tremendous amount of work and millions of taxpayers' dollars in order to develop and attract businesses on Missouri Flat Road. And it's going to impact that, in my personal opinion. You know, the perfect place for that is it was presented a while back, would be right next to the county jail. The sheriff proposed a great thing is what he did. He's brought it in front of the board. The HOT team has a presentation right now, how they put together with the tiny homes, with the pallet homes, and all the little town that they're going to develop on that property. They did a great job. And I would encourage this board right now to have the HOT team come and give us their presentation, because it'd be a great thing and it'd be a different way to look at our homeless issue in our county, because they have done a great job. They really have. I commend those guys. They've done a great job for our county.
Supervisor Hydall.
George, I'd love to see the presentation, but what I remember was that we were asking the HOT team, the Sheriff's Department, to work with our EDOC COC to come up with a revised plan that would suit and fit the Martin versus Boise conditions and stuff that we all could get behind. I've never seen that come forward. So if it's available, I guess I have to ask the question, why is it more widely distributed? Why didn't it go back to EDOC COC for discussion?
The problem, my personal opinion, there's been a disconnection for a while with the Sheriff's Department and HSA. There's been a problem when there's been times that Don Simone was been told to work with the sheriff and reach out to the sheriff. It never has happened. And it put us in a bind is what it's done. When we had the Caldor fire, that was supposed to happen. It didn't happen. Now we're in an emergency crisis to get something done. But this presentation that the HOT team has put together is a great presentation. I would like to see everybody, you know, take a look at it before we make a decision.
Well, let me just remind you, the COC is not Health and Human Services. Health and Human Services is the administrative part, but the COC is a separate entity.
I understand that, but
so that's what I was hoping was the third party discussions and
right.
stuff would lead to something that's another alternative, but we haven't seen it yet. So
Mhm.
I don't know where those discussions broke down. I would encourage them to continue,
Right.
but it should go back to the COC with the presentation, in my opinion. And based upon the representation, the response from that, maybe to the Board of Supervisors, because maybe there is an alternative there that we haven't given due consideration.
Right.
But with respect to Martin versus Boise, it was pretty clear that was originally proposed would not be compatible with the funding that we've gotten from the federal and the state governments. And it really throws us off balance in terms of trying to provide the services that are necessary. So that's part of what I think we need to continue to discuss, but let's get it to the COC. So leaving that aside, the other part I want to make sure that was answered was the timeline here, because it was asked about when it would come back, recognizing that the registrar item says it's a 60-day contract. And I think Daniel has told us 30 to 45 days, hopefully, that they can get this analysis done. But I think maybe just a few words on what next steps would be. The phase 2 was kind of discussed, but if we could have a more definitive timeline in terms of expected presentations to the board, when would we expect to see the next implementation, or next data dump, whatever you want to call it, next information sharing, and then what decisions might have to be made, because that helps us all prepare a little bit better.
Yeah, so phase 1's estimated to take between 45 and 60 days, as we
Okay.
shared. Staff would start developing a board item almost immediately and kind of fill in the details as we get closer. Similar to this one, with the timelines to get a review from county council on this agreement, for example, review from the CAO's office. we were working on this, 4 weeks ago, this agreement, but it wasn't complete yet. We were developing the staff report while we were developing the agreement and kind of moving it all. So we would be starting the process almost immediately, getting board direction, following board direction. And then from there, so we would be shooting for, once complete, the next available board meeting, that we could get everything completed, reviewed, and consider that phase 1 work would play into a potential phase 2 agreement with G&G. So that work, we would sort of be filling in those pieces of the agreement as we get the information, and we'd be moving as quickly as possible, upon completion of phase 1. So, given the approval processes in the county to bring items before you have council review, et cetera.
And you did mention October of this year is the hopeful determination of, we have something that's implemented as opposed to just talking. Is that, it's a very tight timeline. We recognize that. You guys have done an incredible job of moving this as fast as you can, but we need to make sure that the board understands what we can do to help make sure we stay on that path and don't get distracted by something else, right? Because there's a lot of distractions out there.
I
We
can
need to
assure
stay the
you
course.
that there is nothing more that staff could be doing to further expedite this process.
Excellent.
Based on the board's goal of, by fall of 2022. And if we get more information that influences the process, we'd be providing updates to your board. And so we will continue to do so.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Supervisor Novosel?
Yeah, a couple comments. I had one question for you, Daniel, while you're up there is, somebody mentioned about sidewalks. Is that something the contractor is going to take a look at and will be a part of the conversation of how you get people in transit and, whether that be walking or whatever, how they can get to services around that area without causing too much of an impact? Is that going to be a part of their study?
Yeah, so a few comments is, I want to specify that this navigation center would be operating 24/7. It wouldn't be operating like a traditional shelter where folks have to leave, at 7 a.m., for example, and you'd have a lot of folks vacating the premises. So it would operate very differently. There wouldn't be traffic like a traditional shelter. We're working with an operator that's expert in implementing these programs, and there would be significant plans and approaches to provide shuttle services and transportation services to and from locations that folks are getting, needing for healthcare appointments, job applications, interviews, applications for apartments or other places that they're looking to live. And so this is a very sort of goal-oriented project. And that means that folks aren't simply wandering or, leaving and coming. It's very focused on a regimented plan to get these folks out of homelessness, essentially. So we'd be relying on VOA as the experts to be giving us recommendations on how to best provide shuttle and transportation services. We have a few social workers that are in our homelessness programs right now. And so they would be supporting this project. They'd be providing some level of that assistance as well. So those details would be worked out once we get, start discussing these details of the agreement for services and operations to really make sure that we're having as little of an impact as possible. And then also having those discussions with fire and others to get their feedback so that we make this as successful as possible.
Yeah, and I think that's an important point because this was my issue before with the Pollock Pines area. Is when you get into rural areas, you get less and less ability to get the kind of transit and system going that they need. And I'm sorry, I'm going to hit Placerville right now and say it. When you live in a more urbanized area, that's where you need to have these services. That's where the services are. This is where you need to have navigation centers and things. The more urbanized you are, the more you need that kind of housing system there. So I do take offense when people say, don't put it in my backyard just because I'm an urbanized area. Well, naturally, that's where it should be because it's closer to the services. It's important. And it's not a us against you kind of conversation. It should not be. It should be a conversation about what's best for our citizens and our, and all of them, whether they're in the county or whether they're in the city. City of South Lake Tahoe has been very good at working with our navigation center up there. People say we don't have one. We do have one up there. It's just not called a navigation center, but it's the same services. It's run by a nonprofit. It's a little different. But yes, they've successfully bought 3 hotels and they are working on, and they're working very hard. And you go in there. I've been into walking through the hotel, and it's got what they need to get them exactly, you say, back on their feet, get them into the services, get them looking at permanent housing, and find a way to make that happen. That's all of us. That's on all of us, not just one piece, not just county, it's not just city, it's not just one part, but we all have to work together. And when I hear people pointing fingers at each other, saying, I don't want it here, I don't want it there, I get it, it's not easy, but we're all in this together. And I just get a little disappointed when I hear people saying, please don't put it in here or there. You know, we need to all work together. That's the way the conversation should be. I'm sorry to sound like a school barn, but it was upsetting to hear people pointing fingers. George, same thing with the sheriff. He pointed his finger at us and said that if anybody got hurt because we didn't put it where he wanted it, it was all going to be on us. That's not right. And to this day, I still have a problem with that. And that's where a lot of conversations stopped, because he said it's my way or the highway kind of attitude. And that's not right either. We really need to work together on this, guys. So I'm really happy. I'm going to go back to be positive. It's a very good thing we're doing today, because we're positively trying to find a solution to this. And it takes all of us together working. Please, let's do this together.
And Supervisor Thomas.
I will say, you've never heard District 3 say, don't put it here. So, you know, District 3 is taking this weight. And I appreciate that we're working collaboratively with the city of Placerville, and doggone it, let's get it done. So I'm going to move this item. I move approval of this item as written.
I would like one follow-up to Supervisor Novacell's comments. I believe that DOT understands the traffic circulation, the pedestrian crossing issues, the egress issues with Perks Court. That's been known for a long period of time. I'm hoping they're working with you to determine what kind of implementation they would need to bring forward in terms of a temporary sidewalk or whatever it is that allows that pedestrian movement that we talked about, that's very critical, crossing all the lanes, to get from the Perks Court exit up to where there's a signalized intersection that you can safely cross the street. And I believe you can do that, but it isn't there now.
Well, and if I can interject on this one.
Yeah.
Very frankly, I think we need to separate what this item is as to the other long-term, items that we need to look at. And that will come later. I mean, obviously, we can't do sidewalks right now with a goal of getting this in the fall by fire season. I will tell you, though, that DOT has been working mightily on an overcrossing at Missouri Flat Road. We've gone after numerous grant applications. We have grant applications in there now. So that's in the works. And so as this moves forward, and if Perks Court is deemed feasible per this study, then those will be absolutely conversations that we will have with DOT and staff, and look at how we could fund those improvements too, because obviously our COC funds can't do sidewalks and all that. But I fully support looking at. We will, of course, look at the road network and all that as we move forward. But right now, this is just the short-term site. And but
I'll just comment.
There's a lot in the works right now.
There are
too.
asphalt sidewalks that get done very quickly and very inexpensively on a temporary basis. They're not extended to being
So
permanent.
I would say that
We have an option.
let's stick to our item. Yes, good input about the concerns about circulation.
Sure.
Absolutely. It's something to consider as we move forward. I would like to second this item and say, Daniel, thank you for
Yes.
stepping up.
Yes.
Thank you for hearing all of us, all of everyone. I just cannot even, the weight on your shoulders right now
Yeah.
is so huge. And I'm talking about you and your team, of course. It's not just you, but your team. And so appreciated and so needed. And it's very exciting that we're actually getting something done. So thank you for that. And gosh darn it, coming back so quick after recovering from COVID. I'm glad that it went well for you and your family. So
Thank you. Yeah, and a big thanks to facilities, planning and building, all the staff and fiscal. I mean, there's so many folks supporting this. It is a huge team.
It's
effort,
huge.
So
So
appreciate it.
appreciation to everyone. And so we do have a motion and a second. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed.
No.
So it passes 4-1. Thank you, everyone, and good stuff. Okay, with that, where am I? I lost track, so I got excited.
We're a little late for our 2 p.m., but that's
2
okay.
p.m. Not bad for such a big item, and I know, yeah. Well, this one,
Underestimated that.
no. It's all good. To and froms are going to be fast later, right? Just kidding. So how's the room doing? Good. All right, it's 2 p.m. or after. So we're going to have item 31, Kim.
Item 31 comes from Planning and Building Department, Long Range Planning, Housing, Community and Economic Development Program, recommending the board, one, in accordance with Board Policy A6, accept the grant award for Community Development Block Grant Funding. Two, authorize the Director of Planning and Building Department or successor contingent upon approval of County Council and Risk Management to execute the standard agreement and subsequent amendments. Three, authorize the Planning and Building Department Director or successor contingent upon approval by County Council and Risk Management to execute the loan documents, development agreements, promissory notes, regulatory agreements, deeds of trust with assignment of rents, and any other documents necessary to issue the grant funds. Four, authorize the Auditor Controller's Office to process check requests to disperse funds. And five, authorize a temporary interest-free loan from the general fund to the Community Development Block HCED Fund.
Good afternoon. CJ Freeland with Planning and Building Department, Long Range Planning, Housing, Community and Economic Development Programs. The item before you today is on behalf of the Diamond Village Apartments proposed in Diamond Springs. And this item has been, or this project has been before the board several times. So I wanted to just give a brief review of the past opportunities that the board has heard this particular, about this particular project, as well as the community having an opportunity to comment. And when it all started back in 2017 in February with the award of a traffic impact fee offset, now a traffic impact mitigation fee at that time. Then in June of that same year, the board authorized Resolution 101, 2017 for a pre-development loan to the developer for that project. Then in 2018, the item was brought to the Board of Supervisors as part of an approval by the Planning Commission that took place on June 28th of that year. And that was to review two appeals that had been filed against the project. At that time, the board had a motion to approve staff's recommendation denying the appeals and directing the inclusion of some additional conditions of approval. I do want to point out at this time that this project was not submitted as an SB 35 project. So it went through full review and disclosures, including traffic analysis, CEQA analysis, compliance and consistency with our TXY policies of the general plan. So it was a full application that was reviewed by the Planning Commission as well as the Board of Supervisors. In 2020, the pre-development loan was reestablished to the new name of the developer at that time. Then in June of 2020, there was one of the first resolutions to allow for the application of this community development block grant proposal. Then in November of 2020, we had to revise that language on the resolution because additional funds had become available through CDBG. And so there were several reiterations basically of coming to the board to make tweaks to that as the state was able to accumulate past and current funding and consolidate those funds to make more funding available to prior applicants. And I believe that culminated on December 14th with a final resolution 183, 2021, again, approving the submittal of the application to CDBG for these funds. We were obviously notified by the state that we were awarded the funds and then the standard agreement. Those are attachments to your item today. I think in addition, I do want to point out something that's a little unusual on these things, and that has to do with the authorization of this interest-free loan from the general fund. Now, typically with our grant programs, they're all based on reimbursement. Because this particular item falls at the end of the fiscal year, the word that we received is that that would then put the HCED programs in a negative cash flow. And so this is to this loan or this transfer general fund temporarily is to prevent that negative cash flow from occurring. So all of our grants, again, are reimbursed by the state, and we anticipate a relatively fast escrow. As soon as that is completed, we provide that paperwork to the state. They process the reimbursement, and it's typically about 6 to 8 weeks before we would receive that reimbursement. So just wanted to clarify that before we go forward. And that is all, unless you have specific questions.
On the whole thing? We're ready? You ready for us? Are you ready? CJ is like, that was fast. Okay, questions from the board, comments, anything?
CJ just answered my question.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, well
Yay,
done,
good
CJ.
job.
How long do we have to float the loan? You answered it.
Well done. Right?
That was it. All right, well, I guess
Okay.
then we'll just do public comment. Wow, I'm like ready for more.
Now taking public comment on item 31. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Thank you. Frank Porter, Housing El Dorado. First of all, I want to commend the staff. We've had a lot of good news at today's board meeting. One on the homeless front and addressing the need for a navigation center. And secondly, and equally important, we all know we are severely short on affordable workforce housing in our county. You just got a report a couple of weeks ago from an analyst, a consultant, about updating the numbers, and we're now at about 3,700 units short in El Dorado County of affordable workforce housing. You also got a report that included information that over half of the people who work in our county commute in from outside of our county largely because they can't afford the housing and because or the housing simply is not available. We also know that for the last 3 housing element cycles, El Dorado County has failed to hit its targets for affordable housing units. And now you failed to hit your RENA standards, RENA allocations, and that's aggravated the problem. And now we have fallen under SB 35 planning guidelines as a county because we're so far in a hole about catching up on the units. The good news is today, 81 units look like they're going to get a little closer to actually breaking ground soon. Hurrah. But 81 is not 3,700. So my point is that this project, think about it, started in 2017. That's 5 years ago. 5 years ago. At that pace, we're not going to get caught up. So again, as I've commented before, you have a very good housing element that we put in place. It's sitting there. It needs to be implemented with you need to have a command center that pushes through and implements on your element, the pieces of your housing element. And we can't be complacent about that. It is threatening the economic well-being of our county. You've heard all those studies about how our workforce needs are not being met because we don't have housing for workers. We also have problems, and I will tell you, having worked with the homeless, we have, and you talk to rapid rehousing folks, and they will tell you, fundamentally, the problem is we don't have, when we want to move people from the emergency shelter into housing, we don't have enough options. So we have a twofold problem, and I applaud staff. What I'm going to say is we need to push the accelerator down and really make that housing element come to fruition and hit those affordable housing goals. So congratulations. Press on. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Good afternoon, board and chair. Jonathan Gainsborough. I'm not going to use my full time. Glad you're sitting down. We're facing part of an emergency crisis with the homeless, and it's wonderful to see the board moving together toward the navigation center. I'm the only one in the room that's worked with the homeless for 50 years. Because I was homeless I slept in the bushes. I lived like an animal. I needed somebody to reach out and not just offer me a meal, but somebody to offer me a hand up. You know, when you've been sick with an operation and they try to get you out of bed the first day or to get you at least up on your feet, we've all been there. It's really hard to be so far down that there just is no up. The drugs and the addiction that Mandy talks about, yes, it's there in the mental illness, but I made the mistake once the Lord returned my mind and my life to me to write 7 books and to minister to 500 churches and thousands of pastors and be a hope dealer across America for 40 plus years. Now I see the clock. Mental illness is very often not volitional. And we make that mistake by people's behavior, not knowing that schizophrenia the brain can be retrained, but the non-connection between consequences and behavior. There's a brain deterioration. There's a fancy psychology word for it. I won't throw it out now, but with the time remaining, I'm in favor of anything you can do to match up crutches with a person that's crippled and life for a person that feels they're dead, and hope for people that say there's no hope. Not even God could change my life, but we all know he can. So let's pass this, and let's pass hundreds of more affordable housing units. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Jane McGinnis again. One, I stayed to support Frank and the wonderful work that he does with Housing Eldorado, but I wanted to tell you, I spent 25 years managing residential and commercial properties. Many of them were bond units, affordable housing. The tenants had some issues. They had some difficulties. And having that housing allowed most of them to overcome those. It's having the stable base, a place to come home to, a place that's safe to sleep, that you can afford without starving. And I just want to share with you quickly the reason why I hope you will not only pass this, but go forward as fast as possible to get some of this backlog taken care of, to bring more affordable housing units to our county. I had a woman who had 2 children. She was a single mother. She had finished high school. She was almost unemployable. And she came into one of the apartments. She was perfectly behaved. She made sure her kids were clean and fed and in school. And then when her mind calmed down enough from the previous life she had been leading, she kind of shook herself off and stood up, and she enrolled in a community college. And she finished 2 years living in the apartments, taking care of her kids, working a part-time job with affordable rent. She was able to go to classes at a community college. The last time I saw her was about a year before I left that company, and I was at her apartment to congratulate her on getting her bachelor's degree. You can't know. I mean, obviously you can know. I didn't know until then what an honor it is to provide housing for people. It is a God thing, not just a job to go to. So we need 3,700 units. Start with the 81 and just keep on going. God bless all of you for this.
Thank you, Jane.
Members of the supervisors, Gordon Helm, El Dorado County native. I just want to add, I guess, a little bit to what some of the other people have stated. Just want to remind you all that, through COVID and because of COVID, the local prices of houses have just gone through the roof. Everybody wants to move to the rural areas. So our housing market has prices of the houses have gone through the roof. It's becoming more and more difficult for people to own houses or buy a house. And along with that, interest rates are going up, so that's going to make it even more difficult. We've got a housing crisis or a shortage of houses that is just unbelievable, I guess, for lack of better words. The rental market has gone insane. I don't know if you've seen what some of the local things get rented for, but you've got 1 or 2 bedrooms that are going for $2,400. It's ludicrous. Long story short, I guess where I'm going is this is something that's needed. I mean, the workforce in this county, there's people that can't afford to buy these houses, or people that can't afford the rent anymore. This is a step to getting a solution that will help those individuals get into a place and be able to, I guess, help our overall economy as a whole. So that's pretty much what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon.
Hello, board. Jeff England, El Dorado County Chamber, and site manager for the El Dorado Disposal Material Recovery Facility. And I want to speak as a business manager and neighbor in Diamond Springs, and congratulate the good work of the county and the staff there. As someone who is acutely aware, trying to recruit good workers to our facility, that the need for this affordable housing is intense, and having it proximate to where we are, I think, is a very good thing too. I want to congratulate you on all the good works today. Also want to say congratulations on the 2021-29 housing element certification. And I hope that the county will embrace the green zone opportunities therein. With our terrain, I think there are creative opportunities to create relatively high density, environmentally friendly and efficient housing there. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah.
Sorry, Laurel Brempbaum, CEO, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce. Clearly, our board is very much in support of this project. And I've testified on numerous occasions about the need for workforce housing and sustainable housing, the opportunity for our kids that have left to go to college to be able to come back and live here near their grandparents with their grandbabies and enjoy our quality of life that we work at the chamber real hard to preserve. So I'm very excited about the project. I'm very excited about future projects that are being proposed in the areas that the infrastructure will support. And congratulations to CJ and your team and all your hard work. So thank you for it all. Thank you for, and I'll look forward to lunch.
Yeah. Thank you, Laurel.
Good afternoon again. I just wanted to speak to the economic impact and the social life impact of affordable housing, because I went through that as well. When my mom was, she was forced to be a single parent when I was a 3rd grader and forced to come back here to Placerville and move next door to her parents while I started the 4th grade and my brothers and sisters are a year and 2 years younger. She started with nothing. We ate those big blocks of government cheese that you could substitute for a 4x4 in your yard, big old number 10 cans of USDA approved food and all that. And we lived in a place that wasn't much bigger than this podium, I swear. But one day my mom came home and she said, I've gotten us a house. And I still remember how exciting that was, because my mom didn't have the means to do it herself. She relied upon whatever government funds were available for people in economic situations like ours. And every night we went out from where we were living in Placerville, got in a car, drove to this new home that was being built along with others. And I remember the pipes being laid, the concrete foundation, watching the framing go up. Every night we would go through there and wow, this is going to be our bedroom, our kitchen, our house. And it's still a beautiful home. It's not far from here. I drive by it often to see how it's doing. It's doing great. That home, those benefits that my mom got put her back on her feet. She went on to have a stellar career in social services here in El Dorado County and in Placer County. And my brother and sister and I had the footing, literally a roof over our head, to become better persons. You know, my service, I dedicated my life in service to the Coast Guard and to other social programs. My brother got an ROTC scholarship, retired as a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. He and I both achieved graduate degrees. My sister is a veteran. All of us good kids, but it came from a good example. But most of all, it came from the fact that we had nothing and we were given a home. So what you're doing is incredibly important. I'm 64 years old. I'm emotional about thinking of that day. And my mom and how proud she was. Somebody gave her something to allow us a better life. Thank you for doing the same.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Peg Vandekar.
Hi again. Not to belabor, this is Peg Vanderkar, not to belabor the points made because they were all good. But first question I have from the maps that I saw, I'm not sure where this location is. Could someone describe that when I'm done? And also, I echo, please speed as fast as any of the governments in the area can do. All of the efforts toward affordable housing that are being met. I know the city of Placerville has 2 in the city, and then there's the Armory that has to do with state land. And there's this one, and then farther out on Diamond Springs on Pleasant Valley Road is a site that Mercy Housing is working on, that Federated Church has donated the land for, if housing can be built on it. And all of this moves toward the phenomenal number of affordable housing units we need. I don't want to reiterate that. You all know the data. But please make it happen as fast as possible. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Peg.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Ken Greenwood, District 532. 2 plus 3 is 5. Oh, wow. Anyway, it presumably this is the Diamonds, this is over off Rice Road for clarification. Yes, no, who knows? This is all good, and there is a need for affordable housing, heaven knows. This is going to impact traffic, and I hate to bring up a planning issue in an item that has a lot to do with planning, actually, and processed via planning and such. It is just going to increase traffic down in the Diamond Springs, Missouri Flat, et cetera area. Maybe doing this in place of Dorado Oaks. Wow, there's a great concept. But it's going to come down to one or the other at some point. So just throwing that little wrench into the machinery here, because I haven't really heard it mentioned. But again, you know, the point here is getting this funding to do the affordable housing, which we're way behind, which maybe Dorado Oaks or other sorts of things will not really help out. So let's focus on maybe stuff that will. Oh, okay, like the project before us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Don Wolfson.
Hi, I'm Don Wolfson, Cameron Park, and I'll keep it short again. Yes, we need affordable housing in our county. I have adult children who are just starting out. They can't afford to buy, they can't afford to rent, you know, and I'd kind of like them not to have to move to Tennessee or wherever. So I absolutely support this. And so I won't get accused dumping on Diamond Springs. I would support this if it were in Cameron Park as well. Appreciate you moving forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Now taking public comment from Debbie Manning.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me this time?
Debbie, we've got to get you a better setup. Not well.
Can I call in instead? Would that help?
Yeah, just do it today and then next time call, okay? We're going to listen really hard.
Okay. While the El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce has not been asked to take a formal position on this item, nor have we, we are most definitely on record for supporting middle housing, as we, our county, needs diverse housing options, housing types that support our local businesses, employees, housing that supports those teaching and caring for our children, housing that supports those caring for our seniors. Supporting diverse housing needs will continue to help improve our local commerce. Let's live in a community, a county, where all those who work here have the option to live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Yeah, call us next time because it was really difficult, but we tried. And that's it for our virtual Zoom comments. If staff could clarify, because Peg did ask where the location was, if you could clarify that, just to make sure we're all thinking of the right spot. That's really the only specific question.
Yeah, sure. The project is located at 6035 Service Drive, I believe it is, in Diamond Springs area. That does have Black Rice Road on one side of it, as well as access from Pleasant Valley Road. Kind of
Very
across
good.
from Colina Del Oro area.
Did you want to add to that, Supervisor Thomas, or, oh,
General comments.
okay, back to the board. Sorry, carry on.
Okay, great. Thank you for everyone's comments. I do want to kind of voice the elephant in, oops, let me turn my thing. I do want to voice the elephant of the room. I know there's always concerns about traffic impact to the Diamond Springs area. And gosh, I recognize that. So to that, I think it's really, here's some interesting facts for context for that. The land use designation in the general plan at this site allows for 403 people for the maximum density. This project allows 186.3 people. So it is a lot less than the general plan is allowable under the general plan. I so appreciate that our planning commission, when they approved this project in 2018, put mitigation measures for traffic, including a punch out onto Black Rice Road, and I believe a stop sign there as well. Yeah, I believe so, but there are traffic mitigation measures for Pleasant Valley Road with this project. So, well done, Planning Commission in 2018. I appreciate that this project is thoughtfully designed. It looks, using natural elements, it looks and feels like our community. And I also appreciate that the developer, the Pacific Southwest Community Development Corporation, is providing support social services in this project too. So it's not just housing, it's training, it's helping people get on their feet and be self-sustaining. So this is a really unique project that I'm excited about, that has been thoughtfully mitigated and planned. And with that, I would like to move approval of the item before us.
I'll second. Any further discussion? We're good. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 5-0. Awesome. Good job. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, CJ and Brett. Great work.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, so what do we, oh, all right. So we do have one closed session item. I'm thinking, can we do to and froms first and then go into closed session? Does that work? Who's ready for to and froms? Anyone? Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so I'm going to start on Wednesday, May the 18th. We had a El Dorado Transit Budget Review Committee meeting where we looked at the overall annual budget process, as most of the special committees and boards are doing at this point in time. So everything looks stable there. That's the good news, despite the COVID impacts and other things. On Thursday, May the 19th, we held a Pioneer Community Energy meeting, and one of the major discussions to come from that was the recent changes that PG&E has had in the EPSS implementations.
Yes.
And they did mention our chair as being very active in looking at the impacts to primarily our rural areas. El Dorado County was, I think, double or triple what Placer County was in terms of the impacts. So for whatever reason, PG&E's implementation of those more sensitive devices that trip the power really affected in large measure El Dorado County much more than other areas. So the good news is Pioneer's been working to make sure PG&E is aware of those things and trying to get the adjustments made. And so hats off to Lori for getting out there and pushing on those
I was out
things.
there hard.
Because the public pressure is what makes things change. And that's one of the community benefits of being part of Pioneer that people don't recognize. If we were trying to emphasize that by calling PG&E individually, I'm not sure we get the same result. So I think that was a very important statement to make. And then later that evening, the El Dorado Hills Community Services District held their special meeting on the Central El Dorado Hills Specific Plan. I attended for purposes of listening only. I did not speak. A lot of good comments, and I would encourage the board, if you have time, to listen to the recording, because there was a lot of good information presented. I will just say that the CSD presented 5 alternatives, and they asked members present in the room to have a sticker and go vote on which alternative they like. They also did an online poll, and that online poll is now available on the CSD website, so the community can go out and weigh in. But the number one vote getter was kind of alternative 4, which was a combination of a 9-hole golf course and some housing around it. It's conceptual. It's not a final map or anything, but conceptually, that's what the largest number of people present at the meeting supported. And I don't know whether the online results are going to aggregate the two, and then we'll get more of an update. The second most popular was basically open space with trails, which means for the most part, the CSD would have to purchase the property or something to implement that, because obviously they don't own it presently. And so they couldn't move forward with that kind of a program. But it was a very, I thought, a civil meeting, a lot of good comments that are made, a lot of good perspectives that were given. And so there's just a lot, in work, a lot at play with that whole project. The development agreement was brought up several times and referred to, and I don't think people clearly have an understanding that the board doesn't participate in development agreement discussions, that's really staff, and they're trying to get the greatest benefit for the county primarily, but there's other considerations. So very interesting discussion. Obviously, the planning commission will be meeting again to go ahead and have their discussions and then forward a recommendation. So more to come on that in the not too distant future. And then finally, yesterday, Sue and I both participated in the Human Rights Commission meeting. They had a guest speaker who was an attorney who spoke to the differences between human rights and civil rights. And if you've ever kind of wondered where those boundaries are and what applies and what doesn't apply, again, I think that recorded meeting might be worth listening to. And the basic difference is human rights are something that are inherent, but for everybody that's born throughout the world, right? We consider those to be human rights. Civil rights are the ones that legislation has adopted and supported for enforcement. If you're taking actions against someone else that's illegal, so to speak, that you're violating their civil rights, and you can be held accountable for those through a civil process, through a punitive process, et cetera. Human rights are a lot more nebulous. It's something that's somewhat assumed, but there's no general method of enforcing them. So I think that was important to understand. A good discussion. I'll let Sue comment on it as well, but I thought it was a very, very good discussion, and we have a forum coming up. I'll let you cover that.
Oh.
Thank you.
Very good. Who wants to go next?
Go
Go for it.
Okay. Yes, that was it really was interesting, because he was a civil rights attorney. And as such, he doesn't deal per se with human rights, he deals with enforceable civil rights. And so good for us to all understand, because I think, it's a good conversation we're constantly having with people. Is why aren't you enforcing something? It's like, well, this is human rights. It's different. And so, it's more about us, is I would keep saying, it's about educating people on how you treat each other, and, that kind of a right. It's different than something enforceable. So anyhow, very good conversation. We did talk about the forum, which is coming up June 13th. It's a Monday from 10 to noon. It's going to be at the EDCO at their offices. And we're expecting, we've got room up to 100 people. We have 20 or so people, about half a dozen that are actually speaking. And then what we call resources. We've asked people that are within the homeless confines of that type of subject and conversation to please come and have a conversation with us. We've made this a day of life of homeless person, and we will have a homeless person just getting up and starting the conversation by explaining what they've been through. and how that has affected their
Personal
human,
story.
their personal story about their human rights and how that affects them. So just something that we really wanted to delve into that. So that'll be a really great forum. Love to see as many people as we can there. Of course,
I think the attempt was to get two speakers, one that's very, very youth oriented, you know,
yes,
been through a lot of experiences and now they're out on their own. How do they survive in today's world? And then some that have had homelessness occur later in life. So you kind of get the disparity of what happens early in life sometimes versus what happens much later.
and it's just a 2-hour meeting. So on top of that, we're going to also have a Survey Monkey and cards. You can ask questions, but if there isn't enough time, so only put it out there on your Survey Monkey if you can't attend, and make your comments known that way. And then we'll come back and group up with that and report back on what was said and how that affects everybody. I think it's gonna be a really powerful day. Yeah.
Will that be recorded, Supervisor?
Yes, it's gonna be on Zoom. So we're gonna
Awesome.
record. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and
you.
Carla's gonna be getting information, our PIO, to get information out to all the media and everything. She's been very helpful. Thank you to Carla and to Ed Monticello for for volunteering his offices. It's been great cooperation. So the week before, last week, I did want to let you know I spoke at a Rotary Club, and that was fun. I hadn't done that in so long in person at the college at LTCC, and it was really great. So it was some of my fellow people. That was my first thing I ever did in politics. Is I was the student representative for Lake Tahoe Community College back when they first moved into their new campus, and I actually ran the Olympic torch for them in 1984. And so a lot of them were there. We had chats about how fun that was, and all the old, I should say old, the former president of the college was there, and it was really great. Actually, 2 presidents were there, so it was really great to talk to them. Good conversation about what's going on in our county and how that affects LTCC in particular. So, and then met with the incubator. Well, it's not an incubator, it's an accelerator, the growth factory that I think you've all have gone to. It was nice. Dawn and Tiffany and Kyle came up to Tahoe, and we actually met in one of the accelerator's businesses, which I didn't even know was there. It was a pub that has an indoor putt-putt. So it was really, I was bummed that we couldn't putt, but we got over that. But it was a great conversation about what an accelerator is and how it truly helps these small businesses develop into something really big, as you all have had that explanation to you. I think it's great business model, but very different than what I was thinking of as more of an incubator where they just help you along. This is really more hands-on, very, very interesting. So I enjoyed that. And then the forum, just talking about that this week. Leave it at that. Thank you.
Very good. No.
Now,
Supervisor Trubu.
I had a lot of, met with a lot of constituents, especially with the issues that's going on in Grizzly Flats still. And met with a few of the news stations and stuff, the Mountain Democrat and stuff, and talking about what we can do is about especially getting the individual support. So it's been a good thing. Hopefully we can get something soon, and pretty much that's about it that I have a report on. So.
Very good. Thank you. Supervisor Thomas.
Yes, I have 2 things. First of all, this last Thursday had a really good meeting on the first, it was a kickoff meeting for the Diamond Springs Community Park. And that's that partnership with the Boys and Girls Club and the Marshall Foundation for Community Health and the Mother Lode Union School District of the El Dorado High School District. And I have to give a shout out to Vicki Sanders, our parks manager. She was there with our new consulting team, and they did a phenomenal job in just engaging with the community, hearing the residents' concerns, as well as exploring opportunities and what they wanted in this park, because it's a blank slate, and just, this is a really exciting time to be just on the verge of infinite possibilities. Well, in terms of funding constraints, there won't be infinite, but it was a very good meeting, and a lot of the residents from Lake Oaks had a chance to come, and they had natural concerns about, especially traffic, noise, and lights of the park. And I understand that it's a retirement community there, but a lot of the managers from the Little League teams and the soccer teams came, representing thousands of families, expressing the great need and their support and their willingness to also be partners in this collaborative and to be good neighbors and work through all those issues. So it was just an extremely productive meeting, and the conversations will continue. So I'm excited about that project. It was also interesting. A lot of comments were made that folks were concerned about traffic. Of course, we're concerned about traffic on Pleasant Valley Road because that's can be a busy thoroughfare during different parts of the day. And we need to always be mindful of that. There was a lot of thought that the Charles Brown School isn't utilized, and what would it be like if there's a tournament with 400 or 500 people, coming out of that for a weekend? And the principal of Charles Brown was there. Is actually the school's in operation, and we have 405 kids a day, and the neighbors had no idea that was operational, that many families were utilizing that site on a daily basis. And that was interesting context for the discussion. So look forward to a productive process ahead. And then the last issue that I think you all just need to be aware of is at our SAGHOG board meeting this last week. It was a very interesting discussion. I don't know if you've heard, but there's a citizens group that is bringing forward a ballot measure in Sacramento. It's a road tax measure. It will be a general tax, not a special tax. And there's strong support behind it. And they are feeling that it may pass. The challenge that SAGHOG had and brought to our attention is that there are projects in this plan that are proposed to be funded that are not in SAGHOG's regional plan that we all sign on to. And it's important that when transportation projects intersect each other, we have that coordination so projects aren't done in a bubble. And the thought is that some of the projects are capacity inducing projects, which then can threaten our greenhouse gas targets for the region. They could, and we're mainly talking about the connector, that if the connector is funded through this road measure, that will increase urban sprawl. They're feeling that it will lead to more development out in those areas. And that because it's not in our regional plan, it can threaten our state's federal and state funding across SAGHOG's 6-county region.
Ew.
And that's a big deal. It's all of our state and federal monies, as far as transportation. So I just want you to know that SAGHOG is working, very, very closely with the proponents of the measure, the city of Sacramento. Mayor Steinberg was at our board meeting. There's intense coordination to see what compromise can be reached so we don't jeopardize our transportation funding. So just something to be aware of as this moves forward, because it's a big deal.
That sounds like a big
Yeah.
deal. Gosh. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm like just listening. Well, since Laurel's still here, I wasn't going to mention it, but it is a countywide thing. As chair, I was honored to give the state of the county at the chamber luncheon, I think last week. And it either went really well or really badly because nobody asked questions. So
It went really well, Laura. You did a great job.
That's right. Supervisor Thomas was there. But so yeah, it was fun. It's really nice to be in person, like you said, just meeting everybody. I enjoyed it. People are going to be like, what? But I did. I enjoyed it. So thank you for that opportunity, Laurel. And then I don't know if everybody's doing this or not. So that's why I'm going to bring it up. But our board direction for the Placerville Juvenile Hall, we gave direction to get quotes. So I was in on a meeting on looking at potential designs, and I just wanted you to know that process is moving forward. So because we asked them to do that and give us some
Are we gonna
quotes.
get a report then?
Yeah, at some point, but I just don't know when. So do you know?
I think the timeline is to bring the item back in the fall.
Okay, so there you go. So they're working on it, and I just wanted to let you know that because we gave that direction and I hadn't heard anything, so we're in. And it was interesting. Did you want to add to that?
Well, and if either you individually want a report from probation, happy to set that up.
That'd be fun. I'd love a quick report.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah.
We can-
they're-
I'll make sure
nothing
that gets
big,
arranged.
just a-
Yep.
update
Yeah,
would be nice.
I didn't know how that was, if everybody was in on those meetings or just because I'm the chair or
Because
because I was-
Brown Act issues, we can't have too many of you in those.
Yeah, so
Because
they,
there's a
okay,
big group of people talking about plans and design review, but
okay,
if
you
you
don't
want an
mind, or-
individual update from probation, happy to set that up.
okay, very good. So that's what that is, and they're moving on it because board direction. So sorry if I messed that
I
up,
get
Dawn.
questions about that all the time because it's the Tahoe one. so I
Yeah, this is
especially
just,
like to
this
know.
is the Placerville one because we asked for that information for decision making. So, and then really yesterday at Taxpayers in the Morning, Mike Sproul, the food bank was the guest speaker, and he talked about his plan to have the, oh gosh, all the emergency stuff there at his site for.
Emergency Disaster Center.
Yeah, that's what he's calling it, but it's to have
Yeah.
stuff. So for our next disaster, which you know what, there will be one. So let's be prepared.
Yeah.
And then at the So Far Collaborative Steering Committee meeting yesterday, we introduced Ken Pimlott into that group because we're, you know, trying to be collaborative and bring in the Office of Wildfire Resilience, all these groups and things. But anyway, so we pulled Ken in, and so now he's part of the steering committee and working on all those great things, biomass and you name it. And then I guess it was yesterday. I'm thinking we had a special, yeah, I forgot about that. EDOK, COC, El Dorado Opportunity Knock, Continued Care meeting yesterday afternoon, board meeting. And the only reason I'm letting the board know is that that board approved using their funds towards temporary shelter, temporary housing. And that will be part of HHSA's presentation to our board in June. So, and then they will have their executive team closely watch those funds, watching how we spend it. So, you know, we're all working on this project together and very exciting. Everybody was really excited about that. So yeah, that's all I have. CAO?
I did have one to go back.
I'm sorry, John.
I fell into the acronym soup thing. EPSS with respect to Pioneer is Enhanced Power Line Safety Shutoff.
You know what it really is? It's fast trip switches that
Right,
are
that's
too
what they are,
sensitive,
but-
just so y'all know.
But
And in Garden
PG&E
Valley,
calls
it drove us.
Enhanced.
Yes.
Right? Power Line Safety Shutoff. So that's the acronym
Yeah.
soup. We get PSPS and EPSS. and
Yes,
They're bringing it on, right?
You are so correct.
Thank you.
One addition to the EDOK
Yes.
board meeting, I so appreciated that the board of directors made sure that they approved maximum flexibility for those funds. So that as this fluid issue emerges, our staff has the direction to use those funds in any way that's needed as this goes forward. And I really appreciate them doing that.
It was
taking that
well
step.
done.
Yeah.
Now CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a reminder that there's no board meeting next week. And then on June 7th, it's a budget hearing. So the next regular board meeting will not be until June 14th. My recommended budget will be available online this Friday at the latest for the public to be aware. You can start perusing it and do what you need to do when you get that information. But copies of the recommended budget are in your offices now to give you a couple day head start to take a look if you have time. That's all I have.
I'll
Madam
do
Chair.
that tonight. Thank you for that. Okay, with that, we're going to go into closed session. The board will now recess into closed session to hear item 32 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning that matter may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session item number 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public in the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
And you're thinking, why are we not surprised? Anyway, Ken Greenwood. We got to have fun here at least. Anyway, Ken Greenwood, District 532. As a former employee, I know firsthand that if you're being compensated fairly and adequately and being recognized for your hard work, that goes a long ways in doing a good job for you leaders, okay? Because your policies get implemented on the ground by the people that you pay to be there, that you hire them and hopefully adequately compensate them so that they are not necessarily feeling that they're being taken advantage of. I was a member of the local one for years. They came to my assistance quite a bit. Long story, another time. But the point is, you are negotiating with these people at this time. Keep in mind that your treatment of them, and that often just comes right down to money, because after all, everything you've talked about today was back to what? Back to money. So yes, do compensate fairly, but don't bust the budget. And that's the balancing act that you need to consider during these sorts of negotiations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
And Madam Chair, I would like to propose that we adjourn in memory of a recently passed individual from El Dorado Hills and then 2 additional ones. So I don't know if we are going to come back from closed session and then adjourn.
I don't think we're going to.
Okay, so I would just like to recognize, I was just notified today that Wally Richardson, who's been a longstanding member of the El Dorado Hills community, World War II vet, just outstanding, working at Marina Junior High School with helping the kids learn, giving out all kinds of things, interacting with them daily. He and his wife have just been a tremendous asset to the community. I guess he passed either today or yesterday. So that was recent. And I'd also like to recognize Harry Norris, who was a longstanding member of the El Dorado Hills community again, moved out of the area, but he'd served on the EID board of directors and stuff. His passing, I think that was 2 or 3 weeks ago. And then also Ken Humphreys, who Ken was on various fire boards and other community action. His wife, Penny, served on the board of supervisors many years ago. So I didn't want to recommend that we adjourn in memory of those 3 individuals and all the contributions they made to El Dorado County over their span here as citizens and residents.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. Good meeting.